Why isn't my camera working? What the fuck? What's going on? Oh, I'm dumb. Hold up. I have my camera hidden. I have the cover on. Bro. How you guys doing? Okay. Before we start, let me just quickly check something. How you guys doing? How's your day? How's your morning? I was unable to secure my Switch 2 pre-order, so I'm kind of bummed out. But hey, it's okay, man. That's not gonna stop us. Here, before we start... Why is this so confusing? Here, hold up. Hold up. There's, hold up. We got something. Hold up. Long stream, come on. I know. We're gonna start right now. Hold up. Let me just go grab something. Something came in the mail. Hold up. We're back. Hold up. Hold up. Hold your horses. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. We're back. Hold up. I was running a little late. Easy, you know your thumbnail is the same as the biggest audiobook LOTM guy on YouTube. I thought he was realizing another few chapters. Really? Lord. Oh, there's another dude that uses that thumbnail? I saw it and it looked pretty cool, so I was like, oh, let me use it. I was looking at some artwork literally last night, and I think when I first said it, I accidentally put like a super blurry one. Okay. Bear with me. Hold up. Gotta make sure the room smells nice. Beautiful. Gotta get some lavender up in here. Alright, you guys ready? You use it. It's cool as fuck. Yeah, and stop looking up art on your own. I know. Bro, I'm not stalling. I'm eating breakfast. Oh. If you're having a good day. One Wing Angel theme from Final Fantasy. Plain white bread ill. Hey man, I didn't have time. I usually make a bagel, bacon, eggs, ham, cheese. Yeah, look up art, not on Google necessarily. Ellie, come on. I gotta start. We're gonna stream. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Okay, hold up. Well, we won't play it this stream, but let me do this. While we let Ellie out, let me just play this for a bit and see if it gets picked up or not. Wrong song. That's not it. Let's just play this for now. I hope you guys are ready, man. I hope you guys' schedule is free. Loud? Yeah, it was kind of loud. My bad. Sorry. Was that a jump scare? Oh, my music? Did you guys get jump scared? All right, let me open up my notes. Then we put chat down here, and then we're gonna start, okay? And let me fix my mic. It's a little far away. Wow, that sounds so much different. Okay. Let me just put the chapter, put chat. Okay. And then let me open up my notepad if it can open. Okay, beautiful. All right, we're ready. We are ready. We are locked and loaded. We have an amazing, awesome intro first try, okay? You keep saying this is not stalling, but I swear on the fool that it is. My bad, I know. All right. Fucking shit. You guys are gonna think I'm stalling one more time. I'm sorry. Configure. It looks way too dark. I think the gamma needs to be higher. Okay, now we're good. Hope you're doing easy. Yeah, no, I'm doing good. We're doing 30 viewers consistently. Bro, that's crazy. How long is the stream gonna be? I don't know, man. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna keep her going. How long, Romero? Well, the stream started now, so we'll see how. Well, I mean, not the stream. The recording started now, so we'll see how long it goes. Hold up, my mic is a little too far away. I got my milk. I got my peanut butter sandwich right here. Microwave that sucker for like 10 seconds, so it's like nice, warm, and delicious. Okay, hold up. We're getting sidetracked. I was a little bummed out. 15 hours, let's go. Come on. Wait, no. Technically, it's a Thursday night, man. We gotta wait till at least Friday or Saturday or Sunday. Well, let's see how much we can read. But for now, Lord of Mysteries, chapter... What chapter? 437, Obituary. That doesn't sound good, man. That sounds kind of scary. All right, let's just jump right into it. Let's jump right into it. Let's go. Hold up. Timestamp. Holy shit, there's almost 30 of you guys here. Hold on, I need to move. I actually need to move my PB&J. Is it gross if I leave it on camera? No, it's right. I'll put it away. I'll hide it from line of sight, just so my desk is clear. Hold up. Where's the next Shadow Slave video? I was originally planning to read more yesterday, Smiles. But I think what I'm gonna do, I'm on, like, so when I finish, well, before we start reading, when I finished volume 1, I took a week off Lord of Mysteries, so I can take my notes. So we should be done with this by hopefully Sunday, and then I'm gonna take a week off. No, I'm sorry, remember, I didn't download it again. And things easy. I got plans during the time, but usually stream, so this works. Okay, for sure. Well, I mean, I just want to quickly knock out volume 2 of Lord of Mysteries before we take like a one week off to like fully digest what we read. I came across your channel from Shadow Slave video. I've completed LOTM 1 and had just started COI. I'm now bringing your LOTM VODs at chapter 56. Oh, thank you, Nightshade. Thank you, dude. For fuck's sake, easy. Did you? No, I didn't download. Classical music is peak for reading. I feel like a connoisseur, you know, when I'm drinking the red wine, you know. I know, I feel you. All right, let's start. Let me just put the volume up and let's get right into it. Hopefully I didn't stall for too long. Ooh, it's been 10 minutes. Sequence 7, ignore. What did you say? 3 showmen? What did you say? Did I ignore you? Left mouse, the music went valley. What did I'm sorry if I missed your guys' message. I'm sorry. Hold up. It's kind of overwhelming. Back then, only like 2 people would chat, so it was easier to fit. It doesn't fit all the chapters though. Back then, when there was less people chatting, it was easier to keep up. Bro will never use the proper LTM translation I sent. Never classical. Nah, it's Romero. I mean, let's keep reading. That's all right. Well, we'll figure it out right now. You know, after like who knows how long. Like we'll figure it out soon. All right. Chapter 437 is called, I lied, I didn't do my timestamp. We're already off to a bad start. I hold up. We're getting a little too excited. I'm sorry. We are getting a little too excited. I'm fucking forgetting how to stream for a sec. Holy shit, man, my brain shut down. I literally just had my caffeine, you know, so I got the jitters right now. Chapter 437 is called Obituary. This wasn't the first time Clyde had seen some... Yeah, I forgot he died. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Okay. Obituary. Oh, he left an obituary. This wasn't the first time that Klein had seen someone familiar die in front of him, but it wasn't the most abrupt and foreseen death. The expression of Talon Dumont's face when he asked about what it felt to really like someone was a vivid expression of hidden excitement and flaunting, but one which could be directly shared due to the need of being careful as a result of certain factors. This was too fast. Normal diseases do not cause death so quickly. Klein's expression was solemn as he lightly tapped his motor to activate his spirit vision. He dropped to one knee and crouched down. He saw Talon Dumont's aura and the colors of his emotions fading rapidly. Furthermore, there were stands on black gas wrapped around his heart like a snake, which were gradually dimming, a beyond their ability similar to a curse. Klein instantly made a preliminary conclusion. At this moment, a nearby red-vested attendant and a servant girl in a black and white dress ran over. They looked at the dead body on the ground. In horror, his eyes were wide and round, and the corners of his mouth still had remnant white foam. Klein closed his eyes and instructed in a deep voice, "Go to the nearby police station and tell someone died here." "Yes, Mr. Moriarty." The red-vested attendant immediately turned around and ran out the door, so flustered that he even forgot to put on his coat. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Klein didn't check Talon's belongings, nor did he try to pull off a few strands of hair for a divination attempt when he wasn't around anymore. His identity was already considered semi-official, so he could use the power of the machinery hive mind to conduct a follow-up investigation. There's no need for him to act as a lone hero. Thinking of many times he had played cards with Talon Dumont and how he had introduced clients and investors and the love story he had hanging in his mind for so long, Klein couldn't help but take a long, slow, deep breath. Who's Talon's murderer? Which Beyonders who's adapt at cursing the Talon offend? Judging from his attitude today, he should be in a very happy and calm state, completely unaware of the fact that he was that he has provoked a terrifying character. Questions flashed through Klein's mind, but his lack of understanding about Talon Dumont's resulted in a lack of solemn to nurture and inspiration. When the police arrived, he was questioned as a witness and wasted quite a bit of time. It wasn't until all of this was over that Klein had a chance to leave Hillston Borough and head back to Luck Bar in the Backland Bridge area. Carson was still there drinking, the only difference being that his drink had been exchanged for a strong distilled liquor made from pure malt golden froth beer. Klein raised his right hand, covered his mouth, and squeezed over. He lightly knocked on the table and said, "Is your job to drink here every day?" Carson jumped in fright as he turned his head, relaxing only when he saw that it was Sherlock Moriarty. "You? What is it now?" This reaction is very familiar. Klein sighed and silently said gravely, "There's a case involving Beyonders." Carson looked around and saw that Lucky Bar already had quite a number of patrons, right? Patrons? They were either hollering over their glasses or eager to fight in the ring. "Follow me, let's play a round of billiards." Carson nudged his thick glasses and carried his beer to an empty billiard room. Klein followed, closing the door behind him. "Your alcohol tolerance seems pretty good," he said in passing. "No, I just drink very slowly." Carson put down his glass and picked up the cue sticks. Then he added inexplicably, "And I'd like some alone time lately. I don't care about that." Klein pursed his lips and said, "I encountered a deaf at the Quilling Club in Hillston Borough. That was a friend of mine, a noble descent and an equestrian teacher. He's usually healthy and had recently been in a very good mental state, but just now he suddenly died in front of me. It looks like a heart attack, but my spirit vision told me that he might have been cursed." "You're adept at spirit vision?" Carson asked subconsciously. "What sort of details did Mr. Stanton fabricate for me? After becoming a machinery hive mind informant, they never even asked me which pathway I was." They never did ask him. "Or which sequence I'm at, nor did they try to find out about my origins and background. So in some way, they probably figured it out, right? Of course, letting an informant keep certain secrets of their own is also a common tactic used by official organizations." Klein frankly responded, "Yes, the chest of the deceased has some decaying, illusory black gas. It does involve the possibility of a curse and a Beyonder." Carson didn't ask further as he slowly nodded. "Hillston Borough. That's the territory of our machinery hive mind. In the northwest of Backland, which was the heart of the metropolis, Empress Borough and Sherwood Backland came under the mandated Punisher's jurisdiction. The western and northern areas came under the Nighthawks, and the Hillston Borough and Backland Bridge area came under the Machinery Hive Mind. Having said this, Carson looked at Klein and attempted to confirm the details. What deity does your friend believe in? After thinking carefully for a few seconds, Klein replied hesitantly, the Lord of Storms. A believer of the Lord of Storms, is he the only deceased? Carson asked with a frown. Yes, Klein gave an affirmative answer. Carson chalked the Q6 inside. We have no right to take the case. This is under the mandated Punishers. But I will pass on your information to them. In the Lowen King, the principle of jurisdiction over Brianna events was first to divide them according to their beliefs. If they involve the followers of the multiple deities, then it would be decided according to... Oh my god, I'm sorry. It's a little earlier than usual than the normal stream, so I'm kind of out of it. If they involve the followers of the multiple deities, then it would be decided according to who held jurisdiction over the area. Klein was no stranger to this. He had no intention of making things difficult for Carson, so he earnestly said, "Thank you. I hope they can find a real killer as soon as possible." Carson picked up the glass of beer beside him and took a sip. He's a descendant of the blue blood. The mandated Punishers will definitely take it seriously. Pausing for a second, he looked at Klein and said in a low voice, "I find it hard to believe that you've only been in Backland for about it's been 3 months? You seem to have established a wide range of social connections and possess lots of resources here. Some people are naturally adept at this." Klein shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh before bidding farewell. By the time he got back to Mink Street, it was completely dark and the gas lamps lining the streets were being lit by workers. Although his relationship with Talon Dumont didn't go deep, he was an acquaintance he met nearly every week. He was a friend he played cards with every now and then, and Talon was rather warm and had always exalted him as a great detective. Furthermore, he had practiced what he preached by introducing clients and investors. His passing also made Klein feel sad, making him fully aware of his helplessness towards fate. Other than that, he was also very angry. He was angry at the murderer who had cursed Talon to death. I hope that they can figure out what happened. I hope the mandated Punishers doesn't run out of manpower because of Duke Negan's assassination case. Klein signed as he got off the carriage and walked towards the gate. In the process, he discovered that there was no light of the Samir's house next door. It looks like they're on the way to Desi Bay. Is this the New Year atmosphere in Backland? Yes, I don't feel anything at all. Klein momentarily felt melancholic. With these emotions in mind, he went to bed early and woke up at 7 in the morning. In an attempt to change his mood, Klein decided to bake a homemade cake today. I'll buy the ingredients after breakfast. He whispered, drinking his milk, and flipped through the newspapers. Soon he saw an obituary in the Succa Times. My beloved son, Talon Dumont, passed away on the 18th of December. So this is his dad. Okay. Talon Dumont passed away on the 18th of December due to a sudden heart disease. His funeral will be held at the Crown Cemetery at exactly 9 a.m. on December 21st. At the northern continent, due to the reanimations, it was already an ancient tradition to be buried as quickly as possible after one's death. Of course, this was on the premise that there's no shortage of money for a funeral. Sudden heart disease, is this the final result of the investigation, or could it be that the mandated Punishers are trying to lure the culprit? Klein frowned, unable to make a judgment. Perhaps I can go above the gray fog to see if it's a trap set up by the mandated Punishers, but there's a high probability of failure. After all, I don't have one of his items with me, nor was I targeted. He took a breath, calmed down, and methodically filled his stomach. The subsequent attempt didn't exceed Klein's expectations. He can only leave Mink Street and take a bus to Hillston Borough to visit Isengard Stanton. The great detective walked in the warm room, pointed to the front, and said, "Sherlock, you like some breakfast?" "Oh, would you like some breakfast? My chef's skills aren't worse than mine." Some would say I have some pretty good chef skills. Right? I mean, stream. Oh, you can go to bed? No, it's all good. Don't worry, the VOD will be up right away. No, I've already had breakfast. Klein shook his head and declined. Isengard stopped in his tracks and casually asked, "Where are you going to spend the New Year's?" They've been talking about the New Year's a lot, man. It's gonna be a grand entrance to the New Year, man. You head chef? Yes, sir. I have confirmed it. Perhaps Midseershire. Klein said perfunctory. I can't even say the word. Perfunctorily. The scenery there was originally pretty good, but unfortunately there's an abundance in the coal and iron resources. There was also a rather developed shipping industry. Isengard straightened his collar and touched a pipe in his pocket. You seem to be a little anxious. Mr. Stanton, I have something to ask you. Klein took out the opportunity to ask the question to relate. In detail, Talon Dumont's death, the results of his spirit vision, his advice to the Machinery Hive Mind, and what he had seen this morning's obituary. Of course, he had hidden the fact that he had become an informant for the Machinery Hive Mind. He only said that for his friend, he had found an official beyonder he got to know due to the Desire Apostle case. Do you think this is a trap by the mandated punishers? He finally asked. Holding the pipe, Isengard said thoughtfully, I've been trying to avoid the mandated punishers, and I don't know enough about your situation. I'll get someone to find out. If there's any news, then I'll write to you. Okay, thanks. Klein bowed sincerely. In the evening, he received a letter specially sent from Isengard. There was only one sentence in the letter. This case isn't handled by the mandated punishers. The royal family? The royal family has taken the case by claiming that Talim Dumont is a noble? He's been in love, right? He was in love and eventually died. The plot thus oh my god, I said chickens again. The plot does thicken. I'm thinking this has something to do with the demonist sect, right? Like, the fact is this dude was in love and then, like, he died of a heart attack, allegedly, quote unquote, but, like, we know it was a curse. I'm thinking it's the demonist sect. Like, right? Okay, let's keep reading. Hold up, let's keep reading. Let me do my updates. Let me update my timestamp. Let's keep reading, and then I'm gonna update here. 11 minutes. Damn, what the fuck? We read that in 11 minutes. Damn. That was a pretty short chapter. Usually, the chapters have been rounding out to like 15 minutes on average. Somebody left a funny comment today. I saw that, like, bro took like 90, what was it, like 70 minutes to read a chapter? Alright, let's, not gonna lie, Klein X Dal is one of the worst ships. Good. I've never once said that in my life, bro. What are you guys on? Let's go, go, go. Let's go, go, go. Alright. 438. Never have ever said that. Chapter 438 is called Invitation. The royal family. Klein held the letter he received from Isengard Stanton and silently murmured to himself. He looked up and outside the window and he saw the rain pattering down. The gas lamps on the streets were giving off quiet halos. Inside the living room, the coffee table was neat and tidy. With a few stacks of new papers placed in the corner, there was a silence all around him. Klein sat on the sofa as he leaned forward a little. He sat there silently for a long time. After nearly 10 minutes, he exhaled and shook his head. Slowly and heavily, he tossed the letter into the trash can. He slowly stood up and expressionlessly walked to the second floor. And in the trash can, Isengard Stanton's letter caught fire silently and quickly crumbled into black ashes. On Monday morning, Klein stood in front of the mirror, pressed the right thumb and middle finger to his temples, and rubbed them with a little more strength. When he was done, he turned on the faucet, lowered his body, splashed the cold tap water on his body, and washed his face while having a fit at the cold. After freshening himself up, he hung up the towel, walked to the first floor, and simply made a single-sided, well-done fried egg with buttered toast. Of course, a cup of black tea with a few slices of lemon quenched his thirst, and it reduced the cloy sensation he was feeling. After breakfast, he was idly flipping through the rest of the newspapers. Klein suddenly heard the tinkling of the doorbell. Who is it? A new commission? Could it be that the machinery hive man has already finished exploring the Amons family's tomb? No, it can't be that fast. Klein muttered as he put his napkin and newspapers and walked away slowly to the door. What is your opinion on the reader pathway? Not gonna lie. The reader pathway is the one Isengard Stanton is on, right? I don't think he remembers anything about reader. We talked about it in yesterday's stream, and I think that's the one Isengard Stanton is on, right? Well, I mean, all I know is that pathway is more dependent on using mystical items. And I kind of like that, but I feel like if you're too dependent on that, and you don't have any mystical items, then you would be at a disadvantage. But I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen enough yet, or I don't think I can recall enough to, like, give a full opinion yet. But Shepherd is badass, bro. That's my favorite one right now. That's my favorite pathway right now, Shepherd. Nothing has topped Shepherd. But as a Desire Pasta was kind of crazy. But those two right now are like my top two. And then whatever happens with Seer. When he held... And I lost my place. When he held the handle, the image of the visitor outside the door appeared in his mind. It was an elderly gentleman dressed to a T. His snow-white shirt was starched, and a thick grayish-blue vest completely hid his belly. The long tailcoat had sharp lines without any blemishes on it. The gentleman was wearing a pair of shiny leather shoes, so shiny that it was impossible to tell if he had walked through the rain outside. He wore a pair of white knitted gloves with silver hair at his temples. His face was deeply wrinkled, and his light brown eyes were so serious that they didn't contain a hint of smile. I don't know him, Klein mumbled and opened the door. May I know who you're looking for? He asked politely. Are they trying to recruit him again? The elderly gentleman took off his hat, pressed it to his chest, and saluted. Oh, is it Talim's dad? And saluted in the most standard manner. Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, I'm a butler who Oh, of the noble family. I'm a butler who has come to invite you in the place of my master. Do I know your esteemed master? Why is he looking for me? Klein was completely filled with questions. Okay, so we're gonna get invited to Talem's place. The true creator approves. But at this moment, he had already noticed a carriage parked across the cement road. It had a deep black outer shell, and there was a curtain on the inside of the window. It was obvious that it was nothing ordinary. There's luxury amidst being low-key. Klein looked closely and suddenly saw that there was a coat of arms in a conspicuous part of the carriage. The main body of the coat of arms was a vertical sword facing down, and the hilt of the sword had a red crown. That's the Sword of Judgment. It's the Sword of Judgment representing the royal Augustus family. Klein's heart palpitated as he roughly understood the butler's background. Perhaps he's a rather powerful beyonder. Klein made a guess. The professional and stern butler didn't pay attention to his scrutiny. He revealed a polite smile and said, "You have never met my master, but in a sense, you do know him. You have been providing him clues about the organization that is symbolized by the tarot cards, and he has paid for your money you need." As expected, it's the important figure that Talon mentioned. I've been using false information to fence for funds and even submitted the reimbursements to Old Kohler required by him. I can't refuse his invitation now, especially when Talon is dead. Klein pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Did your master come to me due to Talon's death?" Yes, Talon was his friend. He was sad and confused by his death, and he heard that you were there when it happens. The old butler articulated clearly. "No, I wasn't." Klein subconsciously wanted to deny it, but he ultimately could only nod. Yes, I scrolled down too much. Yes, I saw Talon die in front of me. It's really a sad and regretful thing, the butler said in a sincere tone. Are you willing to accept my master's invitation? Do I have any reasons to refuse? That would just make me look very suspicious. I might even be killed by you on the spot. Klein looked at him and said, "I happen to have nothing planned this morning." "All right then, Mr. Moriarty, please." The old butler bent down slightly and extended his right glove, his right white gloved hand, and pointed at the carriage opposite side of the cemetery road. "Sigh, I've been trying to avoid getting involved with important figures. In the end, I have no choice but to face the person behind Talon after his death. I wonder if this would attract attention or lead to more in-depth background checks. I have to plan ahead and be ready to give up my identity in this foothold at any times. Also, I need to get the human skin shadow characteristics and the deep-sea Nagas hair to advance to faceless as soon as possible. In that case, my ability to resist risks would be more than double." When Klein put on his coat and hat and walked to the carriage with the royal coat of arms, he had already thought of the subsequent developments. At this moment, the servant of the old butler brought with him opened the door for him. I butchered that whole sentence. Stepping on the thick brown carpet, Klein looked at the wooden cabinets containing red wine, white wine, champagnes, Lanty, and black rand. Along with the crystal glasses, Klein felt rather restricted as he sat by the window. Lanty referred to strong distilled spirits made from pure malt. There were many types, such as the sailor's favorite Lanty proof. The bottles displayed in the cabinets were obviously of high quality. As for black rand, they referred to the strong distilled wines mixed with other fermented grains, which, like Lanty, was something unique to Lowen. As the carriage drove through the wet streets, Klein asked in passing, "Are we going to Emperor's Borough?" "No, my master's waiting for you at the Red Rose Manor." Red Roses? Duke Negan was killed in the Garden of Red Roses. I'm seeing the symbolism here. On the outskirts of Emperor's Borough, the old butler didn't hide anything. "It looks like this is the royal family's manor." Klein thought for a moment, then he asked with a smile, "Can you tell me your master's identity now?" The old housekeeper's back, which was already straight, became even straighter as he raised his chin. "He is descendant of the founder and protector. He's the grandson of the might wielder, the 5th son of his majesty, Duke of Lastings. His Highness, a prince? Prince Augustus? His Highness, Prince Edisik? That is such a noble name. I cannot pronounce that. Prince, I'll just say Ed. Prince Ed Augustus. Who do we know that has the last name Augustus? The Badoon Lord is Badooning. We're going to go up the sequence today. So it's the 3rd prince, the 2nd young prince, but he should be around 21 to 22 years old. Klein recalled what he had seen in the occasional descriptions in the newspapers and magazines at the Quelling Club. The horse carriage passed around the streets one after another, going from the artificial lake to the northwest. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at an extremely large manor. At the entrance to the manor, Klein was inspected by 2 soldiers in red military uniforms and white trousers. He didn't hide the existence of his gun, holster, and revolver. He believed that there were definitely people around Prince Ed who could tell that he was carrying a gun, and that it easily made things worse if he fooled them with illusions. I knew that. I was trolling you guys. Prince Ed, I'm dying. Bro, Augustus. Yeah. I remember now. Prince Augustus. Prince Ed Augustus, the royal family member. Yeah. Well, boys, hey, man. The video will be up right away. The king that has the last name. Bet. The royal... The fuck? Talon was related to the royal family? Well, no. He was a friend. Not Ed. It's definitely not Ed Sheeran. It's... At the entrance to the manor, Clang was distracted by two soldiers, and I read this. In any case, the prince knows that I'm a private detective, so his subordinates definitely wouldn't send guests to the police station just because I was illegally in possession of a gun. Clang watched as the soldier took the gun, holster, and revolver before he was informed to take it when he came out. After 2 more inspections, Clang followed the oak butler, went around the main house, and came to a wide area. The reason I didn't remember Augustus, by the way, I haven't been updating my notes that frequently. I'm like at 270 right now, so and I haven't been glancing at it too much. So some names slipped. I apologize. We're gonna be on top of it though for volume 3. Mark my words. After 2 more inspections, Klein followed the oak butler, went around the main house, and came to a wide area with hills and flowing waters. The only drawback of this place was that the vegetation had long since withered, and in the dead of winter, leaving nothing but desolation. Tap, tap, tap. Several horses came running from the distance and stopped in front of them. A young man in white trousers, high-heeled black coats, a fitted shirt, and a dark rider's tunic nimbly dismounted and walked over. Everyone else followed closely by him. He removed his helmet from his head and smiled at Klein. "I'm finally meeting you, Detective Moriarty." Upon seeing this, Klein's eyes lit up. It wasn't because of how handsome he was, but because he looked like Henry Augustus. I imprinted on it's the dude on his 5-pound notes. He looked like Henry Augustus the first, imprinted on 5-pound notes. Ed Augustus also had a rotund face and a pair of slender eyes, but he didn't look serious at all. Instead, he always had a smile on his face, looking young and spirited. "I didn't know that you, Your Highness, were the one who entrusted me with the task." Klein bowed. He's the one that asked him for info? Oh, so I'm on top of it for volume 3. Bro remembers the money? He paused slightly. He's definitely lying. Klein, after seeing the prince, he looks like a 5-pound. He looks like money. No, that's right. So we're like 150 chapters behind our notes, but we will catch up. We're gonna lock in after we finish it. After we finish volume 2. Well, I mean off stream 2. I've been updating it. All right, let's continue. Let me find my place. Holding a horse whip in his hand, Ed weighed it in his palm and chuckled. "I heard that you planned an important role in the serial killer as the Tsar Apostle case." Talim's recommendation was indeed good. Sai, who knew that he would be gone days after I was horse racing with him, he has gone to the kingdoms of storm and lightning. Since the founding of the kingdom, the Augustus family had always believed in the Lord of Storms. Without waiting for Klein to answer, he said with a heavy expression, "The investigation into Talim's death didn't go through me, Mr. Moriarty. I want you to help me discover the truth. The conclusion given by the rest of the royal family, your 2 elder brothers, the sudden level of infighting isn't something I can handle. Also, Your Highness, your style is really direct." Klein sighed. "I'm sorry, but I still say that Talim died of a sudden heart disease. Is that so?" News came from the mandated publishers that a detective by the name of Shirley Moriarty had testified that Talim had signs of suffering from a curse. Prince Ed chuckled. Klein could only respond with a wry smile. "Your Highness, you should know the principles I adhere to. I still wish to live another 50 years. Wasn't Talim your friend?" Prince Ed asked. Klein was at a loss for an answer when a maid suddenly came from the main room, quickly approached the prince, and whispered a few words. Ed's face stiffened. "Tell her that she's not to go out?" After he finished speaking, he took 2 steps forward. His serious expression softened, and a hint of softness and helplessness appeared in his eyes. "But I will permit her to leave the room and walk around freely in the manor." Who? We're not even gonna talk about that. We're going right in. We're just going straight into the chapters today. 23 minutes. Oh, that was another short chapter. We've been reading for only 23 minutes. 23 53. I hope you guys are having a good day, by the way. Easy Geeky, you understand that some sort of infighting is happening? Oh, it's kind of how it is with all royalty, right? There's like, I assume like his elder brothers have like, they're fighting for claim, right? Like if like that's given. You understand that some sort of yeah, no, Klein mentioned there's infighting between him and his older brothers, or like just any of the royals, right? In the Augustus family. Okay. Politics, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's something you always see in like fiction. There has never been like two brothers that have claimed to the throne and then it ends peacefully. Prince is the luckiest and unhealthiest guy in LOTM world. Yeah, I guess he's kind of lucky. He's living the good life right now. All right, hold on. My nose is itchy. He is to believe a Lord of Swords. If he speaks of a she, then it's probably a mistress. Talim's case was taken by the royal family. Now, they took the case because they were friends. He said they were good friends, right? And that's why he wants to know. But no, they also claimed he was royalty. Oh, he's probably like the son of one of like the princes or king. Oh, he's probably like the son of like the king's mistress or whatever. Okay, let's keep reading. Let's see what happens. But the case wasn't taken by Prince. But the case wasn't. Oh, I thought it was. I thought he asked Klein to. Oh wait, Talim wasn't royalty. That's what's confusing me. I think I read a little too fast that I completely missed that part. I thought they claimed him to be of royalty. And then, but then Ed Augustus was a friend of him, and he just wanted to know, and that's why he's asking. Okay, hold up. Let me read this chapter. I assume it's gonna go over it again. Sorry. I'm streaming a lot earlier than usual. Wasn't he X novel? I don't know what that is. But let's keep reading. Chapter 439, as I'm updating this live, is called The Generous Prince. The scene before his eyes reminded Klein of the romance story which Talim Dumont had told him. Oh, Talim was talking about Prince Ed. Oh, like I have a friend and he's in love and I don't know what to do. Ah, his noble friend had fallen in love with a commoner woman and wasn't insistent on marrying her. However, being in a top circle of aristocracy, the marriage was absolutely prohibited. Talim had been vexed over this matter, and he was even considered the prospect of hiring a murderer. But in the end, damn, that's maybe because he tried to. Oh, the mistress is sus. But in the end, he managed to persuade the woman to leave his friend on her own accord. The prince's mistress is part of the demoness sect. She agreed and he coincidentally dies of a curse? Bruh, come on. Because the main character of this story be Ed Augustus, the situation is very consistent in all aspects. As a prince, marrying a commoner is practically treason in this era. Since the founding of Lowen, the spouse of a direct descendant of the Augustus family could only be a noblewoman. From what I've just heard, Edsec has brought the commoner woman back. Bro, I swear, man, if it's Trissy, I'ma freak out, bro. If she walks, oh my god, she's gonna walk out of the door and it's gonna be Trissy. Watch. And then Klein is gonna be like, I've seen her before. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Oh, it's gonna be so good. The situation is I can't read. Remember, she escaped to Backland and she's been gone since. The situation is very consistent in all aspects. As a prince, marrying a commoner is practically treason in this era. Since the founding of Lowen, the spouse of a direct descendant of the Augusta family can only be a noblewoman. She was definitely not. Trissy was definitely not a noblewoman. No, when she left. From what I've just heard, Ed has brought the commoner woman back, and he has even granted her as punishment true love. And he split second, the story of a tyrannical prince and a pitiful frail white flower took shape in Klein's mind. He looked into the distance and joined the midwinter scenery. That's not what it really looks like. When spring comes and the grass sprouts, you see a golf course of the highest quality. Prince Ed dismissed the maid, raised his whip, and pointed around. Golf? Klein asked simultaneously, knowing the answer to his question. Prince Ed motioned his guards and attendants away, leaving the old butler inclined to follow him by his side. He strolled on the desolate plains and chuckled and said, yes, golf, this is truly aristocrat sports that even the owners of the most magazines and newspapers have a hard time getting involved in. Although I don't like Rizzo, I have to admit that the fantasy-like ideas have given us a world with plenty of fun. If you can figure out the truth of Talem's death, this place will always be open to you. It was indeed Roselle. Klein let out a light breath. Bro, check your mistress, dude. Check the mistress. Check the mistress. Come on, man. Paul is cooking? Who's Paul? It was indeed Roselle. Klein let out a light breath. I thought you turned like Paul Atreides for a second. Seeing that he didn't respond, Prince Ed continued to lament. There's much to learn from Roselle in every way, but his attitude towards feeling makes me sick. Of course, this is common nature and style of most of Intis aristocrats, and it's also the source of their infatuation with luxury and debauchery in their lives. Looking ahead at the slow stream, Edison said in a manner tone that was beyond his ears, 99% of people are not generous like Roselle. In order to succeed and establish a great enterprise, one must first understand what they really want, and for that, they must be willing to pay the price of never turn back while persisting all the way. I read that wrong. As he said this, his tone became slow as he laughed at himself and said, before this year, they're talking about the new year a lot, man. I'm seeing a common date being mentioned. I had always thought that I liked the daughter of Earl Hall very much. She has perfect looks, an elegant demeanor, a rich fortune, a distinguished family, and a very powerful father. She's someone that no prince can find fault with, but now I understand that what I'm really attracted to is something that I yearn to have even in my dreams. It's a unique temperament and profound soul born from experience. I'm not saying that Miss Hall... Wait. Pause. Hold up. What? I completely... Are we talking about Audrey? Or like, are we talking about like Audrey's mom? No, Earl... I know Earl... I know Earl Hall is Audrey's dad. But I thought they were talking about the wife. Yeah, they're talking about Audrey? Let me continue. Oh, hold up. They're talking about her, right? Audrey. Although I don't like Roselle, I have to admit that the fantasy-like ideas he had given us a world with plenty of fun. If you can figure out the truth of Talem's death, this place will always be open to you. It was indeed Roselle. Klein let out a light breath. Seeing that he didn't respond, Prince Ed continued to lament. There's much to learn from Roselle in every way, but his attitude towards feeling makes me sick. Of course, it's a common nature and style. Most Intis aristocrats. I thought we had a POV change. Okay, never mind. My bad. I thought we had a POV. Okay. As he said this, his tone became slow and left himself and said, before this year, I have always thought that I liked the daughter of Earl Hall, Audrey, very much. She has perfect looks, an elegant demeanor, a rich fortune, a distinguished family, and a very powerful father. She's someone that no prince can find fault with, but now I understand that what I'm really attracted to is something that I yearn to have even in my dreams. It's a unique temperament and profound soul born from experience. Heh. That's so crazy. I can imagine she goes to Prince Ed and Klein is there and they run into each other. I don't know. We haven't met her yet. So I was like, wait, hold up. Like maybe they split. I'm not saying that Miss Hall is lacking in temperament, but that wasn't what I want, admire, or like. Your Highness, your tone, your attitude and expression are now almost identical to Talem just before he died. Oh no. Don't suddenly die in front of me and then Klein is set up at like they frame him, right? Even if I were to jump into the Tussock Sup River, there's no way for me to prove my innocence. Moreover, hearing much of this makes it easier for me to be silent. Do you want to tie me to your chariot? Klein felt a little afraid of some baffling reason. He cleared his throat and took the initiative to change the subject. Your Highness, with your status and identity, you will certainly not lack subordinates. There are not many people who are willing to investigate Talem's death for you. So why do you need me? Edisic shook his head and chuckled. As a prince, I have as much power as a little freedom and have. There are many things I can't let people around me do, and there are too many eyes on me. You're a great detective with brains, and you have a good relationship with Talem. You were there at this time, so I don't think there's anyone better suited for you. Don't worry, if there really is a problem, then I can definitely guarantee your safety. Such a promise is like toilet paper in the bathroom. Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. When Prince Ed already saying this much, he felt that there was a little chance of him leaving Red Rose Manor if he refused again. He could only say, actually, I'm as angry as you are about Talem's death, but reality has kept me calm. Ed smiled. What can I do for you? Talem's hair, either his flesh or blood, plus something he carried around with him. Klein made the request. Okay, then I'll have these delivered to your house. Ed agreed at once and then asked curiously, that's all. Let me turn the music down a bit. That's all. Klein didn't stand on ceremony. I will only know what kind of help I need when I have a preliminary need. Your Highness, it's best that you give me a way to communicate with you. A private detective who frequently visits the manor would definitely arouse suspicion. Ed nodded and asked as he was prepared. I have someone secretly rent the house next door to you, 13 Mink Street. When you need to make contact with me, write a letter to your neighbor about visiting and put it in the mailbox. As for the reward, you should know that I'm not a stingy person, even if it ends in failure. As long as you contribute and take the risk, you'll still receive the corresponding income. If you find out the truth, I'll give your reward sufficient for your retirement. This prince does things really swiftly and decisively. Retirement that would be at least 3,000 pounds. Client secretly signed. Alright, may the spirit of talent be at peace in the kingdom of the storm's lightning. He bowed. Ed nodded slightly and instructed his older butler, take Detective Moriarty out on the back to Mink Street. Why do you keep me from lunch? Are you treating your guests in a little too arrogant manner? Of course, it probably has to do with it being a long time before noon. Klein silently teased. He followed the old butler all the way out of the entrance of the manor and retrieved the gun holster and revolvers and the bullets. At 15 Mink Street, Klein stood at the oriel window and watched the carriage with the royal coats of arms drive away. Sherlock Moriarty might die at any moment if the investigation really goes deeper. Who knows, someone might be watching me right now. Not for now, since I haven't made any moves. Klein frowned and stood still. At this moment, he was extremely eager to advance to Faceless. I can't afford to wait for the machinery hive mind's expiration of Amon's family tomb. I have to continue trying to buy the human skin shadow characteristics via other channels. After all, no one knows how long the machinery hive mind's preparations will take. What if it exceeds a month or even half a year? That's not impossible. They can first send people to guard the entrance and slowly gather the corresponding information so as to be certain that nothing goes wrong. It's not a bad strategy, but that's not something that I can afford to wait for. As thoughts raced through Klein's mind, he made a decision. At 2:45 p.m., he brought his newspaper into the bathroom and actively prepared for this week's terror gathering. 3 o'clock sharp, a deep red illusory radiance rose as Audrey looked around in a good mood. Last night, she had finally received the Sequence 7 psychiatrist potion formula she had been dreaming of. Her emotions were filled with a mixed excitement, agitation, and serenity. Furthermore, the psychology alchemist hadn't immediately asked her to make any contributions, claiming that it was in advance. They had full confidence in Miss Audrey's outstanding ability to repay them. No new numbers. Audrey stood up and gazed at the very end of the long bronze table. She raised the corners of her skirt and bowed. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon. Her light and cheerful voice broke the unchanging silence above the fog, and it allowed Klein, who had been feeling a little depressed, to temporarily be rid of the troubles that the outside world had on him. He nodded slightly and responded to the members of the greetings. When she sat down, Audrey brought the other members into the view and created a dynamic scene with the previous observations. When bowing, Mr. Hangman silently sized up Mr. Fool with inconspicuous curiosity. Then he looked towards Mr. World in anticipation. In other words, with him having a deep relationship with the Church of Lord of Storms, he knows about the details of Duke Negan's assassination and is aware of the appearance of the hero bandit Dark Emperor. He has desired to investigate the hidden truth behind this matter. This appears to be an outcome regarding the werewolf beyond a characteristic which Mr. World had entrusted him to sell, and he has also probably found the human skin shadow characteristics of a deep-sea Naga's hair. The son's emotions are very stable and relaxed. This means that he believes the City of Silver surveillance on him has been lifted. What did he rely on to make this judgment? Has he been reallocated to the so-called exploratory teams? Forrest is a little depressed despite feeling... She's like, why did I spend all that money? Lord of the Bathrooms. Forrest is a little depressed despite feeling relaxed. She passed the Abraham family members test and has become his student, but she was forced to accept something that was disadvantageous to her. Mr. World is cold and deep as ever. Perhaps when I reach sequence 7 or 6, I'll be able to grasp his emotions, changes, and thoughts. I wonder if Audrey would be able to, like, deduce that the world is a puppet. I feel like she's gonna figure it out at one point, dude. Mr. World is a cold... Wait. Like a puppet? When... Not sequence 6. When Klein hits sequence 5, he's probably going to have better control over the world. Right? Because it'd be like controlling puppets in a way. We'll see. Mr. World is as cold and deep as ever. Perhaps when I reach sequence 7 or 6, I'll be able to grasp his emotions and changes of thoughts. While the Fool is still a mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable, a series of thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind. She looked at the figure shrouded in the gray fog and said, Honorable Mr. Fool, I have obtained 3 new pages of the results diary. It was a copy she had requested from the psychology alchemist. However, as she had only mentioned it last night, Escalante only had the time to give her 3 pages in such short notice. What kind of reward do you want? Client asked with a smile. Audrey replied sincerely, can you just treat it as a reward for answering my previous questions? As she said this, she had an inexplicable feeling of flaunting herself. Mr. Hangman and the rest of you still don't know the existence of the Twilight Hermit Order. Phew, how envious. I wonder what problem the mistresses seek guidance for in private. I'll write to the teacher when I get back, and I'll ask him if he has result diaries. No. To the outside world, notebook. Fours immediately had the desired motivation. Under the hangman's suspicious gaze, Klein nodded without any care. Sure. Audrey quickly produced 3 pages of the 20 diary entries and passed them on to Mr. Fool. Klein took them and read them. On the first page, I wrote, 13th of January, contact with Mr. Door stabilized. So he stabilized a connection with Mr. Door? Right, okay, hold up. Let's update this. Okay, that's pretty good. Let me do my timestamp. And let me quickly finish my sandwich, and let's keep reading. What the fuck? 37 minutes. And we're on the 4th chapter. Damn, these chapters are a little bit shorter, huh? Or, yeah, I feel like we're going through these chapters a little bit quicker. Usually it takes like 15 minutes. Look at that. Hold up, let me quickly speed eat the sandwich. How's your guys' day? By the way, man, did you guys fucking see that, the Predator trailer? Holy fucking shit, it looks so good. What in the Fallout is playing? Liza P. We're getting lore? Alright, let me fuel up. Chapters aren't shorter, you're just more locked in. But maybe they are shorter. I think oh, my mistakes. Liza P. You are motivated by anime movies? I know. Hey, look. He's gonna pass this in Volume 3, man. We have lost the battle, but not the war. So before that happens, we need to finish Volume 2 before him. Because, dude, we're like 100 chapters ahead. We were like 250 a while ago. Claire Obscura expect. Look, dude, I want to play it, man. It looks so good. That game looks so freaking good. The music sounds amazing too. Bear with me. I'm feeling up. I'm feeling up. Should I mute my mic? Reading Mule? I think I have it saved because you guys were talking about it. Yeah, but you read like 300 chapters in like 5 months while he read 305 weeks. Hold up. You guys gotta walk that back though. Don't forget, I didn't read for like a whole month while I was planning my trip for Japan. And then in December, I was sick for 2 weeks. And then in January, I was sick for like another 2 weeks. I was like really bad. I got pretty sick at the beginning of this year and the end of last year. So in actuality, I lost like 2 months worth of reading since we started. So we've been reading for like 6 months. But yeah, we lost like 2 months of progress. Yeah, no, he's reading quick. I know. May the PB and J today become the chapters of tomorrow. I don't like PBs and J's. I just put peanut butter. I literally have 3 sandwiches and then I microwave this bad boy. Easy still has a record for most chapters in 14 hours. That is true. Mama's done. This is gonna fuel me for like the next 4 or 5 hours. So this is a necessary investment for the stream. And then my head chew. Almost done. Do you think you will win the race? Hey, man. What was the saying that we talked about yesterday? The turtle wins the race eventually at the end, you know? I don't have PG2. It was very American sounding. It was good. Then you had some Nutella in it. Or Nutella sandwich. Crepes. Ooh. Dude, when I was in Europe like 2 years ago, I had crepes every single morning. And at night. It was so good. I saw the Kakiguri casting. It's wild. We reaching 460? We'll see how far we get. We'll see how far we get. I'm finish my milk, and we'll continue. Never in my life that I think there'd be 40 of you guys here seeing me eat a peanut butter sandwich. But we're done. We're done. But we're good. We're good. All right, now we can continue reading. That was kind of funny. The realization you guys were just watching me eat. Oh, that's funny. Oh, flashbang. There's 180 minutes equals 11 minutes. What? He grabbed a peanut butter sandwich and ate it? We're good. Peanut butter and chocolate spread? I don't think I've ever had that. This sounds good, though. And Japan, I had those, like, chocolate fishes. It was, like, hot chocolate melted in, like, a fish crepe. You're all making me crave chocolate spread. I'm about to go get some Nutella right now, man. We're gonna take like a quick 20-minute break. Sandwich munching, Peak Cinema. All right, we're done. Speaking. Okay, before I don't want to get too distracted. Speaking of Peak Cinema, Ari watched Sinners. Fucking goated movie, dude. Not only that, I still want to watch it in IMAX. I don't know how fucking far I have to drive to find like an IMAX theater, but I need to see it in IMAX, man, for the third time. That way I watch the movie 3 times and I'm done. And then I wait for the 4K. Such a fucking good movie. All right, let's continue. After finishing my sandwich, chapter 440 is called Angel Family. We've had the Devil Family this arc. Mr. Door is part of the Angel Family. Just as Klein picked up the diary, Audrey added, Mr. Full, I still have 10 diary pages. Damn, that is a lot. Which will be given to you later. It is it for payment of your previous blessings. She repeated her private... Damn, I got peanut butter in my mouth. It's so weird. Easy is a crazy film buff. I love movies, man. Oh, before we continue, dude, look at my collection, dude. Look at that. Look at that. I love movies. I love watching film. Oh my god, I love anything Nolan makes, bro. It's so good. I think Interstellar might be like one of my favorite movies of all time. I've at least watched it once a month, man. This whole year. I watched Inglourious Basterds. Such a fucking good movie. It was great. He did nothing wrong, though. He just... No. What do you mean he did nothing wrong? Inglourious Basterds is such a crazy movie, dude. Or even Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, like his most recent... the most recent Tarantino flick. I only love horror movies. Watch Sinners. All right, let's keep reading. Let's reread here before I get too distracted. Which, by the way, I love talking to you guys. I could literally talk about film all day, but I think let's finish volume 2 first. Ooh, I haven't watched that one. Chapter 440, Angel Family. Just timestamp. Yes. Just as Klein picked up the diary, Audrey added, Mr. Full, I still have 10 pages of the diary pages, which will be given to you later. It is for the payment for your previous blessings. She repeated her private promise so as not to let Mr. Full think that she had forgotten about it, and the reason why she had provided payment for the information regarding the Twilight Hermit order was to first settle the debt, which was having the intention to show off a little. The payment for blessings. Forrest ruminated over these words and suddenly realized an important oversight of her part. On the matter regarding the Abraham family, Mr. Fool has sent his angel to help me interfere with the divination. I should be paid an appropriate amount. Oh no, I didn't realize this at all. I thought, like all rituals, that it was the end to it once it was completed. For a moment, Force fell into a panic. During ordinary ritualistic magic, if one prayed for help from a deity or a corresponding existence, they would perform a sacrifice in advance, burning essential oils, extracts, and herbal essence that pleased the target that was equivalent to making an advance payment. But in the rituals corresponding to the fool, there were many steps that could be omitted and the price could only be paid afterwards. Sometimes there wasn't even a need to offer anything. Forrest was accustomed to the former, ended up only saying a word of thanks. She hurriedly looked towards the end of the long bronze table and earnestly said, Honorable Mr. Fool, your divination interference has helped me greatly. I will try to find 10 Roselle diary pages as soon as possible as well. Sending the performance of Miss Justice and Miss Magician, it dawned on Derek Burke that he had found a way to fully express his gratitude. However, the City of Silver doesn't have the diary pages of the so-called Emperor Roselle. Well, Mr. Fool is very interested in history, so I have to read more books and record of these. With a thought, Derek made a promise to Mr. Fool, who sat high above them. The hangman watched all this from the side and had no doubt that the fool had an angel at his service. And any organization should have a character like Miss Justice. The power of a role model is limitless. With a lot of debts to collect appearing out of thin air, Klein happily sighed inwardly, as the high and mighty Mr. Fool had always found it awkward to directly ask for compensation, and he had always believed the helping of the members of his own organization was a normal and reasonable thing to do, without the need for him to make it so reliant on transactions. Thus, he didn't control the world to put on the appropriate performance to remind everyone. Of course, if Justice and the others were willing to provide payment, then Klein had no intention of refusing it. Alright, he smiled and nodded before shifting his gaze back to the diary in his hands. 13th of January, contact Mr. Dorr stabilized. The power of Beyonders who'd lost in the darkness and trapped in the storm didn't rush to complete a complicated and difficult ritual as he had helped them return to their... Whoa, wait, Roselle's entry. Hold up. I had tunnel vision for a sec. January 13th, contact with Mr. Dorr stabilized. The powerful Beyonder who's lost in the darkness and trapped in the storm didn't rush me to complete a complicated and difficult ritual so as to help him return to the real world. That doesn't sound good. He seems to have understood that he has come up with something that would move me instead of giving me 3 intangible wishes in order for me to consider whether I should take the hidden risks of saving him. Mr. Dorr temporarily didn't mention this matter and instead with great interest chatted about my tarot card creation. Heh. The word creation should be written with quotation marks. From this point on, it appears that Mr. Dorr is able to make contact with the real world at particular times and through particular methods, and he could be able to observe a lot of details. While talking about the moon card, I thought of a matter Zaratul mentioned. He said that the life school of thought worships the moon, but not the Evernight goddess. Yes, I added the second half myself. Hence, I asked the 4th epoch expert, Mr. Dorr, about this question. He chuckled and similarly didn't give a direct answer. However, compared to the furtive seer who speaks half-truths, making me want to beat him up, he's a lot more frank. He told me that if he were to choose a card from the tarot cards to represent the Evernight goddess, he wouldn't choose the moon, but He told me that if he were to choose a card from the tarot cards to represent the Evernight goddess, he would choose the moon, but the star. That makes things very interesting, I pressed. Who is the real owner of the moon? There's something up with the moon. Make his own mind up. Let him see it himself. Well, I don't know what we're talking about. Okay. We'll go over that right now. He said with a laugh, and the moon currently has no... His reply was even... What? The star. That makes things very interesting. I pressed. Who is the real owner of the moon? His reply was even more worthy to relish. He said with a laugh that the moon currently has no owner? If I didn't misunderstand him, then he means the peak of the moon's pathway is empty. Oh, the sequence 0 is empty. Okay. That's not right. Isn't there a primordial moon? I thought there was a primordial moon, and then Evernight goddess took that new place and became the new sequence 0. So I think I'm wrong with that assumption. That's not right. Isn't there a primordial moon? Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly had this thought. He had already anticipated that the moon card didn't represent the goddess. Whether it was the faith of the life school of thought, the attitude of vampires, or the records in the Book of Secrets, they all vaguely pointed out that Evernight wasn't a moon. In contrast, vampire ancestor Lilith and the primordial moon resembled the sequence 0 of this pathway in more ways. According to the City of Silver's history lessons, Lilith have most likely fallen in the Dark Epoch, the second epoch. However, the primordial moon was an existence that people still believed in and sent responses to even to this day. Of course, those who prayed to her wouldn't end up well. Why did Mr. Doe say that the moon had no owner at that moment? As seen from the Book of the Secrets of the Primordial Moon still existed during the 4th epoch, Klein almost frowned. Soon, he came up with 3 guesses. First, Mr. Dorr didn't show enough about the hidden primordial moon, but that was a very low possibility. Second, that the primordial moon was actually the disguise of another deity, not the essentially occupying the position of the moon's sequence 0 pathway. Third, that she was a sequence 1 of the moon's pathway, or was in disguise and had the corresponding sealed artifact. And one more possibility, Evernight is not the moon. So is not, right? So this whole thing has been a lie. Damn. The foreshadowing is very important. Keep that in mind. Okay, I'm gonna read this slower. I'm gonna go back like a paragraph. I'm gonna read it slow because you guys are telling me to be very careful. In contrast, vampire answer Lilith and the primordial moon resembled sequence 0 of this pathway in more ways. Yeah, I shouldn't read this too quickly. Let me slow down a bit. According to the City of Silver's history lessons, Lilith has most likely fallen in the Dark Epoch. This is a really long diary entry, by the way. the second epoch. However, the primordial moon was an existence that people still believed in and sent responses to even this day. Of course, those who prayed to her wouldn't end up well. Why didn't Mr. Dorr say that the moon had no owner at the moment? As seen for the Book of Secrets, that primordial moon still existed during the fourth epoch. Klein almost frowned. Soon he came up with 3 guesses. First, Mr. Dorr didn't know enough about the hidden primordial moon, but that was a very low probability. Second, that the primordial moon was actually the disguise of another deity. The primordial moon was actually the disguise of another deity. So, Wolf of Flagera was being disguised as another deity. That's what I'm guessing. Hold up. Not essentially occupying the positions of the moon's sequence 0 pathway. Third, that she was a sequence 1 of the moon's pathway, or was in disguise and had the corresponding sealed artifact. And one more possibility is it's the response from the moon's pathway. Uniqueness? Klein muttered silently. I'm getting a little overwhelmed. What? Why Flagera? Because we know the moon was the wolf was howling to the moon, right? I don't know. I don't know if I'm sensing a. Where did you get that? I'm thinking there might be a connection. I might be wrong. Hold up. I don't know. The most important beyond ingredients is the sequence 0 potion form described by Dark Emperor card. Wasn't all of sequence. What? The most important beyond ingredients in the sequence 0 potion formula described by Dark Emperor card wasn't all of the sequence 1 beyond characteristics, but something called uniqueness. Different pathways had different uniqueness. A true god was unique. Other than the first guess, the other possibilities aren't small. What is the beyond pathway of the moon? Klein turned to the... Maybe Seer? Klein turned to the second page of the diary and was lucky enough to discover that it was connected to the previous page. I continued pressing, but Mr. Bohr refused to say anymore. He thinks that I'll rescue him by whetting my appetite. Dream on. I hid my curiosity and scoffed at Mr. Dorr from not being respectful enough to true gods. He carefully, yes, casually replied to me. This is the attitude of the fourth epoch noble has to deities. This guy is too good at acting. However, I really am interested in the nobility of the fourth epoch, so I took the opportunity to ask. Mr. Dorr told me that in the Tudor dynasty, there were 5 noble families: Abraham, Antigonus, Ammon, Tamara, and Jacob. Yes, we know that. Each family was known as we did not know this. Each family was known as an angel family, and they possessed tremendous, terrifying strength. So, they had beyonders on the scale of angels. I don't know. I don't know how. Klein says he's like, he has like a certain characteristic about him that is drawn to seer mystical items. One would maybe coincidentally say it's a uniqueness of him, right? After we're learning about uniquenesses and whatnot, maybe this is tying back to the red moon. I don't know. It's like this series is so like mysterious, bro. Like this dude sets up so much not random. That's a bad word. He sets up so much, and like it's like I can't even anticipate it. This guy is too good at acting. However, really am interested in the nobility of the fourth epoch, so I took the opportunity to ask. Mr. Dorr told me that, I read this, angel family, just the name itself, raised many problems. It really makes one yearn for it. Mr. Dorr said that the number of angel families in the fourth epoch exceeded the 5. There were the Zaratul and the Zoroast family, which had always been loyal to the Solomon Empire, the Augustus, Sauron, Cetisia of the Turnacist dynasty, and the Furtive and... Oh my god, this is overwhelming. It's getting overwhelming again. And the Furtive and Dario and Berea families, as... Oh my god, there's more. As well as the Demoness family, which stemmed from the true gods, which was one step from the angel family. So all these were like... So all of these were angel families of royalty. And then some of them went mad, and that's why now they're not part, that's why they're technically not royalty anymore. Maybe. So the last winter of the fourth epoch was a Turnset dynasty. I'm gonna just be quiet. I need to keep reading this. So the last winter of the fourth epoch was a Turnset dynasty, but where did the royal family go? The 4 angel families, 4? That was 5. The 4 angel families, Augustus, Sauron, and the others divided up the northern continent. Just as Mr. Dorr said the previous time, the strongest powerhouses in the 4th epoch far exceeds my imagination. However, most of them have been buried in the ashes of history. Even the Sauron family has waned, destroyed by me in another one of the 2 millennia. Perhaps the Augustus family might no longer exist. Only the true gods appear capable of forever illuminating the real world. Although some deities perished in the 4th epoch, they should only be shown in the number. This makes me think of something. Something was purely written in a web novel, which I memorized. It can be used here with some changes. Ashes await those who fail to become true gods. Ashes await those who fail to become true gods. No, Augustus is right now. Like I know we just met an Augustus member. After the communication period ended, Mr. Dorr disconnected. I have actually, did you write down the stuff about the uniqueness? No, I have not written. My notes are as far back as 270 as of right now. And then we have the Lord Discord channel that we haven't go through, by the way. I'm sorry, Romero, but I apologize. We haven't gone through it yet. After the communication period ended, Mr. Dorr disconnected. He's like a prisoner who released on parole for a fixed period of time, and he does know a lot. When he mentioned the Zartul family, there was a faint contempt in his tone. Perhaps I need to maintain my relationship with Mr. Dorr. Apart from the Church of God Esteems, Zartul, and the secret ancient god organization, I should leave another outlet. Unlike the saying, a willy hair has far more than 3 holes. When Emperor Rizal was struggling in the end, he was only thinking about the organization that's suspected to be the Twilight Hermit Order. He didn't mention Mr. Dorr at all. Something apparently happened in between. So the ancestor of the Lowen family and the Augustus family was actually so rich and powerful to be an angel family. However, why did the royal family of the Turnsid dynasty, to which they were loyal to, disappear just like that? Klein suddenly thought of a few things and had the desire to clear away the fog that shrouded the history of the 4th epoch and see its true appearance grow. This was also the greatest hobby of his body's original owner. Perhaps the underground relic with 2 side-by-side seats and a terrifying evil spirit will help me answer a lot of questions. Klein lowered his gaze and flipped to the 3rd page. Just copy and paste this whole chapter. Just copy and paste this whole chapter. Dude, we gotta copy and paste and then like abbreviate it. Literally useless channel. Which one? Did you write down the stuff about the uniqueness? For real useless? Romero, did you miss my messages? He was talking about uniqueness. Dude, there's so much happening, man. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Dude, there's so much. Fuck, dude, there's... Oh my god, I am a little overstimulated right now. There is a lot happening right here. This was also a great hobby of his body's original owner. Perhaps the underground relic with 2 side-by-side seats. Oh, the original catacombs. Perhaps the underground relic with 2 side-by-side seats and a terrifying evil spirit will help me answer a lot of questions. You know, we're probably gonna get a lot of questions when he goes through the last bloodstained door. Like, he hasn't gone through that. So I'm assuming we're going to get some crazy revelation after we get rid of that evil spirit. And then we go in through that last door he wasn't able to go through. Klein lowered his gaze and flipped through the 3rd page. That was only page 2, bro. June 2nd, Bernadette massaged my back. It's good to have a daughter. She knows to care for her old father. And although I can see that what she wanted at a glance, at least she's willing to put on an act. Besides, she did a good job. I asked her which beyond her pathway she wanted. She said she was undecided, but she likes the maxim of do as you wish, but do not harm. June 3rd, I saw Florin again. He's very different from before, as though he's a different person. No, he still had his original memories and some of his distinctive characteristics, which is enough to prove that he's him. What exactly happened to him to experience such a huge change? Perhaps a metaphor could be used to describe it more precisely. Some monsters are physical sutures, while he is a monster of mental sutures. June 5th, I obtained an ancient book. It's actually mentions the primordial demoness name. Name drop? So this is... Okay, hold up. We're gonna get the primordial demoness name. So don't forget, Death, allegedly Azik, or Azik's descendant, or Azik's ancestor teamed up with this character. Let's find out. I obtained an ancient book. It actually mentions the primordial demoness name, not one of an honorific name. Her name is Cheek, but that's a man name. Is this ancient book fake? Her name is Cheek, but that's a man's name. Well, I mean, if the demoness was a man originally and then drank the witch potion, that checks out, right? Cheek, like Trissy, Cheek, Cheeky, but that's a man's name. Is this an ancient book fake? Oh man, I'm confused. Like, I'm not gonna read that. So much happened, dude. It's so confusing. You know what would be wild? I was having this thought before I turned stream. Yesterday, we were talking about the Hermit Order and how they have to do something with time. We know Rosal is currently with this... Oh, not currently. Back then, he was with this organization. Poor Rosal. Look, I'm gonna say this, man. Towards the end of the series, there's going to be a freaking diary entry where Rosal is knowingly writing to Klein. He's gonna be like, Klein, this is for you. Like, you need to know what's going to happen when you reach like sequence 0 or whatever. Like, there's going to be a diary entry where Rosal is specifically writing to Klein. Not just Klein. Like, he knows he's Zoe Menguri, right? Like, there's going to be a like, you don't join this crazy Illuminati organization called the Hermit Order of Time or whatever, and they're doing all this stuff, and he can't deduce that there will eventually be another transmigrator, and he knows it's Klein. There's so much happened, bro. That was such a big, massive lore dump. I'm not saying it went over my head, but I definitely did not digest all of that. I would honestly need to reread that whole chapter off stream. There was so much information in that chapter, dude. Holy shit. But it was so good. What he said, I don't know what I said, but let me quickly update this. What he said? Well, okay. You did misunderstand a few important points. Okay, wait. You did understand a few important points when you read them. You need more haste and less speed, as the saying goes. Read carefully, no rush. You read past a few chapters quick, so you have time. Yeah, that's true. Romero, don't be cooking or burning. Head chef doesn't leave the kitchen for a minute. Too much implications in there. Yeah, I did. That is my fault. I did read quickly. I think I'm getting a little too excited knowing that the end of volume 2 is approaching, and I'm trying to read quick. Because in my mind, I'm trying to say, like, maybe I can finish it by Sunday, by the end of the week. Yeah, so that is... I do apologize for that. I have been trying to read quicker, and, like, I am missing crucial information. So, yeah, that is on me. Yeah, I am aware of that. It's a bad habit of mine. But let's do the next chapter. Yeah, let's do the next chapter. Let me see. I'm going to do my timestamp. Hold up. Before I forget. 56 minutes. 49 seconds. I might get a second cup of coffee right now. Trying to get ahead of Wiz. Delete your... What did you get from this chapter? Dude. Please do not be mad if I didn't get anything. All we know is... Evernight Goddess, or the Primordial Moon, it's like a farce. Hello, I just want to say I want to start Elderton because of you currently watching your older videos. I'm at chapter 9. Oh, no way, big man. That's so cool, dude. Yo, that's the fact that I was able to get you into it. That's amazing, dude. That's so cool. Currently chapter 9. Bro, it's such a good series. It's kind of wild, though. It's kind of complicated. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to Bro, why do so many people drop into random Elderton streams while they're only... I mean, they're probably... Since they probably... I was the same. Since they probably just started it, they're checking out something recently, right? Welcome, big man, but please leave there big spoilers. Praise the full Wiz. You're officially a missionary. he is a missionary. Wait, did he join stream right now? I didn't see. No, right? Okay, let's keep reading. Oh, man. So we know... The whole thing with Evernight Goddess... I don't know, man. I feel like, you know, what was it? When we were in the underground catacombs, there was a statue that, like, depicted the Evernight Goddess, right? She had a scythe, and then she had like a black gown or like this and that, and that was supposed to represent the moon, but like it's not. So I feel like they're trying to replace the idea of a moon deity for whatever ultimatum. Like probably like the true entity or like the true thing that represents the moon is a lot sinister than we probably can even fathom right now. So that's why it's like, for example, the Evernight goddess is the moon, right? Because the church would probably rather have them pray to her than whatever's the true entity that embodies the red moon. I don't know, man. There's a lot. There's so much to take away from that chapter. Cook, and then, you know what? I'm not even recording. I think I've mentioned that in the past. Or I just thought about that to myself. Author's Preview is so good novel, big man. I want to read that one, man. There's just so much to read. Like, literally, there is so much to read, and there is not enough time. Maybe she has a sequence one or uniqueness of the moon. And the whole and the whole thing of uniqueness is kind of confusing me. Can you guys help me break down what that actually means, or should I just keep reading and then eventually gets brought up again? Bro, it's finally cooking something. Bro, I've been cooking since volume 1, dude. No, I'm kidding. It's like, it's weird. Can you guys, wait, hold up, before I continue, can you guys just read for now? Okay, I was gonna say, like, if you can explain the whole uniqueness thing, because I feel like Klein has to have, you will get it over time? Okay. So I'll get you'll find out it's alright. Okay, so I'll eventually understand the whole uniqueness part of this whole series now. Well, all I'm gonna say is this. Klein definitely has a uniqueness to himself with that gray fog. Like, for whatever reason, Roselle transmigrated just like him, but he never got access to the gray fog. So by default, he has to have an even greater uniqueness that nobody, like, understands yet. Just think of it as the main ingredient of a sequence 0 potion. Okay. It's the main ingredient of a sequence 0 potion. Okay, so not only is there, like, a physical material you need, but you need to have, like, an actual uniqueness characteristic about yourself. Oh, okay. We'll keep reading. Eventually, it will make sense. Eventually, it will make sense. Eventually, it will make sense. Let me edit my timestamp. 57, 33. Also, man, that's so cool that Big Man started it. I go back and I cringe my old reactions. I read like this. I read so robotic. I was like so out of it too. Bad lighting, bad mic. See you when you catch up, Big Man. Hell yeah, dude. Try not to overthink it. It gets very complicated. I'm scared to see how fucking complicated it gets. Chapter 441 is called Channels Increase. Cheek was the primordial demoness, also man in the past. Klein almost raised his hand to his chin. He had once guessed that it was because of the existence of the evil gods, the primordial demoness, that led to the assassin pathway having members of the opposite sex turn into a female after sequence 7. Who knew that Roselle's diary would indicate that the primordial demoness might have been a male in the beginning as well? This depicted two problems. First, the primordial demoness wasn't a naturally born deity, and they had only relied on potions to reach sequence 0. I thought that was a common way, like it's been established. Second, the purely feminine changes in this pathway were inherent in its beyond her characteristics. Roselle had once speculated about the truth behind the law beyond her characteristics conservation. He suspected that all beyond her characteristics originate from the original creator, so there's no increase and that the total amount is conserved. Assuming that this is true, this means that the creator who created everything is all-inclusive masculinity, femininity, and gender-neutral all-in-one. And the demoness pathway is a representation of the pure femininity. And I feel like the war one would be the pure representation of pure masculinity. Of course, that ancient book might actually be fake. There's a lot of information Roselle's diary entries too. With thoughts flashing through his mind, Klein let the diary disappear in his hand. You can begin. He smiled and said to Justice, the son, and the others, Alger, look towards the world immediately. Your werewolf characteristic has been sold, and our artisan paid 1,200 pounds for it. According to our agreement, I will receive 200 pounds. Also, I found clues to the hair deep sea nugget, 100 pounds a strand, and you want 5 of them in total. If you're fine with this deal, then I will complete it as soon as possible. Klein had promised a higher share of the werewolf beyond her characteristics because he knew that the hangman had spent more effort to take on the risk that far exceeded what vampire Emlyn White had spent. At this point, he thought for a moment and controlled the world to reply. No problem. Give me the 5 strands of deep... By the way, thank you guys. There's still 4 of you guys here. Thank you. No problem. Give me the 5 strands of the deep sea naga strands and 500 pounds in cash as soon as possible. Now, only the human skin shadow characteristics remained, and the amount of money I have increased to 1,235 pounds, which isn't enough. If I don't want to wait for the machinery hive mind's expiration of the Amon family mausoleum, I'd have to wait to receive another 500 to 1,000 pounds before I can buy it immediately when I see it. Klein subconsciously wondered what other items or knowledge he could use in exchange for money. Of course, this was on the premise that the target of these transactions was able to pay remuneration in cash. Hearing this, Audrey raised her hand very slightly, and without hiding anything, he said, I'd like to purchase 3 ingredients. Klein has this. He's going to have these ingredients. I'd like to purchase 3 ingredients, a pair of eyes from the mirrored dragon, 50 milliliters of its blood, as well as the fruit of the tree of elders. Never mind, we don't got these. Miss Justice has gotten the formula for the psychiatrist portion. Klein made this judgment in an instant, and the hangman came to a similar conclusion. Thank you for following, dude. Thank you. I will write to my teacher and ask him if he has one of these ingredients. Forrest thought for a moment. Derek nodded and said, I'll also take a note. Corrode mirror dragons aren't rare at the same time as the Tree of Elders. In the City of Silver, there's also the Beyonder characteristics left behind by psyche analysts. However, it's hard to make transactions for them, and it's easy to be suspected. I'm going to learn them a bit more. Psychoanalysis was the ancient name of psychiatrists. When their conservations reached Klein's ears, he immediately manipulated the world and made the dummy hoarsely and gloomy say, I'll ask around in my circle. Alright, continue helping me find the human skin shadow characteristic. Alright. Audrey confidently turned her head to face the person opposite her. Mr. Hangman, I'll also look out for the wind-blessed potion formula you need. She has already joined the Psychology Alchemist and had a secret organization backing her. With them, many ingredients were no longer in short supply. She could obtain them as long as she paid the necessary price. Forrest repeated, I'll write to my teacher and ask. Upon seeing this development, Klein felt rather gratified. After a long period of hard work, the Terra Club had finally developed 2 major channels, the Psychology Alchemist and the Abraham family. Many things would become simple. The word chuckled and said, your answers fill me with hope, but you must also take care to protect yourself and protect it in a way that would avoid arousing suspicion as much as possible. Mr. World, you rarely talk so much. Audrey smiled in reply. I got a little too pleased and momentarily forgot the world's original character profile. Klein immediately reminded the situation and made the world chuckle and say, all of you have become sufficiently valuable. I hope that this kind of transaction can last a very, very long time. That's why I'm reminding you. Thank you, Audrey gracefully expressed her attitude. At that moment, Derek hesitated and said, I'll give it a try as well. I've recently completed several patrol missions, but there's nothing out of the ordinary. Very good, Klein said to himself, making the world shut his mouth. After a brief moment of silence, Alger looked thoughtfully at Miss Justice. I would like to know the details of the assassination of Duke Negan. What kind of reward do you need? Why ask me? As someone close to the Church of Lord Storm, shouldn't you already know the full details of this case? Audrey was surprised for a moment, but she understood the meaning of Mr. Hangman's words. He wants to ask about the organization or forces that instigated the Desire Apostle, but he doesn't think it's right to ask. The fool directly thinking that it would be too sudden and invasive, so he took a roundabout way of asking me to open the topic gently, shifting the focus to the things he wants to know. He knows that I'm a noble lady and that I should pay attention to the assassination of Duke Negan, so he's not worried that I won't answer him. Mr. Hangman is really experienced, Audrey said, with the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. No, there's no need for compensation. Isn't it the purpose of the Terra Club to freely exchange common knowledge amongst each other regarding their respective regions? Only by doing so can our Terra Club expand at a rapid pace. She thought to herself quietly, possessively, your words shame me. Oliver was stunned for a moment before he pressed his hands to his chest and leaned forward a little. Klein, who was shrouded in the thick gray fog, inwardly laughed dryly. Audrey lightly pursed her lips, weighed her words, and said the Desire Apostle used a unique situation to complete the assassination of Duke Negan. By using his ability to trigger intense emotions and desires at the cost of serious injuries, he successfully broke out of the encirclement, entering the sewers. When the Nighthawks caught up to him... That fight didn't happen. I'm still bummed out about that. When the Nighthawks caught up to him, he was already dead. The hero bandit Dark Emperor was present. This gentleman didn't do it to silence him, but to target the organization that entrusted the assassination contract to the Desire Apostle. Which organization? Just as the hangman was wondering to himself in puzzlement, the fool who was sitting at the end of the table silently praised Miss Justice and looked at her. He then gave her a reminder in passing, in the outside world, do not mention the name of the organization or write it down. Why? Audrey blurted out in astonishment. Klein leaned back in his chair and replied in a gentle voice, any mention of it will be known. Any mention of it will be known. Audrey subconsciously looked at Mr. Fool, only to feel that he seemed to be empathizing something with his eyes hidden in the fog. Mr. Fool was implying that if it's not in his kingdom or through talking to him, mentioning it, or writing down the name of the Twilight Hermit Order would allow it to sense it via some means or item. That should be what he means. What an extremely secretive and high-level organization. To a certain extent, it's even more terrifying than the Church of the Seven Deities. And Mr. Fool, our Tarot Club is looking for them. Audrey instantly felt like she understood a lot of things. She straightened her back and said, "As you command." Any mention of it will be known. A secret organization whose name can't be even mentioned. A powerful organization that I don't know of at all. Is this faction behind the Desire Apostle? Mr. Fool had sent his adorer to search for him. This high-level situation in the world really is more complicated than I thought. There are even more secrets that I have no way of knowing. Olger slightly nodded in his head, feeling both shocked and agitated at the same time. At this moment, he had the urge to pay Mr. Fool for the name of the organization. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no need for that. Although understanding the situation involves the high-level entities would help him perfect his plans for the future and play an important role in certain situations, he was currently at the bottom of the mid-sequence levels, had no way of making contact with matters related to the mysterious organizations. What he needed the most right now was a formula and ingredients for Windbless, so he had saved up enough wealth for them. After succeeding in my advancement, I could seek an opportunity to consult Mr. Fool. Augur made a note of this. Boris was confused by what she heard. Things like the Desire Apostle and the organization. My music is a little loud. Chat, where are we at? 441. Yeah. Don't worry, it's updated on the bottom right. I sometimes forget to update it, but we're updated. There are indeed many secrets behind the assassination of Duke Negan. It's a pity the organization's name cannot be written. Otherwise, I can use it as a villain of a future novel. Freaking Force. She wants to write a book on it. I still owe 10 diary pages and haven't... I skipped a line. There are indeed many secrets behind the assassination of Duke. It's a pity the organization's name cannot be written down. Otherwise, I can use it as the villain of a future novel. It will definitely be a classic. I still owe... She's plagiarizing! Just like Roselle. I still owe 10 diary pages and haven't bought the Spirit Eater stomach pouch. There's no need to spend the money in order to understand such high-end matters for the time being. While the secrecy and knowledge of the circulating in the Terror Club are 10 times greater than Mr. A's gathering, or more, Force restrained her curiosity as a writer. As for Derek, he didn't know who Duke Negan was, so he didn't care who was behind the assassination. He sat silently and was reserved, as though he were in this class. When the matter regarding the Twilight Hermit Order was over, Forrest looked around and probingly asked, "Lady and gentlemen, do you have a way to solve the problem of accumulating too many bionic characteristics of the same level?" Dang, we finished the chapter. You guys ready? 442. Hold up. 442. He was mentioned a long time ago. A Rhodes was a name mentioned like, ooh, a while ago. Dang, gonna mess up, gonna catch up. Previous one chapters. little behind. Yeah, dude, a Rhodes was mentioned like a while ago. Right? Let me check something. Hold up. Look at the music for Expedition 33. I think this fits perfectly fine in Lord of Mysteries. So I'm gonna update it. I'm gonna let the song play for a bit and see if it gets claimed or not. So if it works, we can probably play this next stream, or the music for next stream. Hold up. Let me just let it play for a bit while I do my timestamp. Okay, we're good. Easy. Today we go into a 480, right? I don't think we're gonna hit 480. I think we're gonna be hitting the 480s hopefully by Sunday. My goal is to hopefully finish by Sunday. I don't know if we're gonna get there, right? We have like about 40 chapters. If we can knock out 10 today, 10 tomorrow, 10 Saturday, and Sunday, I think we could do it. Hi, I'm a new subscriber. Thank you for joining, King. I think we can make it. Oh, I'm stupid. Our Rhodes is the mirror. I was thinking of somebody else. Yeah, the mirror. I fucking love him, dude. That mirror is so fucking funny when he's like, "Do you relieve yourself with your hand?" It's like, what the fuck? He's like, "Yes." Such a funny ass mirror. Welcome. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining our little book club, dude. Thank you. So 451 today. I think we might be able to pass in chapters. As long as I'm not stalling. Let me shut up. This song ended. Dude, if you guys can, start listening to music of Expedition 33. I think some of this can fit for the ending. But let's keep playing this. You will read 20 in one day? I mean, we did read 20 when we were finishing Volume 1. So I think we'll be able to do it. I'm feeling optimistic. Does you know me now? Yes, you know me for now. Bet. Lock in, buddy? Yeah, we're locking in. We're locking in. Let me be quiet. As I say that, let me up this. I'm gonna be quiet now. Back to reading. Back to reading. Hold up. I haven't done my timestamp. 1 hour, 7 minutes, 21 seconds. Oh, fuck. Copy. Hold up. I'm just doing my timestamp. Beautiful. Okay, let's continue. Chapter 442 is called Exploration. He said it. Spoilers? Was there a spoiler? Oh, I didn't. Shameless official said something? I didn't see it. Okay, I didn't see it. I won't look up here. If there's a spoiler, we're reading all of Elotim, all of COI, and all the author notes and extra materials today. Woo! I hope you guys are ready. Romero got him? I didn't even read what he said. Alright, we're good. I forgot? No, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, don't forget. I don't know any crazy reveals yet. 300 seconds? No, it's okay. No, I didn't read anything. We're chill. We're chill. No, we're chill. I didn't read anything. It's okay. They're probably excited. You know, Shameless was joining first time, right? You're new. I know he's a newcomer. It's okay. No, it's okay. I didn't read anything. We're chill. We're chill. It's cool. It was an accident, but I didn't read it. Chapter 442 is called Exploration. Hello, hello. Chapter 442 is called Exploration Mission. Olger looked at Forrest and returned with a question. You were forced to drink a second apprentice potion. Why did you figure it out so easily, as though you were there to see it? Forrest uncomfortably cleared her throat and said, yes, let's just pretend that's what happened. What solutions do you have? What do you need me to exchange for it? Olger glanced at Mr. Fool, but seeing that he had nothing to say, he replied in a calm and low voice, you don't need payment because it will certainly not be able to satisfy your needs. Without waiting for Miss Magician and Miss Justice to ask, he casually explained high sequence Beyonders can independently decide whether or not to pass on their Beyonder characteristics to their descendants, and how much they will inherit as a result. Sequence 6 and 5 will naturally be a part of it in an uncontrollable manner, although the quality isn't a lot each time and wouldn't affect the Beyonder strengths. Their sequence will regress if they have enough children. Such a children is born with high spiritual perception and certain levels incomplete Beyonder powers. Audrey suddenly came to realization, understanding the origins of some special people. The hangman nodded. Yes, they're equivalent to half a sequence 5 with a certain amount of characteristics. If they want to become a Beyonder, they can only choose the corresponding paths. Of course, such people would not be the result of inheritance. It might be the result of them gaining the blessings of a deity or the corruption of an evil spirit. There are many factors that can cause the same degree of influences. Also, when high sequence Beyonders have children, they might give birth to someone who's already at sequence 5. This is one of the rare instances when one can advance without losing control, so that's how it is. Olger sighed with satisfaction. To her, knowing more mysteries was more enjoyable than getting a nice trace of jewelry. Force also came to a realization as she pressed. Then what about Beyonders at sequence 7, 8, and 9? Theoretically speaking, their Beyonder characteristics will not be passed down to their descendants, but that is not absolute. If there's an excessive amount of Beyonder characteristics... Wait, hold up. Theoretically speaking, their Beyonder characteristics will not be passed down to their descendants, but that is not absolute. We've known this. If there's an excessive amount of Beyonder characteristics, there's a chance for them to be passed down as well. That is to say, if you're pregnant with a child, there's a way to effectively reduce the remaining potion in your body. One might not succeed, but 3 or 4 will stand a higher chance. 3 or 4, Forrest stared agape. Klein, who had learned all this knowledge from Rizzo's diaries, couldn't help but think of a joke. Miss Magician, in the future, you can say that your children, you were a free gift from drinking a potion. Miss Magician, in the future, you can say to your children that you were a free gift from drinking the potion. Although it seems that, according to Mr. Hangman, the burden can be reduced the moment a child is conceived. Having a child will still require almost 40 weeks or trouble. No more than that. Wait a sec. The true creator, right? Hold up. The true creator had his own descendant, right? I think that I don't know what is bro. I think the true creator maybe hasn't fully digested sequence 0, right? And him trying to have like his own like descendant would technically allow him to fully digest. I remember what we did to the, but like they literally just revealed right here, like even at like the conception level, right? I think maybe. 3. Klein, who had Klein, who had learned all of this general knowledge from Zoe's diary, couldn't help but think of his joke. This tradition, in the future, you can say to your child you're a free gift. But look right here. Although it seems that according to Mr. Hangman, the burden can be reduced the moment his child is conceived. I think this was the true creator's original intention, right? To reduce his burden, and maybe that way he can descend upon the real world. No more than that, it's impossible to leave the children after it's born. Wait, no more than that, it's impossible to leave the children after it's born, right? After grasping the acting method, even though the process subsequently becomes more difficult, 2 months will definitely be enough time to digest it. It might not even take that long. After all, it's just a starting sequence. Forrest smiled and said, I understand the best way is still to rely on acting to digest it. Alder gave an affirmative answer. That's the case for sequence 7 and below. After that, digestion would easily take a year or so 2 to 3 years, and then 5 to 6 years. When that happens, give birth to a child would be a simple plan, he added inwardly. There were a few seconds of silence as the 2 women digested the knowledge they had just gained. This was the first time they had known that having a child had such uses. For Derek, this was common knowledge. This was common knowledge for him? For Derek, this was a common knowledge. He adjusted his posture and said, I have been assigned another exploration mission. Whereto Oliver tilted his head and asked, it's still the half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator. Oh, we're bringing him up again? Darren answered without sounding too grave. It sounds like there's a certain guaranteed level of safety. Audrey didn't interrupt. The hangman pondered for 2 seconds before asking, is the shepherd elder still in prison? Yes, this exploration will be led by the chief. The son didn't hide the facts. This was the danger level will be much more lower than last time. You can give it a try. Olger couldn't help but look at Mr. Fool once more. Unable to read any thoughts from the other party's blurry eyes, he continued to speak to the son. This should be your last inspection before the surveillance is completely removed. Previously, the information you made known that Amon is arch nemesis with the fallen creator. Amon is arch enemies with the fallen creator? Then why the fuck is the current Amon working? Wait, I forgot about that. Yes, what the fuck? They're arch nemesis. If they're arch nemesis, why is Amon with the Aurora Order when the Aurora Order believes in the true creator? Dude, he is going to join the Terra Club. I'm locking it in, bro. This dude, easy. When did they work together? No. Wait, the Aurora Order believes. Wait, what the fuck? I'm mixing shit up. When Amon. Oh, no. No. Well, like, the Aurora Order believes in the true creator. We know Amon is. What's the word? He's one of his disciples of the creator. What is bro on? Amon is with the... No, it's not new info. No, that's not what I meant. We know they're not together. Amon, what was it called? Oh my god, what's the word? He's one of his followers. Oh, followers. Followers. He's one of his... Bro, he's adding imaginated ingredients into the food. I see. Okay, my bad. We know Amon is a follower of the true creator, but it doesn't make sense if the Amon family is supposed to be arch nemesis with the fallen creator, right? So that's leading me to suspect that he's a double agent, right? And maybe when he was trying to like pierce the veil into the gray fog and find the Fool, maybe he wants to join the Fool and like reveal all the plans of like the fallen creator's endgame. That's what I'm thinking. But let's keep reading. There's so there's so much to digest. Amon is a child. No, that's not what I meant. No, not the child of the true creator. I meant he's one of his followers. My bad. That's what I meant. This way, the danger level will be much more lower than last time. You can give it a try. Olger couldn't help but look at Mr. Fool once more. Unable to read any thoughts from the other party blur's eyes, he continued to speak to the son. This should be your last inspection before the surveillance is completely removed. Previously, the information you made known as the Amon is arch nemesis with a falling crater. They wouldn't mind exposing themselves to that, or I'm mixing stuff up, man. Maybe, hopefully I'm not mixing up previous revealed lore. I apologize if I am, and it just sounds like nonsense. Wait, I don't want to know what he is. Wait, hold up. We still don't know who Amon is. Hold up, I still don't know who he is. Previously, the information you made known was that Amon is an arch nemesis with a fallen crater. They wouldn't mind exposing themselves to spoil the other plans, this time by heading to the fallen crater's temple for the exploration team. As long as you don't reveal any abnormalities, the 6-member council will basically determine that you're no longer under Amon's influence. Mr. Hangman is sure experienced. It is as if he was planning this operation. Derek kept in mind before asking, what else do I need to pay attention to? At the very end of the long bronze table, the fool who was quietly watching opened his mouth, fresh in blood ravings. Klein had only said 2 words, leaving the Terror Club members to comprehend them on their own. This was the demeanor of a great figure. The hanged man pondered for a few seconds, then he said to the son who had thanked the fool, in particular, don't look at what you shouldn't do, don't listen to what you shouldn't, don't eat what you shouldn't, and don't touch what you shouldn't. What are those that shouldn't be seen or heard? Derek asked, puzzled. The hangman said with a deepened voice, after entering the temple, everything is included. Then how should I explore? Derek asked in surprise. The hangman chuckled. Aren't there other members? Isn't there a chief? It really is Mr. Hangman style. Audrey subconsciously wanted to cover her face with her hands, but the education and habits ingrained in her told her that such actions weren't graceful, so she forcibly changed the way she moved, stroking her dropping hair and pushed it behind her ears. The son felt that such a method was quite unacceptable. Upon noticing his reaction, Alger secretly cursed before saying, what I mean is to listen to your chief's instructions. Only do what he allows you to do, and any other times do not take matters into your own hands. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. The son instantly relaxed. Phew. Alger exhaled and turned to the woman opposite to him. Miss Justice, I wish to know the political changes in Backland after Duke Negan's passing. Audrey recalled the information she had heard, both directly and indirectly, recent times. Duke Negan's death has divided the House of Lords. Although his eldest son is about to inherit the nobility title and become a member of the House of the Lords, his prestige isn't enough to calm the dispute. Nearly 10 members of the House of Lords have jointly proposed that the newly confirmed nobility should also have a chance to obtain a fixed seat as a member of parliament. Simply put, I scroll down too much. Let those who are conferred nobility through political donations, charity donations, and the purchases of land become the member of the House of Lords. Hearing this, the hangman Alger laughed. Aren't nobles with a certain amount of history in their family lines the ones who despise such people who rely on unorthodox means to confirm their nobility and title the opposite? Wasn't the ultimate honor and their greatest pride the fact that a fixed seat in the House of Lords was hereditary? Ignoring the inadvertently mockery, Audrey calmly explained, when you have tens of thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of pounds, or even more debts, you will also make the same choices. Owning money wasn't a fatal threat to many nobles, but the debtor couldn't apply to the court and use their lands as payments for the debts. Without the minimum amount of lands needed for a noble title, their status as nobles would be on the verge of collapse. And then, Alger didn't continue to harp over the previous questions. Audrey gave a rough description. This kind of dispute has many bills on the holds, including but not limited to raising the worker's salary, the improvement of working hours, and revising the poor law. It's gratifying to see that the civil servant unified examination is still progressing steadily and hasn't stopped and the investigation into the air pollution in Backland is also going in depth. There will be no war for the time being, the hangman whispered, and he went on to talk to the other members. Worried that staying too long in the bathroom would arouse suspicion, Klein announced the end of the terror gathering after they were done. I feel like this is like the second to last gathering before, like, quote-unquote shit hits the fan, man. I'm scared. I saw the message. I nearly slipped. No, it's okay. We're good. I didn't read anything. After returning to her room, Audrey didn't rush to get up. She first quietly sorted out things she needed to do after this. Looking in the mirror in front of her, she played with the accessories on her earlobes with a slight smile. She silently muttered to herself, there will be a psychology lesson tomorrow afternoon. I can tell Miss Escalante that I've met someone in the Beyonder Circle who's looking to buy a human skin shadow characteristic and has promised an abnormally generous price for it. I wonder if the psychology alchemist will be interested in it or not. Also, I mustn't forget Roseau's Dari and the Wind Bliss formulas. Yes, I have to find the psychiatrist ingredients as quickly as possible. Audrey, you can't be lazy. Susie is already a sequence 8. You can't let her overtake you. It'd be so funny if she passes Audrey, dude. At one point, like, imagine she ends up like finding her own damn ingredients behind Audrey's back. Oh, that'd be so funny, dude. After pacing back and forth in the room, Force finally made up her mind and pulled out her chair. She grabbed a piece of paper and an Andy pen, and after mulling over it nearly a minute, began to write to Dorian Gray. She described how she learned of someone who requested the characteristic of a human skin shadow at the Wind-Blessed potion formula, as well as her curiosity over the result notebook. The capital of the Roasted Archipelago, the city of generosity. This city has been brought up quite a bit this volume. Oliver Wilson walked out of the hotel and headed for a secret underground market. His target was the hair of a deep sea naga. He had no intention of missing a human skin shadow if someone had it. I'm short on money. Klein sat in the living room and sighed again. He still needed quite a bit of cash to ensure that he could purchase the item directly when he received the clues regarding the human skin shadow's characteristic. Klein thought for a long time, wondering if he should find other channels to sell beyond her characteristics left by the interrogator, and stopped waiting for Miss Shield to save up her money. After an unknown period of time, the sound... I don't like this. The sound of the doorbell rang, breaking the afternoon silence. Okay. I'm getting scared whenever, like, it cuts to, like, a random scene like that, like, very inconspicuous, and it doesn't elaborate more. So let's keep reading. Let's see what happens. Pause, update. Pause and update. Let me drink some water ahead of time to quench my thirst. Now we're 22 minutes, 37 seconds. Copy paste. I know we had a few people slip up with spoilers, but we're chill. I didn't see anything too much. So let's keep reading. Somebody was timed out? No, it's okay. Oh, careful. Careful, Varshawn. Yeah, we gotta be careful. I technically don't know anything. We can say like, oh, like it's gonna get like, for example, I guess spoiler-wise, we can be like, oh, like at 460, like from 460 onwards, that's when like, you know, like the finale is approaching. Or we can be like, okay, like, but we can't like give specifics. I don't know what he said, but it's okay. We're good. No, it's all good. Let's keep reading. I ate my fucking Kit Kat. I'm gonna get some more later. Just put my mic a little bit here. Let me scoot a bit. Okay. Chapter 443. Beautiful. Timestamp is perfect. Bruh, read the damn message. King Godzilla. What was it? Which one? I know. Sorry, I have bad tunnel vision and I don't have glasses yet. Amon clearly drinks the true creator milk. Is that what you guys wanted me to read? Wait, what did you say earlier, King Godzilla? My bad. Before I start. Lava, I thought it wouldn't count. It's above it. Before the true creator's milk. You did slip up. You had to quickly get up. As long as Easy doesn't see it, it's all good for now. Oh, it's a little bit more up. You misunderstood Izukiki. Amon and the True Creator being enemies are what Derek and the club acted in front... Wait. You misunderstood Izukiki. Amon and the True Creator being enemies are what Derek and the club acted in front of the chief. Oh, you're right! You're right! Damn, even I fell for that. Holy shit, man. Even they got me believing that. You're right. That was part of the plan. You love TC milk? He is misdirecting you. It is in the milk. I don't know why are you guys talking about some true creator milk, man? Like, what's going on here? Why are you guys talking about some TC milk? What's going on here? The chab? Yeah, it was with the mushrooms. You're right. The whole point was that they were trying to set it up like that. Yeah, you're right. No. Let's keep reading. Chapter 443. It's called a one-man performance. No stalling. We're gonna drop the TC creator stuff for now. A one-man performance. Okay, the visitor was a man in a dark green postman uniform. He smiled at Klein in a fawning manner. Who is this? Dark green postman uniform. Are you Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, he asked. Yes, Klein could vaguely guess the purpose of the other person's visit. The visitor raised his right hand and handed over a palm-sized item that was wrapped in the layers of a black gaze. Guys, please sign and accept your package. Klein deliberately revealed his doubts. Shouldn't you give me a slip and let me go to the corresponding post office for collection? The Lowen Kingdom's postal system was a perfect replica of the Intis system and could even get flaws that were copied quite significantly. Anything that couldn't be stuffed directly into the mailbox, no matter what it was, would only be given a collection slip by the postman, making the recipient go through the hassle of collecting it himself. Because it's rather precious, so I have to personally deliver it to you, the postman said after a momentary shock. Oh, it's the ingredient. It seems you're not professional enough to be a real postman. Without further questions, Klein accepted the package, pen and slip before signing them. He closed the door and returned to the living room. He didn't rush to open the package, but he took out a gold coin and threw it into the air. Klein caught the gold coin and looked down to see if it heads or tails. A number faced up, indicating a negative response. There's no latent danger. Klein nodded slightly and put away the gold coin. He touched the paper figurine in his pocket and carefully opened the package. Did he use his magician powers or his clown powers to make the paper sharp and use it as a cutting knife and carefully opened the package? After one layer after another of the black gaze was removed, the object inside clearly presented themselves to him. They were a pale gold-colored, elegantly patterned pocket watch, a handkerchief stained with dark red blood, 7 or 8 brown short curl hair tied together, and a stack of notes. Oh! Talim's belongings. His hair, his blood, and his daily records are all present. Prince Ed sure is very effective man. Is not... Oh, and it's covered in blood. Is that what he was wearing? That's sad, bro. Talim belongings, his hair, his blood, and his daily records all are present. Prince Ed sure is very effective. It's not even nighttime. Klein looked at the items on the coffee table and suddenly felt that there were many people staring at him at that very moment. An ancient angel family with a heritage of more than 2,000 years would definitely have an unimaginable background. Being involved with the royal family's internal strife makes it possible for me to be pulverized at any moment and anywhere. Maybe I'm already being monitored now. I have to appear mediocre and useless enough to ensure my safety. He has to downplay himself. Klein had already decided what to do, so he took his time checking the pocket watch, handkerchief, and hair. During this process, his spiritual intuition didn't give him any warnings, nor did it prevent him from attempting divination. After having a better grasp of the situation, Klein... I scrolled down too much. Klein took out the letter, picked up a pen, and wrote his divination sentence. Dude, thank you. There's like almost 50 of you guys here. Thank you. The true cause of Talim's death. He acted big-hearted and poised, as though he didn't feel that he was being monitored at that very moment. Klein picked up the curly hair and handkerchief. Klein chanted the divination sentence while leaning back against the back of the sofa. His eyes turned deep as he entered cognition. After repeating it 7 times, he came to the dream world and saw the family lobby of the Quilling Club. And then he saw Talim Duman clutched at his heart, his face contorted once again. This revelation showed that Talim did die of a sudden heart disease. Klein opened his eyes and muttered softly to himself. He frowned, wearing a puzzled, confused, and thoughtful expression. He tried several different divination statements and received the same result. He got up and paced back and forth several times. He punched himself in the head so as though he was angry and that he wouldn't have good enough help from his friends or find out who the culprit was. In the end, he dejectedly sat down and didn't move for a long time. In the dark room, he was like a silhouette of a stone statue. That should be enough. I can't go overboard. If there's no one monitoring me, then I wouldn't have been fighting with the air just now. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner, got up, and walked to the kitchen. After dinner, he seemed to perk up again before he read the stack of notes carefully, including what Talim had done and who he had met on that day. The days prior to his death, home, Red Rose Manor, Quilling Club, Viscount Conrad's mansion. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it. Klein picked up a sharp pencil and drew circles, marking out the places he would visit and the targets he would ask about in the next few days. After doing all this, he allowed a long sigh without confidence and paced up his things, washed, and went to bed. In the middle of the night, when the red moon was hidden by layers of clouds, Klein suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He got out of bed, opened the door slowly, and went to the bathroom next door, hiding himself. He's always going to the bathroom now. Walking 4 steps counterclockwise, he above the gray fog and sat down in the seat which belonged to the fool. His eyes became clear, no longer dispirited, dejected, and pessimistic. Soon after, Klein took the blood-stained handkerchief from a hidden pocket in his pajamas, made out of his old clothes. When he was pacing his things, he had used his beyonder powers as a magician to hide the handkerchief in his body. The Lord of the Toilets. We need to see fan art on that, dude. It's like instead of him sitting on the long bronze table, he's sitting on the toilet like this, lampooning. He got a bed, opened. I read this. Hold up. His eyes became clear, no longer dispirited, dejected, and pessimistic. Soon after, Klein took the blood-stained handkerchief from his hidden pocket in his pajamas made out of old clothes. When he was packing his things, he had used his beyond powers as a magician to hide the handkerchief of his body. After taking a deep breath, Klein conjured a pen and paper, and he wrote down the divination sentence that was no different from the beginning. The true case of Talon Dumont's death. After he repeated it 7 times with his body and mind in peace and quiet, he leaned back and forth in his chair with the paper and handkerchief in his hand and fell asleep in the cell in an empty palace. In a gray, separating illusionary world, Klein saw a completely different scene from before. Presented before his eyes was a palm-sized wooden puppet. No, that was a wooden doll, like for the demoness stuff. Never mind. Carved with eyes, a nose, and a mouth. There were a few drops of dark red blood on the puppet's body, giving it a demonic appearance. A palm stretched out, the skin with a white... I'm sorry, is this like a voodoo doll? Was it a voodoo doll that killed him? A palm stretched out, the skin was white and equestite, smooth and beautiful, with 5 slender and delicate fingers that accustomed the hands, flesh, and bones. I think this is Trissy. The most eye-catching thing was a unique ring with an inlet sapphire in the hand's pinky ring. Never mind, I don't remember her wearing rings. Hold up. The hand's index finger was wreathed in black flames as they pointed to the heart of the wooden puppet. Without a sound, the scene shattered and Klein woke up from his dream. His initial judgment wasn't wrong. Telling him died under curse, but there was a problem. He had already seen the scene of the curse happen, so why wasn't the scene displaying in its entirety? The mysterious space above the great fog is able to get rid of all interferences. Klein was puzzled for a moment. Normally speaking, receiving a revelation that's too abstract and easy to misread was a problem with his limited divination abilities. It meant that the difficulty of this matter he was divining was too high, that it had nothing to do with the gray fog. It was an understandable outcome, but he had clearly seen the scene of the murderer's curse. But he was limited to a small scope of the situation and didn't provide a relatively effective revelation. Was rather baffling. Have I encountered such a similar situation in the past? Klein dug through his past experiences. Suddenly he sat up straight, remembering this has happened before. He said like, oh, when I'm clown, I'll be able to like better grasp. Right? No, never mind. Hold up. Thinking out loud, suddenly he sat up straight up, remembering some experience. In Tingen, when he was divining the real reason behind the countless coincidences, something similar had happened. He could clearly see the house with a red chimney, but he couldn't reach Instant Will and Sewer Artifact 008. This is the power of someone or something that's at level of a grade 0 sealed artifact that's resisting the power of the Great Fog. Klein's eyes narrowed abruptly. I think I am going to reread it. Yeah, there was a lot that I did not adjust in that ad. And what I said that. What are ads? Close to 50 viewers? Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. Wait, you want to reread chapter 440 that had crazy lore and you didn't digest, dog? I did not digest a lot. Advertisements that happened twice since the beginning of the stream. Yeah, I think they're on by automated. Yeah. What? You've removed messages? I mean, I could reread it. I could probably reread it at the end, maybe. Like, once we're done reading, I can reread it. Cool. 1878. He's saying he uses ad blocker modded YouTube. 1870. Are you guys talking about the game? He doesn't look at that channel? What channel? 1888. 1877? Is that a channel? No, I haven't looked at it. But here, let's keep reading. Sorry, hold up. The sub count? Dude, no fucking way. Oh, it's a sub count. No, no subs. Oh shit. What the fuck? That's so cool. Yeah, dude, when was it a fucking 1,009? We're so close to 2,000, man. Thank you guys. That's so fucking cool, dude. I'm like, I thought you guys were talking about like the order 1888 or whatever. I thought that's what that was. He could clearly see the house with the red chimney, but he couldn't read Instant Will and Sealed Artifact 008. This is the power of someone or something that's at the level of a grade 0 sealed artifact that's resisting the power of the Great Fog. Klein's eyes abruptly narrowed. No, not necessarily. There are still quite a few possibilities. I have to confirm it again. He put on a lot of effort in order to calm down. As for the method used for confirming, it wasn't daunting for his experience. For the experience him, the method was simple. Redoing the same divination again. If the revelation doesn't change, it means that things aren't so terrible. And if the divination is no longer successful, then something around the target or the target is resisting the Great Fog to some extent, like 008. So it's another grade 0 artifact or something of that scale. Taking a deep breath, Klein calmly repeated the previous divination, the true cause of Talon Dumont's death. He leaned back in his chair and chanted in a low voice, his eyes growing darker. In the dream, all he could see was a hazy, shattered gray fog. There were no more wooden puppets or fingers. Whoosh. Klein straightened his back, his expression abnormally grave. What did Talon get himself involved in? He frowned as he muttered to himself, there's no question as to what I should do next. It's to be passive and perfunctory. I'll first lie to Prince Ed before telling him that I'm incapable of figuring out the truth. Phew, this world is really scary. Just the slightest bit of carelessness would cause me to come into contact with something extremely terrifying. Klein sighed. Without daring to say any longer, he quickly returned to the bathroom in the real world. Tuesday, 9 a.m. at the Crown Cemetery. Klein stood at the edge of the crowd wearing a black shirt, black vest, and a black tweed coat whilst he was carrying some fresh flowers he bought for the 12th Soli. He looked gravely at Talon Dumont's coffin being carried over, had his soul put to rest, and was buried bit by bit into the earth. During this process, Talon's mother's eyes were red and swollen. She wanted to speak a few times, but she couldn't find her voice. His father's hair was slightly gray, and his expression was haggard. He just stood there, trembling slightly. Damn. When the scene reflected in his eyes, Klein tilted his head back and closed his eyes. He waited until the mourners had left before he walked over, bent down over the place, the white flowers on top of the others. Phew, I'm sorry, he silently said inwardly. Standing up, he stepped aside and was about to leave when Klein noticed reporter Mike and Surgeon Aaron closing in. What a pity. I never thought that Talon would actually sigh. Mike's expression was pained as he couldn't finish the sentence. Aaron, who was always cold, took off his glasses and wiped the corners of his eyes. He sighed and said, he's a warm-hearted guy. He shouldn't have ended up like this. Yes, he could have gotten rid of his grandfather's bad reputation, Klein echoed. Just then, he saw a female figure in a thick black dress with a veil covering her face walk up to Talon's grave. She, too, was also carrying a bouquet of white flowers. Klein looked away, not paying much attention, just keeping watch to the corner of his eyes. The woman bent down to release the flower, revealing her left... It's her. The woman bent down to release the flower, revealing her left palm, which was covered by a black gaze glove. A blue gem faintly appeared on the pinky of her left palm. Klein's scalp tingled instantly. His entire body... Shit, dude. It's her. Is it Trissy? No, it has to be somebody else, right? Damn. All right, let's keep reading. Takes your time. I know you wish to teach the end of the volumes because of your height, but this lore will be important for understanding the volumes in the future. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, we probably are gonna reread it first. I finished when last chapter got dropped. First volumes will speak. Oh shit, you finished when the last chapter dropped? How the heck did MA keep cooking? This man keep cooking? What did we cook? I don't know what I cooked. But let's keep reading. 444. You know what's sad, man? Oh wait, hold up. It's like, I mean, you guys know, last week I was visiting someone at the hospital, and it was a pretty scary situation, man. I'm saying, man, if things went south and I read this shit, like, nah, man, this shit would have broken my heart if things went south at the hospital. I'd be too emotional reading this shit, man. Ooh, okay, 1 hour, 35 minutes, 39 seconds. Hope no, they're doing a lot better now. Yeah, no, like, thank God, man, everything worked out. But it was scary, man. I was at the hospital for like 3 days, man. I don't want to leave them, you know. I don't want to leave them alone. Whew, but we're good. Look, I'm getting a little emotional just thinking about it. This series is getting so fucking depressing, man. It makes me think about real life too much, man. Like, but that's how much I'm like falling in love with this series. Like you know, you love something a lot, like once you start correlating it to like your own experiences, man. Like it's crazy. Like even though it's really like sad and depressing thinking about like what could happen, like, you know, a series is goated when like you start like seeing like your own real life situations kind of like correlate, you know? You're really invested. I know, man. Fuck, man, I'm getting too invested. I really don't want to cry at the end of this volume again. Man, I cry like a little bitch at the end of volume 1. But you know what? It's funny. I go back now like, you fucking little bitch. Why are you crying? Me for real? Let's keep reading. Chapter 444 is called Confession. A similar feeling that wasn't unfamiliar. The experienced client... A similar feeling that wasn't unfamiliar. The experienced client immediately used his clown's powers to control his facial expressions and the slight trembling of his body. We'll turn the volume up a smidge. Without rushing, he gently retracted his gaze, making the casual glance before appear normal. Sigh. Talon was so young. He wasn't even married and has no children. Klein sighed. Klein sighed and he went with the flow. He had said this because it gave him a plausible explanation for his subtle reaction towards a woman who had often the flowers. He had turned sad, having seen a woman who had some connections to Talon, associated her to the marriage and family, and then finally how his friend had passed away at the early age. Yes, actually at his age, he should have been married 4 or 5 years ago. Unfortunately, the matter with his grandfather left him with an extremely strong psychological trauma. He had always rejected the marriage, and only recently did he improve, reporter Mike Sai. At this moment, the seemingly normal climb seemed to have a cluster of thorns. Bro, it's Trissy. She used thorns. Stabbing at his back. Slowly. Wait. At this moment, the seemingly normal climb seemed to have a cluster of thorns stabbing at his back, slowly piercing into his skin and flesh, causing him to feel extremely tense. The girl in the black dress with a sapphire ring on her left hand pinky had straightened her body and calmly surveyed her surroundings. Afterwards, she quietly left... We updated our stuff, right? Yeah, we're updated. We're good. Afterwards, she quietly left Talon's grave with 2 maids accompanying her. She silently walked further and further away from Talon's grave. Phew, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That feeling on his back, being stabbed, quietly turned into a cold sweat. Just who is she and why did she come to the grave to offer flowers? Talon's lover, however, how could Talon, who had no welfare status, have a relationship with a terrifying person who is involved with a grade 0 sealed artifact or that of a demigod? This isn't a novel. Furthermore, she should be the one they use the curse to kill Talon. This matter runs deep. Klein listened quietly as Mike Aaron recounted Talon's past. This is getting stressful. Turn the volume up a bit. His thoughts quickly dispersed, feeling that the most puzzling thing about the matter was Talon's death. Wait, I just read this. But this isn't an isolated case. There's another similar case that happened around me. Klein suddenly thought of something and looked at the surgeon Aaron. This ordinary person's home might very well be hiding a sequence 1 snake of mercury? What? The one that was aiming for the other snake of mercury? Wait. Be careful not to spoil SSS either. Oh yeah, we don't want to spoil that one either. we're only on chapter 7, dude. Thank you for following. Following this train of thought, Klein recalled the nearly 5 months it's been 5 months? Oh, since he transmigrated. Following this train of thought, Klein recalled the nearly 5 months that had spent here since he transmigrated. He was stunned to discover that he had unconsciously become involved with many demigods and terrifying. So it's crazy. We've been reading this for about 5-6 months. We've been reading this series just as long as he's been in this world. The woman who had killed Talon, the Snake of Mercury, will Osubtent. Following this train of thought, Klein... Hold on, let me reread this. Following this train of thought... It's the same person? Klein recalled the nearly 5 months that he had spent here since he transmigrated. He was stunned to discover that he had unconsciously become involved with many demigods and terrifying sealed artifacts. One would say that might be a uniqueness of him. Huh? The woman who had killed Talon, the Snake of Mercury. Will Osubtent, the Blasphemer Amon, the mysterious woman at the Royal Museum, a high sequence beyond of the Royal School of Thought 008. I'm having the craziest brain blast theory right now. Bro, oh my god. Do I say it now? Okay. Let me reread this and then I'm gonna say it. Following this train of thought, Klein recalled nearly 5 months. Oh, I reread this. The woman who had killed Talon, the Snake of Mercury, Will Osubtent, the Blasphemer Amon, the mysterious woman at the Royal Museum, a high sequence beyond of the Royal School of Thoughts 008, 142, Inzangwil, the mutated Sunsacred Emblem, the Antigonus family's notebook, Mr. Zik Eagers, who's suspected to be a descendant of death, Mr. Dor, the Twilight Hermit Order. Each name flashed through Klein's mind, and everything singled out of them made him feel like drowning in the cold breath. Bro, Are you guys ready? Dude. I think we've been going at this wrong the entire time. I think Klein is actually like the creator, bro. Like he has to be the creator, or like he has to be a part of like the creator. Because isn't the whole prophecy or like the whole thing, it's like everything came from him, like everything came from the creator, and eventually everything must return to the creator. And then you know how like Klein is being drawn to like all these deities left and right, bro, non-stop since season 1. It all has to mean something. He might be cooking, bro. Like there is no do not deny people. Everyone's part. Like in some way, shape, or form, Klein has been drawn to too many mystical characters and individuals, and we know like do not support or deny. You're absolutely right, bro. Like thank you, bro. Burnt. You guys are saying I agree and disagree. There has to be more to it. Like the whole thing with the creator and Klein. I don't know, man. Cook. We'll find out. We'll find out in like 1,000 chapters. The woman who had killed... I just read this. He calmed his heart and carefully thought, these don't include the true creator... Oh, wait. These don't include the true creator, the eternal blazing sun, who are ranked high above these. Strictly speaking, I can be considered to be among their ranks. After all, I came from a dark divination, and I'm a strange alternate world soul who control the strange gray fog. Could this be another crest of the times? After Roselle... So all the demigods and terrifying sealed artifacts are making an appearance in real life. As these thoughts flashed... Dude, the music is hitting right now. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, the grief-stricken reporter Mike and Surgeon Aaron excused themselves. He then left the cemetery at a leisurely pace. Just as he was looking around a rental carriage, a familiar carriage drove out of a secluded spot and stopped in front of him. Although the coat of arms of the black carriage was skillfully concealed, Klein was still able to recognize it as the Prince Ed's carriage. Without a sound, the door of the carriage opened and the old butler, with his meticulously combed hair alightened. He politely made a gesture of invitation. His Highness is waiting for you. All right, Klein didn't feel guilty at all as he entered the spacious and warm carriage. Prince Edseg was dressed in a black coat with a large collar and a golden ribbon across his chest, which made him look very abnormally noble. He rubbed a diamond brooch, and his long and narrow eyes shone hints of a sigh. I am restricted. Even when participating in the funeral of a friend, I couldn't appear in person and can only watch from afar. Sending someone to offer flowers for me, this is the royal family's lack of freedom. If Talim's grandfather hadn't lost his aristocratic title, then you wouldn't have to avoid anything. Klein abided by Prince Ed's gesture and sat across in front of him. Ed picked up a cup of blood-red wine and said, "Sigh, I had originally planned to find an opportunity to help Talon's father recover his aristocratic title, but unfortunately, instead of going deep into the subject, he asked Sherlock, did you receive the package?" Yes. Klein answered any questions he answered and never gave any additional description. Edseg nodded slightly. Any progress? I made several divinations using Talim's hair and belongings, but all of them led to the conclusion that he had died of a sudden heart disease. Klein used his emotionless, smooth narrow and implied that my sequence isn't high enough. My standards are limited, although I'm good at divination, the other party is stronger, and I'm sure that I can't figure out the truth. Edseg looked disappointed inside. How do you plan on continuing the investigation? Starting with people Talim came in contact with the past few days before the death of the place he went to, Klein replied according to the plan. Edseg shook at the old butler. There will definitely be no lack of threatening interrogations or bribery, huh? Pay Sherlock 100 pounds for his investigation fees. Yes, Your Highness. The old butler took out a stack of bills that he had prepared earlier. 100 pounds straight out. Once again, Klein felt Prince. We should keep helping out the Prince, man. He took out hundreds of pounds in cash and pocketed it without counting it in details. I hope that we can put Talim to rest. Prince Ed clenched his right fist and tapped the left side of his chest. He turned his head to look out the window at Crown Cemetery, which wasn't too far away. His friendship for Talim still remained strong. Klein sighed before he was led out of the carriage by the old butler. In Empress Borough, the opulent Villa Earl Hall, Audrey looked at her psychology teacher, who had long hair reached her waist, and she pretended to carefully look from the side. She immediately lowered her voice and said, "Miss Escalante, I recently joined a new Beyond the Gathering. There were high offers for a human skin shadow characteristic and the Wind Bliss potion formula. Different people. They are likely mid-sequence items, right? It sounds quite interesting. All right, will the psychology alchemist be interested?" Escalante was startled. She pondered for a few seconds and said, I'll Ask when I return. All right, Audrey responded briskly, as though she was simply intrigued by such mid-sequence transactions. Escalante retracted her attention and said in a serious tone, Miss Audrey, although you are already sequence 8 beyonder, you have yet to receive the formal education in mysticism. You still don't understand enough about the techniques and applications of the spectator and telepathist, as well as the foundation theory. Starting today, I'll guide you to become a true beyonder. That's what I wish, Audrey said sincerely. The huge golden retriever Susie, who was sitting by her feet, wagged its tail happily as if happy for her mistress. Aww. Having made up his mind not to work, Klein took the carriage back to 15 Mink Street. He opened the door and was just about to take off his hat when he froze. His spiritual intuition told him that a stranger had entered the living room. Someone had entered his room. Then he barely hit his tracks. Is it considered a warning? Having a warning is better than not having one. Klein stood in the hall for a long time in silence. Immediately, he turned around and went to the steam cathedral and rental carriage. The cathedral towered over the... Was it her? The cathedral towered over the one that took out Talon? The cathedral towered over the chimneys and clocks, towers in the former representing the power of steam, while the latter represented the beauty of the machinery through the hanking of intricate clocks. I can't read. Let me... Hold up. Just play from right here. Let's listen to some Drudge. Message removed. Oh, was there a spoiler? No, it's okay. No, we're good. Why we got to be a little careful, Var. Let's be a little bit careful. Yeah, we did, right? Yeah, we're good though. All right, let me reread from here. Immediately, he turned around and went to the steam cathedral in a rental carriage. The cathedral towered over the chimneys and clock tower, the former representing the power of steam, while the latter represented the beauty of machinery through the happenings of its intricate clocks. It was neither the weekend nor noon or evening, so there were only a few devotees in the hall quietly praying. Klein sat down in the aisles, leaned his cane, took off his hat, and pretended to pray for 10 minutes in front of the sacred emblem. Then he picked up his things and walked along the aisle to the altar. He said to the bishop standing to the side, I wish to make a confession. Good God is watching you. The bishop, who had a kind face and hoary hair at his temples, walked to the confessional by his side. Klein followed closely behind and closed the door. He sat down on a chair and said to the bishop through the wooden board, I confess that I didn't adhere to my principles when facing danger and I chose to retreat. What were you thinking at that time? The bishop gently asked. Klein immediately described in detail about Talam's death, his suspicions, and the reminder from the machinery hive mind. Prince Eds entrusted and asked how he failed to obtain any answers from his divination. He expressed heartfelt cowardice in the face of royal family strife. The reason he didn't go straight to Carson was that he was afraid not only he was being watched by Prince Ed's men, were also watching him from the shadows. Once he made his intentions clear, he couldn't be sure if he would encounter another calamity. This, knock on wood, maybe not. The Steam Cathedral was the headquarters of the church god Steam of steam and machinery, and it was one of the 3 great holy temples. No one can spy on whatever had happened inside. What Klein intended to do was use the Church of Gods of Steam to convey his true thoughts to avoid getting caught up in a deep conflict. Simply put, it was to Simply put, it was to comply with what his heart wanted. The bishop listened quietly and answered without changing his tone. Your choice derives from human instinct. God will not blame you. Go back. God will protect you. That's good. Klein understood the hint and quietly left the steam cathedral. Standing on the street outside, looking at the misty sky, he sighed silently. I need to advance as soon as possible. Oh, we're definitely hitting faceless in like the next 10 chapters, bro. All right, let's keep reading. Let's fucking keep reading. Let me do my timestamp. Bear with me. 1 hour, 48 minutes. 1 hour, 48, sequence 8, amnesiac. 1 hour, 48 minutes. Oh, wait, no, 49. Hold up, let me just copy paste. Live broadcast. What the fuck? This chapter's called live broadcast. That's a weird chapter. There's their message deleted. It is a symbol. You just need to digest your potion enough. Yeah. All right, let's keep going though. You guys ready? I lied. Let me drink some water first. Wait, hold up. Let me just make sure Miss Easy Geeky has responded or not. Don't want to ignore her all day. You know, you got to keep them happy. You got to keep them happy or they'll get mad at you. Okay. Why are so many messages disappearing, man? I'm not sure. Easy. What's the time you're in? 9 p.m. Nah, it's still early. I'm on Pacific. We're like barely midday, bro. Okay, let's keep reading. He's looking at you. Alright. Chapter 445 is called Live Broadcast. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the pitch-black city walls. Carrying a leather bag on his back, the axe of Hurricane. As I'm saying that, I need to update this before I forget. The axe of Hurricane in his hand, Derek Berg stood outside the doorway to a cave with nearly 10 of his teammates. Lifting his eyes up, he saw that between the stone cracks of the city wall, the dry and hardened black soil was crusting, but a bunch of tenacious weeds had grown out. They were densely packed and resembled human hair. At that moment, he hurriedly withdrew his gaze and looked towards the city gate when he heard light footsteps. Okay, this is getting scary. As the lightning and darkness altered, a tall figure slowly walked over, carrying 2 straight swords which were crossed on his back. Then his pale, disheveled hair, his ancient eyes, his twisted, deep old scars, and his perennially unchanged brown coat and flaxen-colored shirt entered Derek at the other sides. The approaching person was the chief of the 6-member council of the city of Silver, Colin Iliad, a powerful demon hunter. After greeting him, Derek subconsciously looked at the chief's waist. There was a leather belt divided into many compartments, each with a different metal bottle inside. Should automatically swap to horror music when we get to Derek? You know what? You're right. It's true. Anything in the city of Silver needs, like, something scary. How about this? Does this fit? At least for now. And then when shit that hits the fan, we'll switch it up. Maybe? Bro, load number 1 and 2 OCs are perfect for listening when reading the Amon chapters. We could play more. Too holy, but sure. Okay, I mean, we can play it for now. Yeah, I feel like whenever we get more stuff on, like, crazy, like, mysterious characters. You know what? Thank you for reminding me. What's the new game that's being made by the Little Nightmare team? Well, let me I'm gonna open stuff up in the meantime, just to have it ready. I think what I need to do is, in between chapters or when we're updating, I'm gonna just play a little bit of another song. Well, you know what? I'll probably do it at the end of the stream. At the end of the stream, I'll just start playing other random stuff. What the fuck? This is so creepy. Nah, what the fuck? Veg trying to corrupt the whole chat. What the fuck? Oh, hell no. I think when we end stream today, when we finish our read through today, I think what I might do, I'm gonna end stream, upload the video. This is good. What the fuck is that song? It's the first song from Little Nightmares playlist I looked up. Please don't talk about stuff from upcoming chapters. Romero is depressed. Good music. I think when we end stream today, I'm gonna restart stream, but I'm not gonna be doing anything. I'm gonna just have music playing from Little Nightmares and Epic, and I'm gonna see whatever gets picked up. Too short? Yeah. A lot of these songs are kind of short though. Oh wait, here, hold up. Oh, this is the full song. It's called Lure of the Maw. I think it's this one. Oh, Little Nightmares is fucking creepy, bro. I should be playing this. We gotta play this. I know this is like a 3-hour game, right? Alright, but let's play the other stuff for now. We'll go back to it. Little Nightmares, Teeth and Leaves. We'll go back to it. Excited for the 3rd game, man. Yeah, I'm excited. I also want to play that other game that they're making. The original people. That one looked fucking scary and trippy. All right, let's keep reading. Beautiful. There's like 45 of you guys. You should play it. It's short enough. Yeah, I think I can do short games on stream. It just, dude, my problem is I love gaming, man. Look, before I continue, let me just go off track for 2 minutes. Quick 2-minute tangent. I bought in Re-Metaphor and haven't beaten it. I bought the Persona 3 Collector's Edition and I haven't beaten it. I fucking love playing Atlas games. I put over like 100 or 200 hours into the Persona 5 Roll Edition on the hardest difficulty. I still haven't beaten it. And I just put the game on normal. Like, I think like at least one Saturday, Sunday, like if I stream, it's probably just gonna be gaming. Just so I can have like a breather. But not this weekend, because we're finishing Lord of Mysteries this weekend. And man, they're like updating in the backgrounds the website for the Persona 4 remake. Oh man. It's gonna be so fucking good, bro. Metaphor is so good, but kind of cheesy later on. It's still worth it. Persona 5, my favorite JRPG. Dude, I played that game in 2016 when it came out. It's so bullshit that it's almost been 10 years since Persona 6 comes out. And the fact that we got a Persona 3 remake and we're allegedly getting a Persona 4 remake before Persona 6 kind of breaks my heart, but I'm still hyped. And I haven't beaten any new fucking... I haven't even beaten, it was a sequel. And Atlas released it like a year or two ago. It's the chick with gray hair. I forgot her name. I know I have it up there. I forget what it's called. But there's so many games that I love from them that I haven't beat it. Shadows, and I haven't even beaten the new SMT game. Fuck, man. And it's like, damn. And like, why the fuck do I love JRPGs? Like, why do I love playing games that takes hundreds of hours? I still have not beaten Minecraft. Man, I used to play Minecraft. I played Minecraft back in the day, dude. When it would receive updates. You know when they added that chicken coop? I was there, bro. I was there when that game was like $5. I was there from the beginning, dude. I was there at the start, bro. I was there when it was just a random ass PC app and like there was nothing in that game. I was there from its conception era, bro. Stalling. Okay, sorry. 2-minute tangent. Okay, we're back. We're back. Sorry. Thank you, Romero. Thank you for reminding me that I'm stalling. Lifting his eyes up, he saw that between the stone cracks of the city wall, we read this. At that moment, he hurriedly withdrew his gaze and looked towards the city gate when he heard light footsteps. As the lightning and darkness altered, a tall figure... Damn, I stalled at a really bad part. At that moment, he hurriedly withdrew his gaze and looked towards the city gate when he heard light footsteps. As the lightning and darkness altered, a tall figure slowly walked over, carrying 2 straight swords, which were crossed... Is it Colin? Iliad? Slowly walking over, carrying 2 straight swords, which were crossed on his back. Then his pale, disheveled hair, his ancient eyes, his twisted, deep old scar... Oh, yeah, it is Colin Iliad. Old scars and his preliminary, unchanged brown coat and flaxen-colored shirt entered Derek and the other's sight. The approaching person was the chief of the 6-member council of the city of Silver, Colin Iliad, a powerful demon hunter. This dude is literally just Geralt to Rivia. After greeting him, Derek subconsciously looked at the chief's waist. There was a leather belt divided into many compartments, each with a different metal bottle inside. This was a symbol of an experienced and powerful demon hunter. Derek had previously heard his parents mention that demon hunters were good at discovering the weaknesses of different monsters, identifying the use of various materials, and were able to use their special cognition state against the former. With the latter, they could concoct corresponding magical medicine, holy ointments, essential oils, and special imprints. Then, through consumption, smearing, and using these items, they could achieve the effects restraining the target. In a sense, experienced, knowledgeable, well-prepared, and sharp demon hunters were the nemesis of the vast majority of monsters. The amount of variety of these small metal bottles at their waist represented their experience. Of course, this was only a portion of the demon hunters beyond their powers. Just by relying on these, they couldn't help but call demigods or saints. One sec, I hear Ellie. Ellie! Come here. Come inside. Come on. Hi, Ellie. Wow. Are you gonna hang out with me? Literally, Geralt to Rivia. Hi. Oh, I love you, Ellie. You're so beautiful. Oh, come here. Give me a kiss. I love you. I love you, Ellie. You need a haircut. I love you. Hey, they're gonna get mad. They're gonna think I'm stalling, okay? I love you. I'm gonna put you down. I love my dog too much, man. Nah, don't look at my ear. That's gross. What did you do to him? Alright, let's keep reading. We're gonna try and read this with her. She's finally calmed down with me here. I found my place. In a sense, experienced, knowledge, well-prepared, and sharp demon hunters were the nemesis of the vast majority of monsters. The amount of variety of small metal bottles at their waist represented their experience. Of course, this was only a portion of the demon hunter beyond their powers. Why does my mic sound off? and he sensed the experienced, knowledgeable, well-prepared, and sharp demon hunters were the nemesis of the vast majority of monsters. The amount of variety of small metal balls at their waist represented their experience. I know, I'm sorry I reread that. Of course, this was only a portion of the demon hunters beyond their powers. Just by relying on these, they couldn't be called demigods or saints. Colin looked around and confirmed that all the team members were present. He then said in a low voice, Light up, let's go. 2 members immediately lit the candles in their lanterns, letting the faint yellow light shine through the extremely thin leather. During daytime, I dropped my mic. We're still good, right? During daytime, when the frequency of the lights were relatively high, there was no need to use candles in the City of Silver, as there was illumination every 2 to 3 seconds. Furthermore, the monsters in the nearby area had been cleared out again and again. However, once they left the City of Silver and entered the darkness, they had to maintain sufficient candlelight. Otherwise, the lightning failed to illuminate the skies, causing a dark environment that exceeded 5 seconds. There was a high chance for team to suffer for the result of certain monsters. Why are you growling, Ellie? Why? Why is it always when I'm streaming? Why is it always when I'm streaming? They always get mad at me. Intense fighting wasn't the most frightening development. What Derek remembered so vividly was a story his parents had told him. Once, while they were exploring the depths of darkness because of the previous battles was a horde of rotting corpses, the candles couldn't be replaced in time. This led to them to endure being engulfed in darkness for as long as 8 seconds. When the lightning flashed again and the candlelight appeared, they were stunned to see that only 5 of the original 8 teammates remained. The other 3 had vanished in silence, never to be seen again. What? Hey. Chill. Hey, look at me. Hey, chill. Got that? Calm down. Hey, look at me. Hey, look at me. Calm down. Hey, you're gonna get in trouble if you keep that up, okay? Not today. We're almost done with volume 2. Wait, easy gas. Plushie? Yeah, you see the plushie? Yeah. Ooh, you a Steingate's connoisseur? I bought that, bro. Let me show off. I bought that sucker in Akihabara, Japan, bro. I bought it where the anime takes place, dude. It's basically like Minecraft monsters spawn there. Wait, don't just drop the Minecraft analogy like that. Let me reread this. No, don't just drop the Minecraft. But it's basically like monsters spawn there if there's no light for more than 5 seconds. So in my mind, maybe like the lightning is there for a reason, right? Like maybe the lightning is there in place to like help them from like spawning so much. Let me let Ellie out. She wants to go back out. 1 sec. Hi. You want to go out? Okay. Go for it. Go for it. MC modded more prec. LEY. Yeah. She gets mad. She gets mad when I'm streaming. She gets mad. She gets mad when I stream and she likes to head out. Okay. Let me reread from here since we were a little distracted. Taking a deep breath, Derek gripped the axe of Hurricane lightly and walked in the middle of the team, following the chief in a predetermined direction. A bolt of lightning flashed, causing the plains covered in the black tall grass to appear like an airy oil painting. The exploration team of 10 Beyonders walked along the path filled with craggy gravel, venturing deep into the black grass. The lightning subsided, and the dense darkness instantly swept over them, almost completely engulfing them. The yellow candlelight pierced through the leather and weakly swayed over the fro, guarding the surrounding areas. Eastboro... Okay, so that was it. So, they're basically respawning in the darkness, right? It's kind of like in a video game. Like how they just, like, respawn. But thank you, Cammy. It's basically like Minecraft. Monsters spawn there if there's no light for more than 5 seconds. Everything can be MC. Modded. Eastboro in a greasy and cheap coffee shop. In accordance with the previously agreed upon appointment, Klein found Old Kohler, who was applying for butter to his toast. He glanced at the crumped cigarette on the table and smiled. Newly bought No, it's from the past. I haven't spoken since, but I wouldn't always carry it with me, occasionally taking it out to sniff at it. This will remind me of the vagrant life of mine. Back then, I really felt like I could die at any moment. Old Kohler's tone carried a hint of fear. Klein took 20 solely and change, which had changed earlier, and pushed according to the table while sitting down. I was very satisfied with the information from the last time. Without waiting for Old Kohler to give a modest reply, he turned his head and looked towards the counter. A loaf of oatmeal bread, 2 slices of toast, a block of butter, a serving beef stew with potatoes, and a 1-pence cup of coffee. Cup of what? Cup of tea. Sorry. There's like 40 of you guys here and I'm stuttering my words. Mr. Marty, didn't you have dinner yesterday? O'Clear was stunned for a moment as he held the cash. Klein shook his head and smiled. I'll be very busy later and might not have time for lunch. He needs to pretend that he was active and serious. After all, he received £100 from Prince Ed's. Old Kohler didn't ask any more questions. He looked around cautiously before stuffing the notes into his pocket. There are some results from the matter you previously asked me to find out more about. Zik Eager's bounty came from a few gang leaders of the intelligence dealers? Well, I don't know who entrusted the task to them since it's difficult to make contact with them. MI9, Klein nodded. That's enough. There's no need to delve deeper. It's too dangerous. Old Kohler heaved a sigh of relief and said, 2 days ago, someone at the budget hotel of the Golden Cloak Street saw someone who appeared to be a Zik? It said that the person was basically a carbon copy of the picture on the bounty notice. You're telling me a Zik's coming back for the finale? Klein's heart palpitated and he smiled instead of showing surprise. And then could it be that the moment I prepared to try for this bounty, the matter's over. And then, with the clue, quite a number of bounty hunters rushed over, but they didn't find anything. Well, they said that there were traces of fight in the room. Old Kohler tried his best to recall the information he had gathered. The intelligence would definitely be sent by MI9 first. Did Mr. Zik have a secret standoff with them? I wonder what the outcomes was. Klein took a glance at the boss, who was coming over with a plate. He pretended to mutter to himself and said to Old Kohler, take me to the Golden Cloak Street later. Maybe I can find some clues. It was past breakfast time in Eastborough, and there were very few customers in the cheap coffee shop. All right, Old Kohler agreed without hesitation. A total of 16.5 pence. The boss placed clean breakfast on the table. There wasn't much beef with the potatoes, but the stew was very overcooked. It was obvious that it had been prepared beforehand. The thick aroma tantalized Old Kohler's taste buds to the point he involuntarily gulped a mouthful of saliva. After paying the bill, Klein picked up a fork and spoon and said to Old Kohler, continue. There aren't many people looking for believers of the fool anymore, except for a few stubborn bounty hunters. Many unemployed textile women, including some male workers, left Eastborough. Old Kohler went down a list of matters. What? Klein swallowed the beef and looked up. Left Eastborough. They must have found some other job. As for what they want or where they went, I couldn't find out. Old Kohler answered truthfully. Their families aren't aware. Klein pressed. Some left with their unemployed family members, while others had come alone from outside the city to search for work. Old Kohler had already done some investigations. Judging from the target's choice, there's something wrong. Klein made a mental note of it and continued to eat while he listened to Old Kohler talk about matters that had happened in Eastborough recently. After making an appointment for the next meeting, he put down the cutlery, wiped his mouth, picked up his hat, and said, let's head for the Golden Cloak Street. And the only budget hotel on Golden Coat Street. After the boss accepted a 2-pence tip, he had led Klein and Old Kohler to the room which was suspected to be where Zik Edgars used to live. There have been many bounty hunters visiting over the period of time. It made me earn quite a bit, so I have maintained its original state. The hotel owner opened the door with his key and pointed inside. At first glance, Klein saw overturned chairs and ragged scatters everywhere. There was no other signs of a fight. With this considerable spirit perception, Klein cast his gaze under the bed. After sitting for 2 seconds, he walked over and bent down to pat the bed. Dust flew into the air with a poof as a gray rat jumped out from under the bed. It looks normal without any problems, but Klein's spirit vision, its aura, had only the colors of black and green. The rat turned a color and climbed up a wall, exposing its belly to Klein's eyes. In that soft spot, its flesh was green with flowing pus. One could see that his internal organs had similarly rotted away. Klein thoughtfully looked back at Old Kohler, who wasn't paying attention to the rat. The bounty for Zik Eager's has been withdrawn. Note Old Kohler shook his head in confirmation. Klein examined it again, and he stepped and said, let's go, there's no valuable clues. 15 Mink Street. Klein, who had been busy all day, lay down on his bed and entered the dream world. Scenes that were... oh my god, I can't read. Scenes that were continuous at times and at other times fragmented swept past all of a sudden. Klein woke up. he knew that he was dreaming. A powerful has invaded my dreams. Klein maintained his previous dazed state, casually sizing up his surroundings. He found himself in a suburb of fertile fields. A river flowed over from the distance and made turning around the cliff in front of him. One side of the cliff was bare, revealing a pure white rock. Looking for him afar, it seemed to have a kind of holy beauty. Nearly 10 men and women wearing black coats or dark jackets surrounded the hidden underground entrance to the bay. Among them was Klein's acquaintance, Eikenser Bernard. White Cliff Town. Starford River... Okay, point of view change. White Cliff Town, Starford River Clique, Machinery Hive Mind. Are they exploring the Amon family tomb? But why would there be scenes of it in my dream? Klein was puzzled. At that moment, he saw the water on the surface of the river undilate, rapidly forming a line of white words. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to report to you on the exploration situation. What? Klein's mouth turned agape, momentarily losing the ability to speak. Then a voice echoed in his head, tell me, why would a perfectly good mirror be a snitch? What? Is a Rhodes drawn to Klein in some way? A Rhodes live stream started, guys. Quickly join. Or Rhodes started a live stream, guys. So, what? So, a Rhodes has a mind of his own, right? I wouldn't be surprised if a Rhodes is a simp. I wouldn't be surprised if a Rhodes wants to join Klein. I wouldn't be surprised if a Rhodes is like, you know what? I want to go with Klein instead. I wouldn't be shocked if that happens. But let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. We're at 446. 446. 2 hours. 2 minutes. 31. Okay. Hold up, let me see my timestamp. We're chilling. What the fuck? Oh, I thought I fucked up my stuff. Bro is being overworked by some dude with tree hair. Rhodes about to ask Klein if... We'll see what he asks. We'll see what his question is. Alright, next chapter. Chapter 400 and what? 46. Machinery Hive Mind's combat style. And we're going to make sure everything's good. Update it? Yes. In an instant, Klein switched to his unfathomable state as the fool who overlooked everything. He nodded and said, not bad. Ahead of him, the river surged and the white words squirmed and changed before taking shape again. What follows is the expiration process your loyal servant Rhodes has recorded. Your loyal servant Rhodes has recorded. You can choose to speak up or skip a certain scenes at any time. This sentence froze for 2 seconds and then the scene abruptly zoomed in. Klein instantly appeared beside Eikenser Bernard, but no one noticed him. He looked around and felt that he was surrounded by living people with lifelike scenes. Nothing about his surroundings looked unreal, making him feel as if though he had been what? Making it as if he was there in person. I can even speed up or skip scenes. The original form of this mirror Rhodes is a virtual reality family cinema. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. He took another look at the Machinery Hive Mind member and saw that it was led by an old man in a white priest robes and a clerk hat. His face was unusually kind and his expression was calm and gentle. Your Grace, everyone is ready. Eikenser approached the elder and said with a bow. Archbishop, this is the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery's Backland Diocese, the demigod Hormick Hayden. Okay, new name drop. So we got a new bishop. The Machinery Hive Mind really is cautious and not careless. Who knows, they might have even brought along a Grade 1 sealed artifact and performed a divination in advance. After all, they're in control of the mystery prior pathway. Luckily, I can basically confirm that the bog's anti-divination or divination interference ability are similar to the cards of blasphemy, allowing the results to be so ordinary as possible and the least bit of suspicious. Otherwise, certain matters might be exposed. However, there's a certain probability that the meeting bestow Miss Sharon and I will appear because to me, this is something harmful. It depends on whether a Wraith instinct to interfere with the divination will affect the Machinery Hive Mind attempt. Wait, the Machinery Hive Mind is highly likely to have relied on Rhodes, and based on its performance from just now and previously, it isn't impossible for him to curry favor with me by adding some mosaics. Klein thought in alignment. At this point, Cormac Hayden drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. Begin the operation, God will protect us. Nearly 10 Beyonders headed down and Klein followed closely behind. He didn't fast forward at all. He had always been curious about the combat styles of the low and mid-sequence Beyonders with Machinery Hive Mind, and he wanted to take this opportunity to experience it. In addition, he was also greatly concerned about how the demigod really did in combat, as well as the secrets hidden in the Mons family tomb. I gotta go sleep 1:30. Ooh, it's late for you guys, huh? I know for some people it's late. Alright, let's keep reading. Begin the operation. Let me read this. He had always been curious about the combat style. Okay. In addition, he was also greatly concerned about how a demigod really did in combat, as well as the secrets hidden in the Amon family tomb. After being ransacked by time in a period spanning 1,000 or 2,000 years, the black marble staircase still retained its hardness without any signs of corrosion. The Machinery Hive Mind members followed it all the way underground, where they saw the uniqueness asymmetrical stone pillars and the axe and blade scuffing from the period of the Fourth Epoch. The pillars stood on either side of the wide room, and in front of them was a large, heavy, dark gray stone bifold door. The one door Klein didn't go through in the original catacombs was the bifolded door, right? Oh, wait, or is this the same catacomb? Oh, no, it's the same catacomb, right? No, this is the Amon family tomb. The other one was a different tomb. Yeah, right? The pillars stood on either side of the wide room, and in front of them was a large, heavy, dark gray stone bifolded door. Yeah, this is a different catacomb. My bad. The stone door had already cracked open. Yeah, it's different. It's the same. The other one, it was like a blood-stained bifolded door. I remember that. That part kind of stood out. It's like it was recently covered in blood. And this is like, it hasn't been touched in like thousands of years. The stone door had already cracked open, wide enough for two people to walk alongside each other. It was completely dark inside. The Machinery Hive Mind members were in no hurry to enter. They carefully searched for the surrounding areas with lanterns, but they found nothing of value. According to the plan, the first group will begin a preliminary cleanup. With the Archbishop's approval, Ikenser pushed down his hat, compressing his fluffy hair. Clean up. By the side, Klein ruminated over the words. Amidst his puzzlement, the two strongest and burliest male Machinery Hive Mind team members each laid down a long black box on their backs and opened them up. Inside, one long box with a sturdy, heavy iron black cannon-shaped object. Its surface was engraved with dense and arcane patterns. And the other box was a complex and equisient firearm with a chain of pale golden bullets inserted into it. One of the two team members carried the cannon-shaped objects and trudged to the open stone door. Another Machinery Hive Mind member picked up the peculiar gun, adjusted the bullet chain, and followed slightly behind. After the two of them glanced at each other, the cannon-shaped object of the former's shoulder rapidly lit up, outlining burning patterns and imprinting before a loud salvo. I've never read that word, salvo. A cannon and a machine gun. Boom. A golden fireball akin to a miniature sun? Their cannon was a golden fireball akin to a miniature sun. Flew... Freedom. A golden fireball akin to a miniature sun flew out from the cannon barrel and into the darkness. Boom. The ground trembled slightly, and intense light was emitted from the crack. The body of the Machinery Hive Mind member who was holding on to the cannon barrel clearly sank a little, and his feet trembled. Boom, boom, boom. He repeatedly used the Beyonder weapon to launch one golden cannonball after another at different spots, causing the tomb to sway without a speck of dust falling. After he came to a stop, the team members with a peculiar gun stepped forward and pulled the trigger. Bam. The sound of the machine gun... The sound of the machine gun fire echo... We have machine guns in this series. This is reminding me of that one meme of Gandalf holding a machine gun. He's like, a gun. The sound of a machine gun fired echoes as one pale golden bullet after another flew out, purifying the danger in the depths of the darkness. Isn't this the bombardment effect I've always wanted? Furthermore, they're using Beyonder expendables like purifying bullets and exorcism cannonballs. How extravagant. Is this the combat style of Machinery Hive Mind? Klein stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly agape. After the series of savage bombardments, Ikenser raised his voice above the rumbling echoes and said, "Creep up, do the follow-up cleanup. There's more." Klein felt a little numb from what was just happening. The second group was also made up of 2 team members who used scrolls made of different kinds of letters. They chanted simplified incantations, activated the scrolls, and tossed them inside. The construct behind the door was suddenly shrouded by gentle and pure light. Drops of golden holy rain patted down, cleansing everything in the area. Klein looked at this scene and suddenly found it somewhat ridiculous. Wait, aren't you guys here to engage in archaeological studies? Aren't you guys professional archaeologists? Aren't you afraid that the tomb will collapse from using such cleanup methods? While these thoughts flashed through his mind, the second team was done, and they shouted to Ikenser. Dekon, as expected, the construct's structural integrity hasn't been destroyed. They were clearly prepared. Alright, continue forward. Ikenser gave the order. Klein walked in the middle through the stone door and saw piles of dirt and debris on the ground. It was impossible to tell what kind of monsters had once been active here, and no one could guess the functions of the mechanisms that had been set up here. After these cleanup procedures, as long as one didn't dodge in advance, no Beyonders below that of a high sequence of Beyonders would be able to withstand it. Klein once again gained a deeper understanding of what the aesthetic of violence was like and what it meant to be simple, direct, and unreasonable. In what followed, the previous scenes were repeated over and over again. The Machinery Hive Mind team members smoothly approached, exploring one area after another. Occasionally harvesting some Beyonder characteristics they were beginning to gather. There are no murals. Seeing that the main tomb chamber in sight, the Archbishop of the Church of God's Theme, Hormick Hayden, stopped and muttered to himself in puzzlement. Klein, who had considered half a historian, was equally puzzled. Generally speaking, a noble family member's grave would more or less express their position and honor when they were alive. And when a grave became a tomb or even a mausoleum, it was very common for a mural to be used to describe its master life when it possessed enough space. In even older and more obscure areas, this wasn't rare, and it was even more common. It was and it was even the most common method. The first things humans learned was drawing, not writing. Thus, it really was a little strange that there were no similar murals in the tomb of a 4th epoch noble family, okay? Upon hearing the Archbishop's question, Ikenser immediately ordered the men to spread on groups of 2 to search the vicinity for relevant traces of murals. Watching from the sidelines, Klein couldn't help but want to fast forward a little to immediately see the outcome. Let's see it, bro. Fast forward. At that moment, he noticed that the 2 Machinery Hive Mind members in the left corner had suddenly turned into 3. At that moment, he noticed that the 2 Machinery Hive Mind members in the left corner had suddenly turned into 3. One of them looked identical to Ikenser Bernard, his fluffy hair propped up, his hat high. This Klein first stunned before he made a guess. The moment he had thought, Ikenser walked over to the team member closest to him. Any discoveries, he cleared his throat and lowered his voice. The team members turned around warmly, but immediately relaxed when he saw that it was a Dekon Ikenser. No, before he could finish his sentence, Ikenser in front of him suddenly turned into a piece of... I just read the American Pathway. I just read that. Truly the American Pathway. Thank you for 1,880, man. Thank you, guys. No, before he can finish the sentence, Ikenser in front of him suddenly turned into a piece of human skin and enveloped his body. The pale human skin tightly wrapped around him, and his face began to form the outline of his facial features. During this process, there were no additional sounds, nor were there any abnormal movements that were triggered. All of a sudden, the human skin began to emit rays of light, just like the rising of the sun. The human skin immediately turned translucent and quietly soared into the air as it was being burned. A black whip immediately lashed out, striking its body, causing its moving to clearly slow down. Wait. What's happening? In such about a slowness was an original sin. One beyond our weapon after another, burning scrolls and pale golden bullets were released towards the human skin. So this is like something that was hiding in the tombs pretending to be Ikenser. After, right? Remember when we talked about the human skin creatures last? When was that the last time? Human skin creatures. 1880s, height of the Victorian era. Every subcount we have to find something happened in history. When was the human skin creatures brought up? But that's what it was, right? It's one of the creatures in the catacombs that was disguised as Ikenser, right? That's gross, dude. The human skin immediately turned translucent and quickly soared into the air as if it was being burned. Let me reread this part again. A black whip immediately lashed out, striking its body, causing its movement to clearly slow down. In such a battle, Snowless was an original skin, one beyond our weapon after another. Burning scrolls and pale golden bullets were released towards the human skin. After a brilliant burst of light, countless ashes fell from the sky. All of them coruscated fate in line and slowly struggled to gather together. It really is a human skin shadow? Klein needs a human skin shadow for his... Oh, wait. You're right. Oh my god. I'm so dumb. I was thinking of just the ingredient. 1,000-faced... Whatever it's called. Yes, human skin shadow. I thought we were just gonna find the ingredient. I didn't necessarily think we'd have to kill the creature and then get it. I thought they were gonna like find the ingredient or something like on the floor. Klein asked her for some loot. I know I thought we were just gonna find it. It literally went over my mind that it has to come from something. 1,000-face hunter and human skin shadow. I was assuming we were just gonna find the ingredients on the floor. It's like, it's literally Monster Hunter. And then he's gonna be wearing the monster's drip like, hey man, you see this? There you go. I got this from the human skin, dude. Oh shit. Thankfully the Archbishop... Whoa, wait, I lost my place. It was only then Klein realized that his brooch had quite... Shit. Wait, it really is a human skin shadow. Klein turned his attention to the machinery hive mind members who had just been attacked. The man pulled out his collar and pulled out a protective charm. There were many symbols and magic labels related to the sun on it. Thankfully, the Archbishop got us to wear these things. He held the lantern and sincerely praised. It was only then that Klein realized that his brooch had the quality of the night, his ring had the intensity of the storm, and his belt exuded the sense of physical strength. Although they aren't all mystical items, most of them are in the category of charms and beyond our weapons. Even their effects will quickly decline, they're still worth a lot. If you weren't an artisan or a rich beyonder, there's no way to gather that much. Is this the combat style the machinery have mind? Burning money. Klein felt a sudden setback and it took him a long time to recover. At that moment, the human skin shadow characteristic gathered and took form. There it is. It was like a huge diamond with countless sides reflecting light, and each side reflected a different face. The face were densely packed, laid, and left one dizzy. It just a short... I'm just short of it. Klein was overjoyed, and the machinery hive mind handled the spoils. They continued to search for the murals, but they didn't find any traces of them. They had no choice but to gather again and head for the passageway that led to the main tomb. Damn, dude. Let's keep going, dude. Let's freaking keep reading. Pause, and let's update. Hold up. Let's update this bad boy right here. 447. Let me quickly step out. I'm gonna use the bathroom for a second. Next chapter speak. All right, before we read next chapter, before we read peak, gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I may run to the bathroom and see if I can bring a quick snack from the kitchen. Let me just do this timestamp first. Chapter's called Portrait. All right, well, I go use the bathroom and run to the kitchen. Let me look up Expedition 33. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Quick break. And we're going to test music. music popping. Oh. Ow. All right, we're back. I really want to play Expedition 33, man, but I'm like, I'm so behind on gaming that I know if I buy it, I'm not gonna beat it right away. I know it's gonna just join my backlog. Wait, give me 2 seconds. Damn, I opened it all crooked. Hold up. I'm gonna just put this sucker like right here. I hope you guys are ready, man. I'm literally just bringing popcorn now. I might be nibbling. Have I ever listened to Magnus Archives? What is that? I don't think I have. Oh. I like this song. You guys ready? You say it was a hype chapter? Hey from Twitch, I see you, Viz Beyond. Yo, thank you. It's an audio drama horror anthology series. Sometimes it adds some strange LOTM Eldritch horror vibes. Oh. Okay. Before I continue, that sounds interesting. Let me just search that up. Just so I can have a tab open. Paste and search. The Magnus Archives. Okay, I got it open. Let's keep reading. Fuck, I got cheesy popcorn all over me. Garo V after Luton. Get through the big three before anything else. That's true. Alright, you guys ready? Let's keep going. Woo! Okay, I'm pumped. I'm excited. Alright, you guys hype me up a little bit. Chapter 447 is called Portrait. After another series of bombardments, the passage into the main tomb was revealed to the members of the machinery hive mind. Let's see if I can do this while we're reading. The ground was littered with debris. The diamond sheet beyond a characteristic was reflected, and a human face lay silently at the bottom of the ring. I can't do this. Lay silently at the bottom of the right wall, glowing with the light of two objects. The entire tunnel included the two walls that lined up to the side of the stove ceiling. Was filled with potholes. However, one thing remained undamaged. Wait, remained undamaged. I lost my place. It was a frame that was hung up ahead about 7 meters away. It was brown in color and the wood grain was obvious, but only one side of the frame was revealed. Without anyone mentioning anything, all the Beyonders present could tell it was strange. At this moment, the Archbishop of the Church Steam Machinery, Hormick Hayden, stepped forward and said in a gentle voice, "This is likely to be the spectator portrait frame that belonged to the Amon family. This is likely to be the specter portrait frame that belonged to Amon family, according to the records. As long as one walks into range and it's illuminated by it, their spirit body will instantly be separated from their flesh and blood, turning into a portrait and be forever sealed inside." Wait. As long as one walks into range and is illuminated by it, their spirit body will instantly be separated from their flesh and blood, turning into a portrait and be forever sealed inside. In this state, even if the portrait is replaced, there's no way of rescuing the person without the corresponding methods. It sounds like something dangerous is probably trapped inside, right? If the duration of being sealed is too long, the body would already be dead. Then, even if one grasps the correct method to remove the seal, the spirit will quickly dissipate. As he spoke, Hormick moved forward, step by step, closing in on the strange frame. Clang was a bit worried, not daring to watch the demigod fight against the sealed artifact, but he quickly revealed that he was just watching a scene provided by the magic mirror roads. What was there to be afraid of? This was very normal. It's just like... I'm sorry, I burped. It's just like watching a horror movie or playing in the dark or playing a game in the dark. Klein calmed himself as he quickly paced and caught up with the Hormick Hayden. The demigod archbishop quickly reached the confines of where the mystical item that needed to be sealed was. He wore a white priest robe and a clerical cap, and his figure gradually appeared in the glass on the surface of the picture frame. Glass in the fourth epoch. Seems to be the case. This has at least been there has at least been glass in the fifth epoch history all this time, and there have been no mentions of who invented it. Klein waited with great interest for the battle between demigod and the strange sealed artifact. Hormick's upper body fully appeared with the spirit portrait frame, but his eyes didn't lose their luster. He walked towards the frame face to face. The silhouette within the painting flickered as though it was constantly shrieking, yet it was unable to succeed. Hormick stopped, took out large, almost opulent black clothing he had long prepared as he covered the spectator portrait frame. The frame trembled a few times, but in the end, it was completely covered by the black cloth and turned silent. Hormick seemed to be unaffected, and he effortlessly removed spectator portrait frames and finished wrapping up in the black cloth before trying to knot on its back. This isn't mystic. Didn't you say that your spirit body will be absorbed into the frame and turned into a portrait? Why is the Archbishop fine? Is this the uniqueness of a demigod, or is it because of another reason? Klein sized up Hormick Hayden, but he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Okay. His eyes are filled with spirit, his expression gentle, and he's rich in flesh and blood. It's a pity that I'm not there in person. Otherwise, I could activate my spirit vision and have a look. Cammy, what's the mysterious music you have me playing? I want to play that one. The best of something, right? Let's see. I think I like the song. Fuck is my like playlist? Where the fuck is my like playlist?
I'm just gonna get straight to the...
This game is a masterpiece. Oh, right here. I was gonna play The World Looks White. I was gonna play this one. I wanna play it, the author's POV. I'll just play this one for now. His eyes are filled with spirit and expression gentle, and he's rich in flesh and blood. It's a pity I'm not there in person, otherwise I can activate my spirit vision and have a look. Klein retracted his gaze and waited for the machinery and hive-mind members such as Iconster to come in. Hormick handed the spectator portrait frame to a member of the team and walked towards the main tomb at the end of the passage. There's a black stone door filled with scrapes carved... Oh, I can't see. I lost my place, I'm so sorry. Sorry, bro. Kind of busy, but sealed vessel and the world is fine. No, you're good. You're good. Shit, I lost my place. I'm sorry. Found my place. I found my place. Hormick handed the spectre portrait frame to a member of the team and walked towards the main tomb at the end of the passage. There was a black stone door filled with scrapes carved by the blades of an axes. In the middle of the door was a grayish-white disc. The surface of the disc was divided into 12 segments. There's a black needle, just like a clock from the outside world. However, the segments were evenly distributed across the disc. There was a varying sizes and extremely incongruous. Furthermore, each grid had half of its surface covered in shadow. The coat of arms of the Amon family. Archbishop Hormick made a brief introduction. He didn't explain... Sorry, I just like popcorn stuck in my mouth. He didn't explain the symbolic meaning of the coat of arms because personally only the Con Iconster Bernard was qualified to know. Klein, on the other hand, relied on his own knowledge of mysticism to attempt to decipher it. Disc, 12 segments, and a needle combined together that clearly represents time. It matches the worm of time which Amon's avatar left behind after it was wiped out. What should be 12 equal segments on a disc are unequal in size, and there are shadows or... Oh! It had 12 rings, and there's 12 on this... Okay. What should be 12 equal segments... One sec, hold up. Dude, I don't know, man. It's weird that they haven't revealed it yet. What pathway do you think the Amon family is, man? I don't know. Time? It's not monster. Monster has to do with fate, so it's not that. It's not lawyer, because we know it's Dark Emperor. Peak is about to arrive. The music is so peak. Oh, wait a sec. It has to be the Seer pathway. We know when was it Mercelot? When Mercelot first interrogated, no, when Mercelot first entered Climb's room to like see what was going on, it was there's a black threaded worm. It wasn't necessarily a 12th ring translucent worm, right? But I'm thinking it's Seer. I'm thinking it might be Seer. And it ain't Demoness. It ain't Devil. It definitely ain't Lawyer or Dark Emperor. It's not. I don't think it's Criminal. Definitely not the one Derek's on. It's not. It's not what Force is on. It's not what Audrey's on. It's like half. It can't be half of it. Might be. Might not be. I'm thinking it might be Seer, bro. I'm thinking this might be Seer. Disc 12 seconds, because we know, well, I'm saying that because Seer was revealed to not necessarily be time. It's a part of, no, I mean, it's not fate. But I feel like fate and time, they can kind of be related in some way, shape, or form. Disc, like, time and fate, they're kind of related. Disc, 12 segments, and a needle combined together, they clearly represent. And then the fact that, like, Amon's wearing a pointed hat, he'd be looking like a magician, you know, he kind of looks like a wizard. I don't know. Disc, 12 segments, and a needle combined together, they clearly represent time. It matches the worm of time, which Amon's avatar left behind after it was wiped out. What should be 12 equal segments on the disc and unequal in size, there's a shadow over a portion of it. Does this mean that Amon's family is the dark side of time? Then where does their title as a blasphemer family show itself? While Klein was thinking, Archbishop Horik pushed open a door open without any protection. The heavy stone door opened, revealing an extremely spacious tomb chamber. At the center of the chamber was a dais with a deep black coffin on top of it. I just read Amon as Gandalf. In the center of the chamber was a dais with a deep black coffin on top of it.
It was a time where the future was uncertain. So Kazuma Kaneko suggested that we depict a different era with the theme of passion to cheer up the people of the modern age. That is how the first game was developed. Though I personally feel that even now the future remains uncertain.
I literally have no. It's not an ad, Cammy. It's. I'm looping my liked music, but it's not looping my liked music. It's not an ad. No. It's for a new Atlas game. I'm just not gonna play the YouTube playlist right now. My immersion is ruined. I'm sorry. Just go back to this. Oh, we'll use YouTube later. We're so locked in. Son of a bitch. Hold up, I fucking lost my place. While Klein was thinking, Archbishop Horn pushed open the stone door. The heavy door with tomb keeper. In the center of the chamber was with deep blue coffin. Okay. The surrounding walls were decorated with iron lampstands, each holding a burning white candle. We know Klein uses flames, right? I'm thinking there's a connection here. When he's like teleporting, I'm thinking there's a connection. All the candles didn't flicker. I'm thinking there's a connection. It was so quiet that it seemed like a scene that was fixed in place. Completely devoid of any signs of its suffering, that effects of time that spanned 1 to 2,000 years. On the straight path from the stone door to the coffin, there were corpses lying on the ground. They were all wearing black tweeds coats, half-top hats, or even ordinary worker clothes with a cap on their head. It was obvious that they had entered in recent years. The Beyonders had previously recruited helpers. How did they get past the area at the front? The human-skinned shadow and the other monsters were clearly still alive. With a mind filled with questions, Klein... Yeah, how? Klein looked at the corpses. What he saw was left immediately shocked. What he saw left him immediately shocked. The corpses all had sparse white hair, dry and wrinkled skin, and obvious markings on their skin. They looked like 80 or 90 years old. There were no obvious wounds on their body as though they had died of old age. Furthermore, it appeared as if they had died recently and hadn't even rotten yet. It's very obvious that there wouldn't be this many aged beyonders exploring the tomb. Even if the discoveries of the tomb were old, they would still try their best to choose the young and strong when recruiting helpers. There's something odd about it. Klein frowned and looked around again. He quickly thought of the worm of time left behind by Amon's avatar. Does it like sap? Does this sap your life? For the last time? It's Black Emperor. Oh, I know. Translation. Translation. Yeah, my bad. He quickly thought of the worm of time left behind by Amon's avatar and the coat of arms of Amon's family that represented time on the sun door. Making people age rapidly as one of the Amon family's beyond their powers? So maybe they're part of death? If they're making them age? The dark side of time, the loophole in time. Could it be that... What? Could it be that as others rapidly age, the members of the Amon family would regain their youth and extend their lives? Wait a minute. For these Beyonders to easily barge into this place like that, perhaps it was deliberate on the tomb's master's part. He wanted to rob them of their time in order to maintain his own existence. Klein looked suspiciously at the black coffin on the platform. Who is it, bro? At this moment, the demigod Cormac Halen raised his left hand and pressed it down. You will stop here. Yes, your grace. I concern company answered without any hesitation. As a member of an official organization, they had read up on a large number of past Beyonder events. They knew that under similar circumstances, they had to obey the will of a high sequence Beyonder and absolutely couldn't act rashly or else they would die without knowing how. Hormick looked ahead and his eyes fell on a piece of frame that hung upside down at the bottom of the diocese. His expression didn't change as he continued to walk forward in a leisurely pace, not making any preparations at all. The hallmark of demigods is to be rash. Klein was stunned. Bruh, what happened? What? A deaf seer of time? I'm curious. Wait, was there a spoiler? I didn't read it. It's okay. I was about to read it. He seemed to be able to... Dude, who did that? Dude, you were so quick, dude. He seemed to be able to imagine Hormick's teeth dropping, his white hair willing, and the skin shivering as he rapidly aged. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Hormick, who seemed fine, suddenly trembled, and a sharp, piercing, grinding sound could be heard from his body. His pace began to slow down and his movements became stiff. His pace slowed down and his movements became stiff. What, do his thoughts become sluggish? And his skin visibly dried up. There's something wrong with that. That isn't the aging process of a normal human being. What was that grinding sound just now? Klein muttered inwardly. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. Ripping sounds came from Horrick's body as something fell to the ground. Klein subconsciously looked over and saw a gear covered in rust. Hormick continued on as items kept dropping from his body from time to time. There were rusty screws, metal waxes, yellow bones, and loose springs. His figure became increasingly thin and unsteady, and as if it would collapse at any time. This is just like a robot? Well, in this era's term, like a living doll, Klein was suddenly enlightened. I need to change the music. I need to change the music. We're playing this sucker. We're looping this bitch. There's so much that can happen. Mechanical pieces. Did I not talk about the alchemical life thing where you have to make a body? And then you just... And we know the portrait can separate one's body and spirit. And we know the alchemical life ritual has to, like, bring it back. No. Or you know what it is? Maybe... I don't know, man. I'm thinking there might be robots. Are there, like, steampunk robots in this series? Let's keep reading. Took time, and I have the video pauses. I'm saying that. We know the whole thing with the alchemical life, right? You guys told me, nah, don't think about it. We might be onto something. The whole point of the alchemical life ritual is, like, you make the body, and I remember I mentioned, like, a doll, right? But this is, like, a mechanical doll, or it's, like, a robot doll. And then we know at the beginning of this volume with Ian Wright, he was on the run because they were trying to find the manuscript of the one mathematician. And what was it? It was like something for a computer, like like a steampunk computer or like a robot, and then that had me thinking like maybe we'll find like steampunk robots. Is he one of them, or a gear covered in rust? So it's like his body's falling apart and it's mechanical pieces. His figure became increasingly thin and unsteady, as if it collapsed at any time. This is just like a robot. Well, in this era's term, like a living doll, Klein was suddenly enlightened. Why are we talking about old Neil? He remembered that before old Neil died, he had said that the Church of Earth, Mother Sequence 4, was good at alchemical life, and that the Saven pathway corresponds to sequences was barely able to do so too. As for Horik, he was high sequence beyond of the Saven pathway. The Hormick in front of me isn't the real him? What? No way, dude. What? That's not even the real him. It's just a refined doll. Just now, the reason why the spectator portrait frame was in it. Oh, that's why the portrait didn't separate his spirit, because it's just a doll. Steampunk robots are one of my favorite kinds of automatons in fiction. Bro, it was pretty cool when I ran into those in Baldur's Gate 3. I was like, this shit is sick. Okay, whoa, this is so fucking trippy. The one in front of me isn't the real him. It's just a redefined doll. Just now, the reason why the spectator portrait frame was ineffective was that a doll doesn't have a spirit body. The real Hormick should still be far away, as expected of a demigod. Amidst Klein's enlightenment, the Archbishop walked up to the dais, bent his knees and back, and turned the upside-down frame over. Generally speaking, when exploring a tomb involving beyond our elements, it was necessary to avoid flipping items over, but this time the Hormick had made the opposite decision. Following the flipping of the portrait frame, a wind suddenly blew in the sealed tomb, dispersing the formless imprisonment and silence. The candles of the iron-colored light fixtures rapidly ignited, becoming unusually bright. However, they soon reached the end of the living rooms and the end of their lives and melted away. Dulled corpses on the ground rapidly rotted and stank. In just a few seconds, the tomb main chamber had turned dark, leaving only the lanterns and the machinery hive mind members that were holding on to barely illuminate the area ahead. Hormick picked up... Well, what's with the text down here? What the hell? It looks weird. Hormick picked up the picture frame from the floor and went up the stairs to the dais. He came to the black coffin, stretched out his right palm, and forcefully pushed. Creak. The heavy coffin lid opened up a crack with a creaking sound. I read that wrong. The heavy coffin lid opened up a crack with a creaking sound, as though it wasn't nailed and shut at all. Hormick looked down and said in the same unchanging voice, "There's no corpse." As the scene drew near, Klein saw the coffin's interior was empty, except for a pale gold cushion embroidered with a worm with 12 rings. This is confusing me, man. With a worm with 12 rings. At that moment, Hormick turned around and the picture frame in his hand was reflected in his eyes of eye-concerned others. With just a glance, Klein's gaze suddenly froze. It was a portrait of a smiling young man. He had black eyes and curly black hair. It's Amon, right? He had black eyes and black curly hair. That's Amon's description. He had a broad forehead and a thin face. A crystal monocle hung over his eyes. He wore a black pointed hat. Amon. Wait. Okay, hold up. So the one that tried to interact with Klein is the same Amon. He's not a descendant. Because if they can fuck around with time, who's to say that this isn't the original Amon? Monocle. I know it's not Monocle, my bad. Monocle, my bad, I know. Wait. So it's the same dude. And he's using this whole, like, their whole ability to, like, sap their life. And that's why he's still alive. And that's how you can still, like, you know, have eternal youth. And the fact that he knew the word the fool... The fact that he knew the word fool implies that he knows Klein or whatever previous version of Klein there was before Bro steals from the time hole. And I don't know what that means, so... Wait. And the fact... Oh, fuck, I'm losing my train of thought. You guys keep asking me what this pathway is. Maybe this is the Seer pathway. Maybe Amon and Klein. Wait, shit, Cammy, you're right. He heard the fool from Little Sun, bro. Stop your misunderstanding, I beg. Fuck, you're right. Shit. I don't know where I was going with that. Let him cook. He heard the fool from Derek. He did hear the fool from Derek. He did hear the fool from Derek, but maybe the fact that Amon is so interested and intrigued by the fool. They will kiss. This cook tastes pretty good. I don't know, man. The fact that Amon is so interested in the fool, even after hearing, you know, Little Son, Derek say that, there might be more behind it. There might be more behind it. There actually might be more behind it. I'll leave it at that. Wait, hold up. I can't leave it at that. Let me check if something came in the mail. Hold up. I swear to God, I'm not stalling. Hold up. This is perfect. Hold up. I'll be right back. Amon's... We're getting origin story. Oh, hold up. I need to check something. You guys are going to say thank you. Hold up. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Super important. I swear to God, I'm not stalling. I'll be right back. Am I saying his name wrong? It's not here. Remember the other person except for Amon. And what he wants when he was introduced. So, we know that one's in hiding from Amon. We know the other parasite that's bound to Leonard is in hiding. He is absolutely the type of person who had made a monocle ready, waiting for the moment to put it on for us. Hey, I really thought you went to take a monocle to troll us. No comment. No comment. I thought something came in the mail, but it's not here yet. Our set is gonna be delivered today. But I'm just saying, it might be pretty badass later. What do you mean? No comment. No comment. We'll find out. We'll find out. Maybe. I can neither, like you guys told me, I can neither confirm nor deny. But it's not here yet. I can neither confirm nor deny. Wait. Never mind. False alarm. Damn. False alarm, false alarm, false alarm. Damn, man. It would have been so perfect this chapter, too. Alright. Let's keep reading. Bruh? Yeah, we'll keep reading. We'll keep reading. Alright, never mind. False alarm. Trolling? No. I swear to God, I'm not trolling. I swear to the fool, I'm not trolling. I really thought something came in the mail. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. It is literally perfect timing. But it hasn't been delivered yet. It says it's coming in today. But it's fucking not here yet. Shit. His possible origins? Okay. Oh, you know, we might find out later. We might find out later. Dude, thank you for following. We might find out in a bit. I'll leave it at that. We might find out in a bit. But I can neither confirm nor deny. But for now, bad timing. It's not here yet. Well, we'll see later. Chapter 448 is called Amon's Possible Origins. Damn, man, if it was here right now. Amon inclined said to the word in his mind. He had originally thought that the blasphemer who appeared in the forsaken lands of the gods, city of silver, was a descendant of an ancient family like Amon. No, it's not. It's him. Though inherently the legacy of his ancestors, step by step, he stepped into the demigod's ranks. To his surprise, it was very possible that a particular person could very well have lived for more than 2,000 years and was a member of the Amon family when it was at the peak of its strength. An old antique, why would he, for no good reason, build a tomb for himself? Did he fake his death to get out of situation, or is there another reason, such as leaving the traces so as to have time fixed onto his body? He was able to live from the 4th epoch to the 5th epoch, all because he was siphoning the lives of others. I originally guessed that he's a sequence 3 or 2. Based on what I'm seeing today, it's impossible for him to be sequence 1. After all, long periods of time would eventually bring about an intrinsic improvement. Klein switched back and forth between puzzlement and speculation. His thoughts were like boiling water, gurgling nonstop. The Hormic dog tugged at his throat and accidentally pulled off a piece of skin, revealing the complicated mechanical structure within. His voice came out from the spot and brought with it the impression of leaking air. Search for the corpse on the ground. Don't come any closer. Yes, your grace. Iconser and company heaved a clear sigh of relief. The corpses on the ground had long since produced their bionic characteristics. Some of them had even combined with certain parts of the... The corpses on the ground had long since produced their bionic characteristics. Some of them had even combined with certain parts of the body to form a terrifying mystical item. In addition, the dead carried all sorts of items on them. This machinery, Hivemind sure has reaped quite a harvest this time. Together with the spectator portrait frame and the human skin shadow characteristic, this completely makes up for the crazy expenses of the cleanup. A huge investment for a higher return. Klein's eyes lingered on the ground for quite a while. He inhaled, tore his gaze away, and followed Hormic, who didn't carry a lantern, to the wall on the other side of the coffin. At this moment, the magic mirror arose, brights up the scene, allowing the things... Wait. Change the chapter? Shit, you're right. Wait, thank you. Let's change it. Yeah, let's change it right here. Man. Let me reread. Bless you. Thank you. I was trying to mute it in time. I don't want to jump scare you guys. Okay, wait. I didn't get boogers on me, right? No, okay, we're good. Okay, bless you. Okay, I'm here. How's it going, everyone? We're doing good. Every time a car passes by, Easy gets hyped up, then disappointed. I don't know what you're talking about. As above, Hormic. No. So how do we pronounce it? Horamic, not Hormic. Horamic. Got it. I got it. Hormic. Hey, missed my message again. You read my previous message. Hormic. Little Nightmare music suits so much whenever Amon is introduced. You know what? After stream, I'm gonna restart stream and just play the whole playlist. Easy, a overexcited cat. Never have ever. I say it like ceramic, but with an H. Ceramic. Ceramic? Hormic. There was delays, Easy. Yeah, a little bit. We had a few delays. Let me find my place. Klein saw that the wall across him had been molted due to the rapid weathering just now. Many of the murals had been destroyed and could no longer be restored to their original states. The only one that was more complete and could barely be seen clearly was a colorful mural at the top of the wall, which took up a small half of the dome and describes a towering mountain range, and on the highest mountain peak, there was a huge cross that the wall was taller than the mountain. The cross was covered in layers of radiance, making it seem unusually holy. In front of it, a tall, domineering figure could be seen vaguely. The mountain range was like a pet that lay prostrate at its feet. Okay. This figure was surrounded by 2 winged, 4 winged, and 6 winged angels. They were holding budgeless, playing harps or playing flutes, looking pious and sprightly. At the foot of the mountain... Whoa, hold on. Let me go back. What the... Wait. At this moment, the magic mirror roads brightened up the scene, allowing the things in front of him to be seen clearly. Klein saw that the wall across him had been molted due to the rapid weathering just now. Many of the murals had been destroyed and could no longer be restored to the original states. The only one... Oh, a mural. The only one that was more complete and can barely be seen clearly was a colorful mural at the top of the wall, which took up a small half of the dome. It describes a towering mountain range. Hornicus? The Hornicus mountain range? It describes a towering mountain range, and one of the highest mountain peaks there is a huge cross that was taller than the mountain. The cross was covered in layers of radiance, making it seem unusually holy. In front of it, a tall and domineering figure could be seen vaguely. The mountain range was like a pet that lay prostrate at its feet. The figure was surrounded by 12 winged, 4 winged, and 6 winged angels. They were holding... I don't know what instrument that is. Bugilists, playing harps or playing flutes, looking pious and sprightly. At the foot of the mountain range, 2 12-winged angels were humbly walking towards the mountaintop, each holding a baby in their arms. The baby on the left had... Is it Amon? The baby on the left had curly black hair. That's Amon. And the baby on the right had pale blonde hair. Shut up. Is that Klein? Hold up. No. We're doing this on stream. What color is fucking Klein's hair? Klein. Lord of the Mystery. Shut the fuck up. Klein. Shit, he has black hair. No, he has black hair. I thought he was a blonde for a sec. Klein blonde? No, never mind. He didn't dye his hair. Wait, no, never mind. No, that fell flat. Never mind. One of their eyes was black, the other golden. We know Amon wears a golden monocle, right? Maybe that symbolizes the golden eye. Elsewhere in the mountain range, there was a vague depiction of a giant with chains at its legs and a dragon that had its... Wait. There was a vague depiction of a giant with chains at its legs and a dragon that had its legs bound and never be able to land. Didn't Klein once... I forgot why the dream happened. But didn't he dream of a giant that slayed a dragon? But I forgot what was the point of that. Horamik first looked at the baby on the left, and his genial expression became increasingly serious. He said a word in a very low voice, Amon. Then he turned to look at the baby on the right, and after a few seconds of silence, he said another name. Fuck you. Adam? Wait. We're getting Adam? We got Adam in Lord of the Mysteries? Hold up. Amon and Adam. Dude, Adam is already going to be like one of the strongest characters in all of Lord of the Mysteries. No, you don't just name drop some dude called the GOAT. Amit, no spoilers? Okay, no spoilers. Hold up. You don't just name drop some random little blonde dude called Adam and don't make him one of the strongest characters in the entire verse. Dude, no spoilers. Hold up. Don't tell me like he kills someone at the end. I don't want to know that. Hold up. Just, okay. All right. You guys are getting a little excited. All right. We'll leave it there. Wait. Amon, Adam. As Klein repeated the names. Dude, this is so fucking cool, dude. I fucking love this series. Why can't my order get here in time, damn it? As Klein repeated the names, he felt that the fog that hung over the history of the fourth epoch and the third epoch was growing thicker. He combined all the information he had learned and quickly made a guess. On the mountaintop, the figure in front of the glowing cross is surrounded by angels with giants and dragons submitting to it. It's definitely a real god. That's a sequence 0. Who was the... Wasn't the creator the one that killed dragons and eventually... He killed dragons and eventually killed giants and then the giant king Armir? Right? I'm forgetting the lore. I'm forgetting the lore from City of Silver. Shit, man. I should be able to remember this better. Another being who likes to partly use the cross as a symbol is the true creator. It is said that Amon is the descendant of an ancient sun god, but the one at top of the mountain doesn't seem like a pure sun god. Could it be that he is the Lord that created everything? The omnipotent and omniscient God, the city of silver. Are you telling me Amon is like the son of like the creator? Wait. Okay, I'm gonna calm down. To glaze my true Lord Adam. Wait. According to Little Sun, yes. No way. Could it be that he is the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God that the city of silver believes in? And then, so the omnipotent and omniscient God's two children are Amon and Adam. This is in accordance with the legends of the city of silver, the awakening of the creator who stripped. Right here. Okay, never mind. So I did remember it. I was kind of out of it. This is the accordance with the legends of the city of silver, the awakening of the creator who stripped the king of giants and the dragons of imagination, the other ancient gods of their authorities. The so-called ancient sun god is actually the. The so-called ancient sun god is actually the Lord that created everything as spoken about in the city of silver. He may be in charge of the domains such as sun and time. Amon and Adam. Adam probably represents the sun. And then, Adam represents sun and Amon would represent time. In addition, the authorities of the Giant King Armir and the Dragon of Imagination, Ankoit has likely returned to him. And because he killed him, it returned to him. This can no longer be completely contained within Sequence 0. Wait. What? Bro, dang, there's like 50 of you guys here. This can no longer be completely contained within Sequence 0. So the original Amon was the descendant of the City of Silver's Lord that created everything. The omnipotent... Bro, what is this lore? What is this series, man? I thought it was just a dude that got isekai to like Oath London. This is so much more than I thought it'd be. The Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God who inherited the bionic characteristics of the time domain. That was a mouthful. Let me reread that. So the original Amon, which is the one that was trying to find the fool, was the descendant of the Silver Server, Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, who inherited the bionic characteristics of the time domain. It seems to slightly explain why he remained silent in the City of Silver's dungeon for decades. Apart from him, there's also another descendant of the lords that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God named Adam. What did Adam inherit in the beginning? Does he still have a descendant alive? And if so, where would he be? Who have we met that would... No way. I'm sorry. Derek is fucking blonde. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's Susie. Shut the fuck up. It's Derek. Shut the fuck up. Derek is this blonde ass little dude, and he's called the sun. Wait. Oh, wait. Derek is blonde. We're fucking calling... It's not Audrey. Derek is called Little Sun. He has blonde hair. Amon technically heard him chant the Fool from Derek, which means they've communicated indirectly. No. What is he on? Bro, it's Susie. She is blonde. Get out of here. Dude, Derek is Adam. Dudes and dudettes. Oh my days. Bro, Derek is Adam and he doesn't know it yet. Just to like how they brought up this whole the spirit and the body, where we're getting crazy lore on the spirit and body, right? It's literally Sissy Man. Get out of here, guys. It's the dog. Dude, Derek is the body. He's like the he's just the walking body, right? And Adam is like the spirit body. And then it, like eventually they're gonna like merge, right? He's the only freaking blonde dude we've known in this whole series that kind of fits this criteria. Like he's named Little Sun. He's kind of on the nose. I don't know, man. Oh, this is hype. This is so fucking cool. Dude, thank you for subscribing. This is so cool. I fucking love this series. I lost my place, but it's okay. What's the relationship? I lost my place. What did Adam inherit in the beginning? Does he still have a descendant alive? And if so, where would it be? It has to be. It has to be Derek. And remember, the entire introduction of Derek was him, like, finishing off his parents, right? Descendants. I don't know if that was kind of relating. What's the relationship between the true creator and that person? Is it simply an imagination by using the creator's title and the symbol of the cross? Or is there some deeper connection between the two? Klein didn't let his doubts show too much. After all, the magic mirror roads couldn't be sizing him up. Horamik stared at the mural for a while, then he suddenly took a few steps forward and pressed his extended palms against the wall. Without a sound, the majestic mural disintegrated, turning into pieces of stone, fragmented the lands on the ground. Even the color quickly evaporated, disappearing without a trace. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery is concisely concealing the history of the third and fourth epoch. Are the other churches the same? Klein frowned and followed the Hormic doll to the other side. After making a half circle, they discovered another thing, a stone door which only had an outline loomed in the corner. At this moment, the Hormic doll's joints were constantly creaking, but this didn't stop him from quietly approaching the stone door and reaching out with his right hand to attempt to push it. Above the stone door, there was a sudden burst of aqueous light that condensed into a scene that looked so real that it seemed possible to directly touch it. Dark blue waves were surging forward. What? Dark blue waves were surging forward, and there was a dense black mist that looked like liquid. A craggy mountain protruded from the mist, continuously flowing with the vicious liquids. Behind this mountain, the black mist seemed endless with no end in sight. There was also no limit to its depth. The deeper one looked, the more placid it felt. It was as if once something fell in, it would fall forever. What is this place? Klein's expression didn't change as he muttered inwardly. Hormick retracted his palms and watched as the scene gradually faded until it disappeared. He leaned his head back and sighed to himself while feeling perplexed. The abyss. Cecia's fully blonde. Trust. It is getting crazier. Ooh, okay, Roselle has been talking about the abyss in his entries, and I remember Klein brought it up, like, what does he mean by that? He leaned his head back and sighed to himself while feeling perplexed. The abyss. Abyss. That's the source of all corruption. It said that it's an abyss that can even corrupt a true god. Maybe that's how they went mad? Klein was amazed, but as a former clown, he regulated his expression and limbs to appear unperturbed. He merely thought of something. Rizzo, who was exploring the fog sea, had once deviated from his path, leaving behind a puzzling sentence. I saw... Did he went mad? I saw the abyss. Oh, Rizzo probably went mad. And his whole assassination thing might be a cover-up. All blonde people are... we're suspecting all blonde people and all blonde animals, man. Okay, Susie and Derek are like top two. As Klein pondered about the layers of waves that were surging towards the black fog, he made a conjecture. There's an entrance... Oh, shit. It's like a physical entrance. There's an entrance to the abyss somewhere in the fog sea. Bro, that has to be Volume 3. Right? Right? Because we know he's going to hear a mermaid, so he's going to have to go out into the ocean. There's an entrance, and we're going to run into the abyss in Volume 3. There's an entrance to the abyss somewhere... This is such a fucking hype stream. There's an entrance to the abyss. I'm getting so excited for, like, what's to come, bro. The abyss somewhere in the fog sea. Immediately after he looked towards the stone door, he suspected a mon who lurked around the city of Silver had employed a certain ritual. After finishing the tomb, he didn't depart from it normally. Instead, he used a special tunnel to head for the abyss. Thus, in the eyes of most people, he was already dead. As for whether the city of Silver, the forsaken lands of gods, was located somewhere in the abyss, Klein couldn't be sure. After all, the history of this tomb was at least 1,500 years old. So Mon had plenty of time to use the abyss to go somewhere else. Would he still occasionally come back to Siphon of Time? If he finds out that someone has dug up his grave, the expression on his face would definitely be very marvelous. Klein rejoiced for a baffling reason. At this moment, the Hormic doll held his left hand in the right palm and abruptly twisted it. With a creaking sound, his left hand was bent at the wrist, but there was no bones that pierced out his skin, spewing out flesh and blood. There was a heavy black metal tube inlet with his... Is he gonna suck it up? A black metal tube inlaid in his left wrist. His entire left arm was a small caliber mystical cannon. To hide a mole of advanced technology, he truly is worthy of being a machinery hive mind. However, the requirements and costs for such a thing are too high. Clearly, it could only be provided to specific personnel and not for military troops. Klein felt that today was an eye-opener for him, an opportunity to see another development path in the mysterious world. The only problem is that beyond our characteristics are conserved, artisans are limited, so many things cannot be mass-produced. The Hormic doll put his left wrist against the stone door. Inside his body, the sound gears grinding against each other as they revolved emitted an intensity spiritual radiance. A ray of light that was as bright as they appeared and disappeared. The stone door suddenly turned into pure powder as if it had never existed. He destroyed the door. If Blasphemer Amon encounters an emergency situation and attempts to return here, only to find the door gone, that would be fun. Klein almost laughed when... Klein is being so twisted. Hormic, my bad, sorry. 50 plus viewers. Dude, we're almost at 55. Thank you, guys. The stone door suddenly turned into pure powder as if it had never existed. He destroyed the door. If Blasphemer Mon encounters an emergency situation and attempts to return here, only to find the door gone, that would be fun. Klein almost laughed when he imagined that scene. That was the end of Amon's family tomb's exploration. The scene surrounding Klein quickly shrank and became the background. An illusionary, ancient, and bizarre silver mirror appeared in mid-air. The black eye-like gemstones of the mirror flickered with words. White words were quietly outlined in the mirror. Your loyal servant Rhodes has finished reporting it and is ready to serve you at... Rhodes is a simp. You guys are right. Your loyal servant Rhodes has finished reporting and is ready to serve you at any time again. Why is he all of a sudden with Klein? That hasn't been explained yet, right? Like, it hasn't been explained why Rhodes is kind of glazing Klein and he's calling him like your loyal servant. Yes, the mighty existence above the spirit world. As soon as Rhodes produced that line of words, the scene around him shattered into pieces. After confirming that its power had left his dream, Klein thoughtfully said to himself, the mighty existence above the spirit world. The mighty existence above the spirit world, it really has vaguely sensed the gray fog. So the gray fog is the mighty existence above the spirit world. Okay, does this magic mirror with a wicked sense of humor really wish to rely on me, or does it have some other purpose? I have to watch carefully, otherwise, with the machinery hive mind, I don't want to be repeatedly blasted with cannon fire. Rounding up his thoughts, Kleins began to look forward to the next day. After machinery hive mind tidied up his spoils, they were likely to get him to choose an item. We're hitting faceless, bro. Oh my god, I'm so fucking pumped. Dude, so much happened in that chapter. Holy Glaze. Klein he does deserve the glaze. Erodes X Klein X Alger, the glazes are in the glaze. Sign me up. Shit, man, put me in it. I'm down. Next chapter is 449? Okay. Timestamp. Man, that was such a fucking wild chapter. So much info. What the fuck? 56, bro. That is crazy. 1,884. Stupid fucking chair. Ah, man. This is such a fucking crazy... Oh, my God. 56 watching. And I haven't even announced we're almost done. Thank you guys for tuning in. Holy shit. Thank you. That's so cool, man. That's actually wild, man. Like, I'm telling you, I feel humbled. Thank you guys. This shit is fun. Better choice? We're ready for fucking faceless in like a chapter or two, huh? Another one. Oh, we're ready for faceless, huh? Oh yeah, we're fucking ready for faceless. Give it to me. Give it to me. Keep it until 5:51. Bet. Keep the music? We'll keep the music going. Yeah, we'll keep the music until 5:51. An Empress Borough inside the opulent villa of Earl Hall, the cult... Oh, okay. What's going on? Lots of time LTM, you have to wait for the answer. Yeah, so you shouldn't question immediately. Okay, keep the energy. Bet. We're always keeping it 100. An Empress Borough, and except that those few times when we were sick and we had to end stream after like a chapter. An Empress Borough inside the opulent villa of Earl Hall, the cold air kept out by the windows... I'm reading wrong. The cold air was kept out by the windows and wall. The buildings... Wait a minute. I didn't update that. The cold air was kept... Right? 449? The cold air was kept out by the windows and walls. The building's interior was warm as though it was spring, and the fireplace was elegant. Audrey Hall was having her measurements taken by the fashion designer Mr. Guinea? Guinea? So that she could create a costume for Audrey for the New Year's is coming up, man. Someone is definitely gonna die at a New Year's party. I just hope it's someone I'm not too attached to. Who's heading out? You're heading out? Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. We'll see you in a bit. Audrey Hall was having her measurements taken for fashion for the New Year banquet in consideration of her recent physical and emotional state. At this moment, her personal maid Annie came close to her and whispered, "Lady Escalante is here." Such a fast response. Audrey was delighted, but she didn't make an obvious show out on her face. With a smile, she said, "Please get her to wait in my art studio." For 5 minutes. Art studio. Annie asked in surprise. Yes, I'd like to ask her to admire my recently completed oil paintings. Oil paintings. Okay. She said that the content that is painted in a relaxed state easily allows one to express their true thoughts and emotions. Audrey explained unhurriedly. Annie suddenly felt enlightened. Yes, miss. Less than 5 minutes later, Audrey entered the studio and saw Escalante admiring the paintings on the wall. That's Mr. Sensi's Inner Heart Night, a masterpiece that allows one to feel peace. She smiled and introduced the painting to Escalante. Sensi's Inner Heart... My god, I'm reading it wrong. I'm reading the art piece wrong. Sensi's Inner Heart's Night on top of the 10 works of last year's top 100th century oil paintings that the Tuscan Times voted for. Escalante was obviously the kind of person who often read newspapers. And as a beyonder of the spectator pathway, she had a good memory. Yes, Audrey replied simply as though it was a trivial matter. I actually have the honor of seeing the real deal. Escalante looked up at the paintings again. She swallowed back the words. This is worth at least a manner. Unwilling to appear too Philistine, Audrey... I read that wrong. Audrey didn't continue introducing the other paintings. She found a reason to send Annie away and motioned to Sissy to stand guard outside the door. Sissy read her hint without any hindrance, wagged her tail, and scramped out. Escalante closed the door and went back to the easel's side. Before Audrey could ask, she took the initiative and asked, "We have both the human skin shadows characteristics and the wind-blessed potion formula. However, there's no need for us to sell it unless the other party is able to provide an irresistible offer. The willingness to negotiate means there's hope." Audrey's green eyes darted slightly and she asked with a chuckle, "What do you wish to receive in exchange?" Escalante stroked her... Don't ask for a lot of money. Escalante stroked her hair and gave her a pre-prepared answer. 2,500... That's too much money. We ain't got that, bro. We ain't got that kind of money right now. 2,500 pounds for the human skin shadow characteristic and 3,000 pounds for the wind-blessed potion formula. Quite a huge premium. Although Audrey didn't find them expensive, she lamented the fact that Psychology Alchemist premium had exceeded 50%. According to the description given by the Hangman, under normal circumstances, the formula for Sequence 6 would have cost less than 2,000 pounds, but the closer to a higher sequence, the fewer potion formulas there were to circulate, making it very difficult to buy them. There was no normal situation, and what was even more important was that even if one chanced upon a sale, it was very difficult to ascertain their authenticity. At that moment, Escalante added, "If the other party can barter with mystical items, and all that needs is for them to be of roughly the same value. That is to say, you want mystical items more and can't accept a price reduction for them. The Psychology Alchemist is one of the youngest secret organizations. They clearly haven't accumulated enough in this area compared to the others." Audrey pursed her lips and said, "I'll inform them, but I cannot guarantee that they'll accept it." She wasn't the least bit worried that the Psychology Alchemist would notice that she hadn't been involved in any Bear Beyonder gatherings. After all, her schedule was rather tight. Afternoon tea, music lessons, dinner, dances, equestrian trainings, language lessons, dancing. Damn, that's a lot. Language lessons, dancing lessons, and so on. There were too many opportunities for her to interact with different people. In that case, perhaps a particular dinner was a cover for Beyonder gatherings, or perhaps the music teacher was a senior Beyonder and it was almost impossible for the Psychology Alchemists who hid in the shadows to investigate it when they couldn't act openly. Having said this, Audrey curiously asked, "Mr. Escalante, I thought you wouldn't sell the Wind-Blessed Potion formula since it's already Sequence 6. Heh. If there's a chance, it might even be more useful to speed the information," Escalante answered vaguely. In her mind, although Miss Audrey was a new member who had a high level of importance attached to her by the organization, she was still a new member after all. There were many things she couldn't know about. Why? Audrey suppressed her doubts and smiled sweetly. She asked inconsently, "Miss Escalante, if this deal succeeds, can you count it as my contribution?" Escalante broke into a laugh. "Yes." Klein busied all morning until he returned to Mink Street. He filled his stomach and prepared to rest. Only then did he have the time opportunity to listen to the prayers above the great fog. Someone on Miss Justice's side has a human skin shadow characteristic. Seriously. Either it doesn't come or it comes in pairs. As a secret organization, the Psychology Alchemist is quite qualified in the field of resources. Klein was suddenly left in throes of happiness from having the choice. Even if he counted the 500 pounds, which the hangman still hadn't paid him, he only had 1,335 pounds in cash. This didn't prevent him from seriously considering the request for a deal from the Psychology Alchemists. After thinking for a dozen seconds or so, he passed Justice's words to the hangman to see what choice the latter would make. 3,000 pounds, Oliver Wilson, who was still in Rose Archipelago capital, the city of generosity, felt as if someone had struck him hard. Alger had become captain of the Blue Avenger. He sometimes played the role of a pirate and sometimes a law enforcer, secretly examining several groups of pirates, but even so, the total value of his spoils of war didn't exceed 2,000 pounds, and a portion of it had to be distributed to the sailors under him. Of course, this didn't include the ship cannons, which were captured as they had to be handed over to the Church of Lords of Storms. This made Alger often sigh the most pirates weren't rich, that they were used to squandering on having opulent lives. Liquor, barbecue, women, marijuana, and gambling had drained the pirates of their money. Unless I met a pirate crew with Beyonders, it would be very difficult to get rich so suddenly. Alger paced a few steps, then he made up his mind. He took out a gold mask from his undergarment pocket. The mask had rough facial features, and the way they were formed were the characteristics of a permanent human being from an ancient forest. Alger sat down, humiliated, recited the honorific name of the fool, and said, "I'm willing to use this mystical item to barter for the wind-blessed potion formula. As long as the user wears this mask, they will become extremely... Wait, what? As long as the user wears it... So it's a mask. They will become extremely calm and emotionless. At the same time, they will also obtain an extremely strong regenerative ability, exaggerated speed, and astounding strength, as well as grasp a certain amount of black magic and primitive curse techniques." This sounds something Klein can use. Even though he's already faceless and he's good at concealing his emotions, I think this can enhance him even more. Its weakness is that as the number of times it's used increases, the wearer will become more and more unlike a human being. They will turn colder and colder, eventually treating themselves as a god. This sounds perfectly for the fool. This sounds perfect for him. Sitting in his seat as the fool, Klein looked at the 500-pound note in front of him. The 5 strands of dark blue hair and thick as tiny snake, and the simple golden mask. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers, thinking carefully about the mystical item he could use for trade. The all-black eye, certainly not. This is the main ingredient of a sequence 5 seer. It's just short of having Little Sun to obtain the method to remove the mental corruption. Black Emperor card, Dark Emperor card. This card, which cannot see the light of day, has a value countless times higher than that of a human skin shadows characteristic. Mr. Zig's copper whistle. No way he'd give it up. Mr. Zig's copper whistle. At that moment, its only function is summoning a messenger, and it's an important tool for communication. I cannot sell it. The copper whistle of the Numinous. Oh, the other copper whistle. The copper whistle of the Numinous Epi, I can't pronounce it right. Member who left behind the white feathers. Similarly, it can only summon a messenger, but the target on the other side of the messenger seems to be very dangerous. Sun brooch. This is something I want to use for myself. It effectively makes up for my weakness. Master key, and involves... Dude, he needs all of it. He can't give up none of this. Master key, and involves Mr. Doran, has too many hidden secrets. In addition, just from the value of its effects, it pales in comparison to the human skin shard characteristic. Did I not tell you he was gonna give up the poison bottle? Or did I not tell you guys that? Biological poison bottle. This is very compatible with my spirit body state. If I use it well, I can even fight as a group. I can even fight a group of Beyonders. Oh wait, so he doesn't give it up. Demon hunting bullets, purifying bullets, exorcism bullets. There are not mystical items, and they are considered consumable Beyonder weapons. They are very low value. The Book of Secrets. This isn't a mystical item either. Thy psychology alchemists likely do not lack such knowledge. At present, only the Beyonder characteristics of an interrogator can be sold. However, the psychology alchemists want mystical items. Furthermore, the trading venue is in Backland, so it would be easy to expose information penetrating to the hero bandit Dark Emperor. Klein took this opportunity to sort out what he had and finally came up with the perfect plan. He first took the form of Mr. World, manipulating him to take up a prayer posture, and then he responded with a hoarse voice. I accept the price of 2,500 pounds, but give me 2 days to raise the money. Immediately following that, Klein threw the reply scenes of the hangman and the world to a crimson star which symbolized misjustice. After receiving the affirmation for misjustice, Klein waited patiently all afternoon at Mink Street. It was late afternoon when the Machinery Hive Mind members Carson rang his doorbell. Klein didn't ask anything further. He followed the man to the Lever Cathedral. What happened? Oh, my bad. I was just reading chat. And rang the doorbell. Klein didn't waste any further. He followed the man to the Lever Cathedral near the West Balm Dock and entered a 3-story building next to the cathedral. The signboard wrote, Backland Institute for Mechanical Research. How academic. Klein suddenly thought of the Backland Thord Security Company and cracked the corner of his lips into a smile. Under Carson's guidance, he passed through some strange devices and found himself in a windowless room. On the long table in the room, there were many items emitting strong spirituality, including the human skin shadow characteristic and the specter portrait frame, which was covered in black clothes. However, there was no characteristics left behind by dead beyonders. Obviously, the higher-ups of Machinery Hive Mind don't want me to know about the law of indescribability of conservation. Klein wasn't the least bit surprised. You can choose one. The hatless icon sir pointed at the long table. Klein scrutinized the item several times before sighing. There's nothing I want. I thought he wanted... Oh, but he's going to buy it from the other lady. There's nothing I want. If I were to convert it into gold, how much would I get? He had already made up his mind that he wouldn't obtain the human skin shadow characteristics for the Machinery Hive Mind. Okay? Although this could be explained as a need to create some mystical item or try out a unique ritualistic magic, there was still a chance of expose... Oh, he'd expose his own sequence to the Machinery Hive Mind. He's acting, bro. He's like, I don't need none of this. That's why he was going to take it from... Okay, he's going to take it from the Psychology Alchemist instead. Because it could be the world doing it. Okay. He had already made up his mind that he wouldn't obtain the human skin characteristics for the Machinery Hive Mind. Although this could be explained as a need to create some mystical item or try out a unique ritualistic magic, there was still a chance of exposing his own sequence. In a situation where there was a better choice, Klein didn't want to take the risk. Then he intended to take only money. Not only would this help him gather 2,500 pounds that the Psychology Alchemist quoted, but he could also effectively dispel the Machinery Hive Mind's wariness towards him. Iconser was visibly relieved. He smoothed his hair and answered with a smile, 1,500 pounds. However, we encourage you to choose money, so I told 2,000 pounds. Klein immediately revealed a sincere smile. He's like, yes, I will take the money. I will take the money any day. Okay. Klein always hiding? Yeah, so he was trying to hide his true intentions. Because then they would kind of speculate his pathway. Okay, and he wants to remain a mystery. One would say he wants to remain the Lord of the Mysteries. Okay. Next chapter. Ooh, 450. Damn. We've been reading quite a bit today, huh? We've been reading quite a bit. That's wild. We haven't read this much in like... It's been a cool minute since we've read this much. Damn, man. Dude, thank you, username. Thank you for being a membership for 4 months. Roll credits. Dude, thank you. That's so fucking cool. Thank you, man. That means a lot, bro. Thank you. Alright. Copy, paste. Timestamp. Fucking 3 hours. Hold up. Let me eat some popcorn. My voice is getting a little parched, but that ain't gonna stop us. 3 hours, 12 minutes. I feel so bad, man. I remember, I forget who was it that asked, like, hey, man, can you do shorts so it's easier to watch? I want to do that. But it's like every time I got free time, I'm just streaming. Bro is flexing. So close to that in Volume 2, yet so far away. So close, but so far away. Alright. So, we're done. How long stream going? I mean... Hold up. Let's see. I'm in multi-stream on YouTube Shorts. What does that mean? Multi-stream on YouTube Shorts? Wait, I'm sorry. Walk that back. You can stream on a YouTube Shorts section? Really? What does that... Wait, what does that even mean? Oh, I'm eating popcorn. I need like a one minute break. You can stream on YouTube Shorts as well as normal right now? How do I do that? Okay. All right. I'm done eating popcorn. Let's keep reading. I gotta go now. We'll see you soon, okay? We gotta maximize your viewership. Thank you, guys. Don't search it up, but could be good. Okay. I originally have my So I originally have my stuff. Oh, bro, about to stream on Kick? Nah. I'll probably have it in. I'll try it tomorrow. Cause look. Oh shit. I got a little excited. So I originally have my main streaming thing as Twitch. But I think I'm gonna switch it. I'm gonna have my main streaming thing as YouTube on OBS now. And then I'll see if I can do the short stream. I'll look it up. I'll look it up and see if I can have it ready for tomorrow. Don't forget, tomorrow it's gonna be like a regular 2 to 3 hour stream. Don't forget. So, I know you said the end is... I think you said we're gonna finish tomorrow. We might have to finish... over the weekends, right? Just because Friday, I'm only gonna stream for like 2 to 3 hours. We're in 30 chapters left. Shit, man. You might reach 2K subs during the volume 2 ending. That's gonna be really fucking cool, man. Thank you guys. Let's keep reading, bro. Woo, that's gonna be sick. We gotta make sure we tell people on all the forums and everything. It's fine, take your time. Yeah, because I remember, dude, we hit like 150. Do you have time for art today? To look at art? You sent some? Yeah, we can look at it. Yeah, we can look at it. Well, I mean, I'll see. We'll see. Because right now, I do want to just keep reading and see like how much we can knock out. And then when I do finish volume 2, I'll probably take like a week before we start volume 3, so I can like update my notes. And then we can like probably do more of that. Easy. We need a continuous stream. Next stream, we gotta finish. All right, we'll keep reading. We'll keep reading right now. Because I can probably... Realistically, I have like 2 to 3 hours before I end stream. And then tomorrow, it's only gonna be like 2 to 3 hours. Advertising on Red for the ending? Bet. We got to start advertising now. Like, bro, he's almost done. He has 30 chapters until the end. Because remember, we had like 150 when we were finishing volume 2. All right, let's keep reading. 450, timestamp is ready. All right, perfect. Chapter 450 is called Distribution of Money. With the help of bestowment ritual, Klein handed 2,500 pounds in cash and the gold mask provided by the hangman to Miss Justice, and we're good? Yeah, we're good. I lost my place. To Miss Justice, and he used the image of the world to urge her to close the deal as soon as possible. I spent almost 5,000 pounds in the past 2 weeks. If I didn't leave Tingen, this amount of money is enough for me to maintain a lifestyle just like my landlady's family. A doll ruins one's life. Consuming potions bankrupts you for 3 generations. Klein looked at the vast fog of the ancient palace, which returned to silence. He was a little upset, as though he had lost something important. The music is still good, right? I'll turn it down a bit, but I guess it's good. Klein looked at the vast fog of the ancient palace, which had returned to silence. He was a little upset, as though he had lost something important. He was quiet for a few seconds before returning to the real world. He picked up the remaining 830 pounds on the desk, and he continued, and he counted out 6 5-pound notes. Then, I just spit popcorn out of my mouth. Then Klein put 30 pounds of cash in this now deflated wallet and stuffed it solemnly into the inside pocket of his clothes. He divided the other 800 pounds in 2 stacks, placing 1 stack in each of his pocket. After that, Klein opened a drawer and took out 2 of the 5 deep-sea Naga hair strands that he had brought back to the real world. He wrapped it in layers and layers of paper and carefully put them into his pocket. When he was done, he took his hat and cane, and he headed for the street corner under the glow of the street lamps at night. He got on a carriage and headed for the Bravehearts bar and the Backland Bridge area. In the heated and noisy environment, Klein insisted on finishing his glass of the South Vile beer before he slowly made his way out of the bar and into the rental carriage through the thundering cheers for the boxes. Taking the rumbling of the wheels, he intentionally closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the window being lightly tapped. Klein's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes and looked in front of him. He saw the pale and exquisite Miss Sharon sitting quietly across him. Without waiting for her to question him, Klein smiled and said, "I sold the information you gave me last time for a good price. The one about the Amon family tomb." Sharon looked at him silently. Leaning his cane to the side, Klein took out 2 stacks of cash and a small clump of paper from his pocket. 800 pounds plus 2 strands of the deep sea naga hair for a total of 1,000 pounds. That's what you deserve. Klein took a silent breath and smiled as he handed over the cash and paper clump. Sharon glanced at him and reached out. I scrolled down too much. Sharon glanced at him and reached out her hand to take both items. She lowered her head at times in her hand and asked in a ethereal voice, "How much did you sell it for?" 2,000 pounds. We split it equally. Klein chuckled. "If the machinery hive man had only paid me 1,500 pounds, according to the original plan, then I'll have to first owe you a portion of it," he thought gladly. With a flip of Sharon's bloodless hands, the cashless of the paper clump disappeared without a trace. She raised her head and tearfully acknowledged before asking Susan. Oh, I thought she said what tomb. No, she said what's in the tomb. Okay, what's in the tomb? I don't know. I didn't go. Klein didn't disclose the help that he had received from the Magic Mirror Roads. For an instant, he felt that if he described the experience in detail, Miss Sharon would have listened attentively with one hand on her cheek as she had done before. This brave lady seems to have a hobby of watching situational scenes and dramas or listening to all kinds of rumors, Klein summed up. Sharon's expression didn't change. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "Someone is digging a tunnel to the underground ruin." Huh? Klein wasn't able to react for a moment what Sharon was talking about. However, he soon understand which underground Sharon was referring to. The first one. Oh, you've told me that before. You're right, Cammy. Sorry about that. It's the original one, huh? Klein wasn't able to react for a moment when Sharon was talking about. However, he soon understood which underground ruin Sharon was referring to. This was only one underground ruin. Oh my god, there was only one underground ruin the two of them knew of, and that was the 4th Epoch Tudor Dynasty ruin. So we're gonna see what's behind that blood-stained door, huh? I feel like Volume 2 is gonna end over there. The other tomb is where Adam is residing, right? The black catacomb, the black coffin was Adam's. When we go to that one, because we know there's marble and Adam's, it's gonna be a white coffin, and when he opens it, Adam is gonna come out. Oh, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good Volume 2 finale, dude. Oh, it's gonna be a good finale, dude. I'm gonna be so mad if that doesn't happen now. But we'll see. We don't know what happened with that weird demoness lady that killed Klein's friends. I don't know, man. We don't know where the finale. You guys know. I don't know where it ends. I don't know how it ends. I don't know how it's gonna happen when you guys quote unquote said shit hits the fan at 460. However, soon he understood which. I read this. Someone is digging their way to the underground structure. Klein pondered for a few seconds, then he suddenly came to realization. Is it that baronet? I don't remember who this is. He had already forgotten the name of the hidden Tudor Dynasty descendant, other than knowing that he had an aristocrat title of the baronet. Oh, the guy. Other than knowing that he had an aristocrat title of a baronet and that he had lived on the civilized street where the Backland police station was located. Yes. Sharon gave him a positive answer. What is he looking for? Doesn't he know that there are evil spirits inside? Does he know that all beyonders from his family died in there? Klein asked himself a few questions. Sharon sat up straight and replied seriously, "I don't know if he knows or not." How much longer will it take to dig through? Klein asked in deliberation. Another 2 to 3 months. For the time being, he's doing it on his own. Sharon provided her own judgment. Thank you for the eyes. For neither hinting nor I can neither confirm nor deny. Thank you. There's no need to rush. When I'm ready, then we can go visit him together. At this point, he explained with a smile. As you know, I like to make sufficient preparations in advance. I won't get involved in anything until I advance to Faceless. He warned himself inwardly. Oh, we're hitting Faceless next chapter. Oh, we're hitting Faceless next chapter, huh? All right, Sharon didn't ask him what he was going to do, but her figure faded quickly as she disappeared from the carriage. Klein leaned back against the wall, feeling relaxed. The ingredients of the faceless potion have already been reserved, and I'm just waiting for the delivery. My debts have all been paid off, so there's nothing to worry about. His mood was like a fizzy wine that had settled occasionally. There would be a little bit of joy, but there would suddenly be surge upwards. The only problem is Klein touched his left breast where there was a shriveled wallet. He's missing his money. It's all gone. It's been buffering? Oh, I'm sorry, it's buffering. Stream lagging for anyone or on my end? At least for me, right now it says excellent on my end. I'm not sure that's on your end username. My bad. I'm sorry it's a little bit buffery. The only problem is Klein touched his left breast where there was a shriveled wallet. He sat and said to himself silently, only 30 pounds in cash, 5 gold coins, and some change. Damn, man. He hasn't been like this since Volume 1. Thursday afternoon, Audrey Hall was waiting in the study for the arrival of Miss Escalante. After receiving the hangman and the world's reply, she had immediately sent a servant to send a letter to Escalante. The content of the letter was very ordinary. Audrey hoped that the second psychology class this week would be brought forward to Thursday in reality. Audrey had already made an agreement with Escalante. Once she'd expressed such an intention, it would mean that the other party had agreed to the conditions. Tick-tock. The wall clock on the wall moved briskly, and Escalante, with her waist-reaching long hair, entered the room with several... After this chapter, I'm going to do a quick phone call. My bad. Before I forget. Tick-tock. The wall clock on the wall moved briskly, and Escalante, with her waist-reaching long hair, entered the room with several teaching materials in hand. Audrey immediately gave Susie a look. The big golden retriever, somewhat reluctant, leapt out, lay down in nearby shadows, and observed the people coming and going. Escalante closed the study door, looking around slowly, and then sat down across the small white round table and put down the teaching materials. Are they paying for it in cash or with some kind of mystical item? This member psychology alchemist asked in a low voice. One directly gave 2,500 pounds and one provided mystical item. Audrey flippantly took out a white cardboard box set from her medium-sized orange handbag. The outside of the box was covered with wall spirituality. After removing the wall spirituality, she opened the lid of the box, revealing the simple golden mask. Then she recounted the flaws and effects of the mask. To be honest, she was very curious when she received the mystical item. She had wished to test its effects since it's her first time coming in contact with mystical item. It's her first time, right? Coming in contact with a mystical item. Okay. I lost my place. She had wished to test her mystical item. However, she finally resigned her urges and she didn't wish to turn cold. It's basically the same value. Escalante tried it and breathed a sigh of relief. After 2 seconds, she pulled off the thickest textbooks and flipped to page 48. The middle part of the textbook had been hollowed out. This was an iron box about the size of a palm and rolled up a piece of parchment. Human skin, shadow characteristic, wind-blessed potion formula. Escalante showed and introduced them to her. Damn, so Alger and Klein are definitely leveling up. That's so cool, dude. Audrey's gaze cast towards a characteristic which resembled a diamond. The face inside her left head was spinning. This has the ability to restrain the spectator's powers. Is this a sequence pathway of Mr. World? No wonder. Audrey looked away and studied the formula. This is the ability to restrain the spectator's powers. Is this the spectator... Wait, is this the sequence pathway of Mr. World? I just reread this. Is this the sequence pathway of Mr. World? No wonder Audrey looked away at the study formula. Sequence 6, wind blessed, main ingredients. 6 crystalline feathers of a blue shadow falcon. A pair of dragon eyes. Sea condor eyes. Before Audrey could examine the supplementary ingredients, Escalante rolled up the parchment in time. After that, she set up the wall spirituality around the metal box, closed the textbooks, and pushed the thick book towards Audrey. Audrey held the book, but she didn't hand over the gold mask 2,500 pounds to Escalante in a timely manner. Seeing the look of puzzlement in Escalante's eyes, the prepared Audrey smiled and said, "The other party is worried the characteristic doesn't match, that the formula is fake. They hope to verify it first, and before the verification, the money and items will all be held under my custody. All them believe in my trustworthiness, and I do not wish to lose this reputation. I understand their concerns." Escalante paused for a moment before saying, "We trust you too." Since the money and items were in hand of one of her own members, she wasn't worried about being cheated despite feeling upheavals. Besides, Miss Audrey is rich and powerful. She can be trusted to be a guarantor? Escalante thought with relief. In the ancient palace above the Great Fog, Klein held a spirit pendulum in hand, divining the authenticity of the wind-blessed potion formula. He didn't wish to inadvertently lose the most experienced and powerful member of the Terror Club, Mr. Hangman. When he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant turning clockwise, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and sent his thoughts to the crimson star that symbolized the hangman, city of generosity. Oliver first saw the endless gray fog, hearing Mr. Fool's low but distant voice. This justice has completed the deal, an illusory piece... Oh, we're definitely drinking in next chapter. Miss Justice had completed the deal. An illusory piece of parchment appeared in front of Olger. On it was a wind-blazed potion formula. With the potion going through Mr. Fool's hands, he had no qualms about the authenticity of the formula. He bowed his head respectfully and thanked him. When the illusion dissipated, he immediately found a pen and paper to jot down the potion formula. Then he paced back and forth in excitement, muttering to himself, Blue Shadow Falcon, that primitive island has it. He already knows where to get it. That's so funny. After finishing the matter regarding the hangman, Klein finally had the time to check his human skin shadow characteristic. After confirming its authenticity, he relaxed and leaned back in his chair, exhaled happily. Finally. After 3 seconds, Klein suddenly sat up and he decided that there was no time to lose. Tonight, he will concoct the Falcon Potion. He will concoct the Faceless Potion. Damn, dude. Oh, shit. Oh, this chapter is called Faceless, dude. No way. Oh, stop. All right, guys. We're going to end stream there. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, this is going to be so hype. Okay, let's read it, bro. Let's fucking keep reading. Oh, shit. Turns you into Mr. Falcon. Oh, shit. Oh, this is a fucking hype-ass chapter. No fucking way we hit Faceless. And you know what? Now, since Anime Wiz told us this volume is called Faceless, it makes sense. Because this whole... Like... Wait, hold up. Let me update this. Hold up. Let me update this before we read. Before I forget. 4:51 is 3 hours... 25 minutes and 21 seconds. Put this. Don't mind me picking my nose. I apologize. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit, Cammy. I fucking love you, bro. You just saved my life. I do have a phone call. I'm gonna make the phone call in 5 minutes. Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot. I know Anime Wiz did tell us Volume 2 is called Faceless. But no, I don't want to know what Volume 3 is called. No. I don't want to read that part just to be safe. But what's it called? I find it fitting how this volume is called Faceless. Because the whole, like, and we know Faceless can change their faces and shapes and their identities. It is fitting because that's exactly what Klein has done in this volume. He's low-key has acted as his Faceless this entire time because he's been, you know, acting as Sherlock Moriarty when in actuality he's Klein, in actuality he's Omen-Gri. So like this volume title is very fitting, not only because he drinks the potion Faceless, but because he's like he himself has already acted that part out. Like he is like actually being someone else, right? Like mentally. But now, physically, he can actually be someone else. It's so good. And, like, I already know in the reader notes that Cuttlefish is going to mention that. Like, one, he drinks the potion, but he's been acting as someone else. He's been acting as someone he hasn't been this entire time. Stream died on my end. I am so sorry it died. Let me quickly pause and do a phone call. And then we're going to read this hype-ass chapter, okay? Hold up. I need 2 seconds. It also has another reason. Wait. I don't want to read that part yet. Hold up. Before that. Alright. Quick phone call. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Random French song? It's from Expedition 33. Right? Okay. Oh shit. We're back. Hold up. Let me. So for this chapter, we're gonna continue this song, right? Cool. Now read. Yeah. No, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're about to read one fucking badass chapter. Now, hold up. Real talk. Do we? Well, we could probably read like an hour. Okay, hold up. Before I read it, I'm doing good, man. Thank you for asking. I want to do this. What if 10-hour stream? It might not be 10 hours. We'll see. I was planning to eat. So I don't know if you guys don't forget my art. Oh wait, hold up. Wait, quick. Let's do a quick gathering, quick Terror Club gathering. I was gonna eat, so I'm gonna be gone for like 30 minutes. Not just starve. So I don't know if it'd be better for me to end stream, upload this 3-hour video. I know we're gonna read Faceless. We're gonna read it. So I don't know if I mukbang, go eat after this or before. No, I'm gonna read Faceless. After Faceless, I don't know if I should end stream, upload the 3-hour video, because I'm running out of space and it's a 3-hour recording, so it's gonna be pretty lengthy. Eat, leave us with chair stream. Yeah, it was true. Well, no, I might do this. I'll probably end stream after Faceless, upload this 3.5-hour video because it's pretty long. Yeah, no, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, thank you. I was thinking maybe 2 streams. Or if Ellie wants us, she can sit on the bed. Maybe we can do 2 streams. Because I might not do anything today with Missy Zigiki. We might get a bite to eat, but we'll be back. We'll be back pretty quickly. It depends if we're gonna finish tomorrow. We're probably gonna finish. I'm thinking we might finish Sunday. Sure, I'm thinking maybe Sunday. Strong bet we finish Sunday. But let's read Faceless right now. No, I'll fucking shut up. Let's fucking read one more chapter before I fucking go eat. Upload this shit and then make space on my PC because we definitely want to make sure we have enough space to record. All right. The time is here. Brothers and sisters. Okay, wait, no, I don't want to stand up. I'm looking fat. I want to stand up. Oh. Faceless. Oh, wait, hold up. We don't want to play that kind of music because we don't know if it's safe or not. But this chapter, dude, it's called Faceless. We made it. And let's keep this song playing. I'm pumped, bro. Yeah. Well, I can still look at it right now. I got your username. But you guys ready? 15. Sorry, my audio spiking. She tunes in sometimes. Not all the time, but she tunes in. 15 Ming Street in the dank, cold kitchen. Klein rummaged from his newly bought large iron pot, poured fresh water into it, and carefully scrubbed it several times. Then he dropped some matches into it and snapped his fingers. The scarlet flames soared, and under his control, they quickly burned the remaining water droplets dry. Well, without harming the surface of the pot, this time there was no ingredients such as pure white water in the potion received. So Klein was even more careful than the previous 2 times. He wanted to ensure that everything was in good measure to prevent any problems. Although he was able to divine whether the concoction would be successful or not, at least to not endanger his life, such a result could still involve his potion being ineffective. Attempting to extract the bionic characteristics from the concoction would be relatively difficult. Just like the removal of the mental corruption of a rampager, he would need the corresponding techniques, methods, or rituals, and Klein wouldn't be able to gather a second round of ingredients within a short period of time either. After finishing his preparations, Klein took a deep breath as he shook the neatly arranged boxes. Finally, he recalled the potion recipe. Faceless. Main ingredients: mutated pituitary glands of a 1,000-face hunter. Characteristics of a human skin shadow. Ooh, I know. I'm sorry, username. I'm sorry I haven't been playing any up until now. I know. I got you when we come back. I got you, brother. I got you when we come back. Supplemental ingredients: 80 milliliters of 1,000-face hunter blood, 5 drops of black gemswood weed, 10 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 strands of hair strands from a deep sea naga. He first picked up a cardboard box which came from a vampire Emlyn White. He opened the door, took out his glass bottle, and contained 100 milliliters of 1,000-face hunter's blood. I'm getting excited. Glazing at the scale, Klein unscrewed the lids and suddenly poured the strict liquid into the pot with a stable wrist. The liquid changed its color depending on the variations in the lighting. It was a supplementary It changed its colors just like Klein's face is gonna change. That's pretty cool. As it was a supplementary ingredient, he didn't pursue the precision and didn't use chemical experiments, apparatus to separate and... I can't read. I'm getting too excited and I can't read. To separate and titrate the liquid. The 1,000-face hunter's blood was like thin honey that slowly filled the bottom of the pot. When Klein felt that it was about time, he stopped the tilting and allowed the liquid to flow back. There's still about 20 milliliters left. My spiritual intuition is quite accurate. Klein withdrew his gaze from the glass bottle and tightened the lid. The 20 milliliters of 1,000-face hunter blood could still be used to make mystical items, beyond weapons, extraordinary scrolls, or for drawing symbols or labels in some ritualistic magic. It was still very precious. After putting the glass bottle back into the cotton-filled box, Klein went down the list and added the black gemso weed juice and the dragon tooth grass powder. He saw that the liquid in the iron pot started to bubble. Without pausing, he picked up 3 strands of dark blue hair that resembled tiny snakes with his black-gloved right hand, and he finally placed them on the surface of the liquid. Sizzle. A faint mist rose from the iron pot, and the color of the liquid turned into a deep blue. It already had such a strange effect even without adding the main ingredients. As expected of a sequence explosion, Klein reached out and grabbed the silver tin box which vampire Emlyn White had thrown in as well. With a snapping sound, Klein opened the lid of the box, revealing a peach-like item inside. He didn't directly touch it. The 1,000-face hunter's pituitary gland. Mutated pituitary gland. Inside, he placed the tin box over the top of the pot and overturned it. A yellow-brown object with the grooves and ridges of a brain fell in, crashing into the dark blue liquid. It's gross, man. At this moment, no liquid droplets splashed up, and the pituitary gland that was constantly changing its shape silently melted. That's kind of gross, man. Ugh. The colors of the gray and yellowish brown quickly merged with the dark blue, and the bubbling suddenly increased in size. At this point, Klein was a little nervous, but he controlled himself. He picked up his last box and overturned the huge diamond-like human skin shadow characteristic into the pot. All of a sudden, the mist converged, and even the glow of gas lamps showed signs of being attracted and devoured as the room turned darker. When everything returned to normal, Klein finally saw what the final potion looked like. It was a blackish green all over, and from time to time it would produce a bubble size of an eye as if it had a life of its own. It would produce a burping sound every few seconds. When the bubble reached the surface, it would immediately burst, and during this process it would reflect light in a myriad of colors. The colors combined to form a picture of different faces, and the facial features seemed to be a random combination. Klein picked up the iron pot with one hand and poured the liquid inside a glass bottle that he had prepared beforehand. Because of a potion's characteristics, not one bit was left in the pot. Using divination to confirm that the degree of harm was acceptable, Klein, which meant that the potion had been successfully... Dude, he made it. It meant that the potion had been successfully concocted. Klein took the faceless potion bottle and walked steadily back to the second floor, entering the room with the curtains closed. After locking the door, he sat on the edge of the bed. No, we're good. After locking the door, he sat at the edge of the bed and with the help of the cognition, calmly, he's slightly agitated and anxious mood. After sitting upright for more than 10 seconds, Klein twisted the cap off the bottle, raised his right hand, and swiftly poured the entire potion into his mouth. Let's go, dude. A slightly tingling sensation swished in his mouth and esophagus, and finally it fermented into a numbing sensation that made him lose his senses. What's he gonna hear now, bro? Like, is he gonna hear Hornicus Flagera, or is he gonna hear something else? I feel like he's gonna hear an even clearer. Let's see. A slightly tingling sensation swished in his mouth and his esophagus, and finally fermented into a numbing sensation that made him lose his senses. Klein's psyche seemed to be extracted from his body, as he had the feeling of being a bystander and saw his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes melting. His entire face was melting. Yeah, it's a faceless right there. That's gonna happen. In just 2 or 3 seconds, his face and head had turned into what seemed like a scorching white wax. Ugh! His body was similarly abnormal. It was as if his bones and skin were being melted by blood. No, I can't allow such a situation continue developing. Klein knew that if he didn't keep it under control, he could be on the verge of losing control at any moment. As a specter, he tried his best to pull his thoughts back to his body, trying to visualize the layers of stacked spherical lights and maintain his state of cognition. He's like, he could lose control? So like, what? And maintain his state of cognition. After a brief but repeated attempt, he finally we're good. He finally felt his body once again. He tried his best to control every tiny part of his body to hold onto his lower limit. As the melting and dissolving assaulted him again and again, Klein lost sense of how long he held on for. But when it finally came to an end, he regained the feeling that his body belonged to him. At that moment, he knew that he had finally broken through the threshold, and it was now a sequence 6. It was now faceless. Yeah, dude. And then Leonard becomes the MC. Bro, get out of here. That was not a fire emoji reaction. Get out of here, dude. You guys almost got me, man. You ain't gonna get me again. He was now a faceless. Klein didn't sweat, but he was mentally exhausted. He barely got to his feet and walked to the full-length mirror, trying to observe what he'd look like. Shh, is he gonna look like someone else? Under the gas lamp's illumination, he took 2 sudden steps back and caused the floor to reverberate. The scene in the mirror was extremely shocking. No fucking way he's someone else. Klein saw that his face and exposed skin were covered with dense, pale granules. It would make any normal creature who saw those go numb and subconsciously resist. The more timid one might even lose their mind. Despite knowing the acting method and having completely digested the magician potion, my advancement to sequence 6 was still rather difficult. I was only 2 to 3 steps away from losing control. I can already see him being in like a half semi mat state, bro. When he becomes like a high sequence, I can see something like that happening, bro. It's like, and he has to like maintain that state for like a extended period of time. I wonder how much of a risk those beyonders who relied on the accumulation of time and barely qualified to consume the potion faced. The probability of failure definitely isn't low. It's no wonder sequence 7 is relatively common among members of the church, and they will shoulder the responsibility of captain or bishop. While the number of people at sequence 6 begins to plummet, Klein closed his eyes and sat back in the chair. With the help of cognition, he was able to resist his overflowing spirituality and recover from exhaustion. Oh my god. I feel bad for him. After about 10 minutes, the disguised granules on his body had completely faded and merged into his flesh. I'm sorry, I'm done. I'm dumb. What are granules? I don't know. This is why you need rituals at higher sequences. I feel like it'd be too complicated, right? I don't know. Hold up. I don't know what granules are. After about 10 minutes, the disgusting granules on his body had completely faded and merged into his flesh. Phew, Klein exhaled, walked back to the full-length mirror, and he looked at his full bearded appearance. Time to Google. Let's do a quick Google search. Hold up. I actually don't know what that I can't even fucking spell granules. Large piece of grain. Did I fucking spell the wrong thing? Hold up. Like the pill, they are round protrusions. Oh, it's fucking gross. Shit, I got goosebumps, man. It's gross. Yeah. Suddenly, his facial... Oh, I lost the place. Oh, my God. Klein exhaled, walked back to the full-length mirror, and he looked at his full bearded appearance. Suddenly, his facial hair began to squirm. His flesh and skin began to undergo bizarre change, like half-melted wax. With a second or two, Klein had reverted to his original appearance. Black hair, brown eyes, ordinary facial features, and a clean face with a deep outline. A somewhat thin body. He quietly gazed at the past self and stretched out his right hand to press against his face. With a gentle touch, Klein's face changed again. His nose bridge was high, but his lips were extremely thin, and there was a tinge of elegance in his handsome face. There was an unconcealable pride in his appearance. There was an unconcealable pride in his appearance. It was none other than vampire Emlyn White. His face turned to Emlyn White. A little too short, he laughed at himself. At this moment, the bones and ligaments in his body began to produce crackling and snapping sounds, and his entire body suddenly soared up a little. He now looked identical to Emlyn White. Externally, I've noticed that I can accurately recall the exterior appearance and temperament of every person I know, and I can grasp their unique scent. Klein's pores squirmed and his body changed accordingly. The smell of his body became different as a result. He looked into the full-length mirror again, letting his hairline slowly recede, and he changed the color of his eyes into a deep gray. There's only one person with that description. He looked into the full-length mirror again, letting his hairline slowly recede, and he changed the color of his eyes into a deep gray. Without a sound, Dunn Smith seemed to come alive again. I'm gonna cry, man. And he was staring at the team member who always came to him to report on unusual members. Damn, man. Letting out a breath, Klein returned to his original form. Oh, that's sweet. But the corner of his mouth remained curled upwards. He thought for a moment, took a few steps back, and looked at the magazine Ladies' Aesthetics, which he had bought to look at the fashionable beauties, and he noted down the appearance of the actress on the cover. Then he went back to the full-length mirror and wiped his face with his right hand. When he looked in the mirror again, he saw a young lady with black hair that went past her shoulders and delicate facial features. It really works. Klein looked down at his chest, but he didn't see any protrusions. Trying hard to control his body, he managed to create a pair of A cups by I don't know what size that is. I think I'm at A, right? Trying hard to control his body, he managed to create a pair of A cups by moving his fat and some of his flesh. However, there was nothing he could do about his lower body. This is to say, it is just a superficial change in appearance, nothing fundamental. Also, I can only grow taller or shorter by 10 centimeters, and at the moment, going beyond this range would be difficult. Also, there's a limit to the enlargement and shrinking of the head. For example, I can't mimic Father Wachowski's half-giant head at all. Also, I can only observe the appearance and temperament of the target in an instant. Without knowing anything related to him, it's easy for me to be exposed when facing its spectator like Miss Justice. In the clown stage, the clown restrains the spectator, but in the faceless stage, it is actually somewhat restrained to the spectator. Interesting. Upon having this thought, Klein stopped changing and returned to the appearance of Sherlock Moriarty. Divination, fighting, as well as the magician's beyond her... Oh, wait. Divination? Check. Fighting? Check. As well as magician beyond her powers have all been enhanced. As for how much they've improved, it can only be confirmed through practice. I should find some time to head to the Quilling Club tomorrow. Klein took one last look and went downstairs to clean up the mess. After rounding up everything, he quickly washed up and crawled into bed. Lying there, looking out the window of the crimson moonlight, he gradually calmed down. After a few minutes of this, Klein slowly closes his eyes and smiled to himself. Good night, faceless. Why is the next chapter called Benson? Really? Oh, my heart. Wait, no, we're cutting back to Benson and Melissa, right? What a good cliffhanger to stop at. Am I right or am I right? Dude, we read a lot today. Damn, hold up. Let me just update this so we're ready for when we come back. The plan is to upload this and hopefully come back for like two more hours. Only Klein is only mysteries, man. He's gonna make his only mysteries account. All right, hold up. 3 hours, 42 minutes, 0.4 seconds. Now they won't recognize him because he's faceless. That's like, it's gonna be so sad. Like, he's gonna run into Benson and Melissa at one point, and like, they're not even gonna know it's him, man. It's gonna break my heart when that happens. Not easy. Been reading more than me. Wait, what chapter are you at, bro? How many chapters do we read right now? We're still hopefully gonna be able to come back in a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Damn, 16 chapters. We read 16 chapters. Damn. All right, that's pretty cool. We're gonna take a quick intermission break. We're gonna upload this video because I'm running out of memory space. We're gonna upload this and hopefully we're gonna come back in a few hours. Read for like another 2 hours, maybe. If we don't come back for 2 hours in a little bit, you got dinner plans? But I got dinner plans. All right, everybody, we gotta do some dinner plans. But if I don't come back, we'll be streaming tomorrow at the usual time for like 2 to 3 hours. I'm thinking we stop at 460 on Friday, right? Since you guys said 460 shit starts to hit the fan. And then Saturday and Sunday, we like knock it out, right? I did technically stall a little bit too much, so I know we've been streaming for like 5 hours. But we did take a few breaks here and there. Yeah, I apologize. And we did take like we took a couple minutes before we started. When you're coming back, no time frame yet. No time frame yet. I'm not sure. But I mean, I'll see right now. Here, let's do this outro. But if you like what you see and you want to see more, guys, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. And I'll see you guys next time. Okay, guys? Peace. Have a beautiful day. Well, look here. Wait, no, next stream is when it gets good, but I won't be there. Wait, hold up. I'm gonna go eat. I can end stream. Oh, man. You said you'd be back after eating, man. Don't do this to me. You could read. Music test? Alright. Wait. I could eat. I could eat and come back. But we probably won't be reading. We can read for like another hour if I eat and come back. If that's cool with you guys. Wait, are you streaming again later today? Okay, let's do this. I can just eat. I'll be back in 30 minutes. And then we read for like another hour. Right? That could work. Maybe? No, I did say that. I was originally... Then I said after I was planning to end stream and upload this video... Hold up. Let me see what let me see. Hold up. Let me see how long this thing is. Let me look at my memory space. 300 gigs. We can do one more. That's what Easy said he was going to do. Okay, I'll be back in 30 minutes. Let me just go eat. I'll be right back. Okay, we're going to test. Let me just play the Little Nightmares playlist, right? Should I just play the Little Nightmares music? Right? Sure, no problem. Go ahead. All right, I'll be back in 30. I'm gonna just eat, and then we can do like another hour. And then I'll end. Like, my goal is to hit 460 tomorrow. So we can stop like at 455, 456. I think we'll be good to hit 460 tomorrow. And then we have like a nice short, quick stream tomorrow. That way we're ready for the weekend. And we can either finish Saturday or Sunday. Right? Maybe? All right, we'll see. We'll see. I think we might, if we can hit like close to 460, I think we can finish Saturday or Sunday. Most likely Sunday. But I'll be back in 30. I'll be back in 30. Back in 30. Okay, I'm back. We're back like 5 minutes early. All right, we're gonna keep reading for like another hour. Hey. Shut up. We're gonna read like one more hour. Okay. Hi, Ellie. Do you want to go out? Come on. We're almost done. Come on. Come on. No? He's a good girl. Hey. Hey, don't fall. All right, hold on. We still got like 5 minutes before we start. Hey. What are you doing? Hey. Hey, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Yeah, I'm almost done. She's mad. I'm not giving her attention. Look at that. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Okay, come on. Here. Hey, look at the camera. That's you. Look at that. Ellie. Look. That's you. You see yourself? Yeah, look at that. I sacrificed debate. Guys, hold up. We have good news. We're still streaming for an hour, but we do have bad news for tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I forgot I was going to the movie theaters, dude. I literally forgot I had tickets to the movie theater that I bought ahead of time. Hey. Hey. What's up? Yeah, I forgot I wasn't gonna stream. I wasn't gonna stream this Friday and next Friday because I had movie tickets. I had movie tickets for this Friday, and then I have movie tickets for next Friday. So we're gonna read right now for like an hour and see how close we can get to 460. So I'm gonna lock in. We're gonna lock in. Hey, Ellie, you can go out. Hey, spit that out of your mouth. No, don't eat popcorn. Get out of here. Come on. No, you can't eat here. Hey, don't get mad at me. Come on. You know you can't eat that. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are, girl? No, you can't eat that. You can't eat that. All right. We got like another hour. We got another hour. Okay, Ellie, you gotta go down. Let me let her out. Come on. Go. Hey. Stop. Stop. Can't you just chill with me here? Can't you just chill? Can you just calm down? What'd you eat for dinner? I had it's not that special. Just chicken and rice. No biggie. Just some leftover chicken and rice. I mean, you know, I got the air fryer, so it worked out. All right, they got 2 more minutes, okay? And then we're back. Cool? Why you gotta act like that? Why you gotta act like that when I'm streaming? All right, we got 2 more minutes. Bro, is there any chance of them continuing the Little Nightmares 1 and 2 storyline? Line 3 isn't connected. All I know is 3 is being made. It's not even being made by the original people. That's all I know. And the people behind 1 and 2, they made their own studio and they're making like an entirely new, different IP. That's all I know. So we're gonna start. Hey. Chill. You can sit there if you're gonna be acting like that. Let me let her out. Come on. Go. Are we going to 460? We have an hour before I have to end stream. So we're gonna see how much we can read in an hour. Oh, he's back. Never mind, he's gone. No, we're gonna see how much we can read in an hour. I might not stream tomorrow because around the usual time I stream, I was gonna be in the theaters. Unless we stream really late at night and then hit 460, I don't know. But I think it'd be better if we do a scheduled stream. And then do like 15 hours Saturday. No, then do like 15 chapters Saturday and then like 15 chapters Sunday. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I think we'll be able to make it. I think we'll be good. You going to the theaters? Yeah, I had a movie this Friday and then I had a movie next Friday. You're updated? Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good up here. You guys ready though? We got lock in. Time to lock in. We got lock in. Why is my hat so crooked? Oh, because my camera. I'm like looking at the camera and it's like inverted. Man, I gotta watch Sinners. Such a fucking good movie. Well, I'm not watching Sinners, but all right, let's start. We're gonna go straight into it. All right, we're just gonna keep going. When this gets uploaded on YouTube, it's technically gonna be 2 parts. We're splitting it into 2 parts. There's like the really long one, and then there's the other one. Just because it's I don't want to splice the videos together and then render it and then make it even longer. It's gonna take longer doing it. When it'll be easier and more efficient if we just upload them separately. 3 more chapters. Yeah, we got an hour. But for now, we're going to continue Lore of Mysteries for another hour. But let's see how it goes. I didn't know how competitive reading exists until this stream. Man, all I know is I'm in last place in this whole competing thing. Because some of you guys be reading all of it in like a fucking month or 2. I forgot who said it. Like, I read this shit in like 3 weeks. I was like, what? Okay, awesome. Intro. Wait. Hold up, let me do my timestamp. Hold up. I'm just doing my timestamp. I fucking spelled awesome wrong. I'm done. Copy paste. Okay. 1 week or reread 3 more chapters maybe. I didn't know how competitive. Bro, I grew up with the competitive reading. I did it in 2 weeks, like during confinement. That's wild, man. You guys are quick. That's fucking awesome. It's definitely taking me longer than that, I'll tell you that much. But for now, Benson's decision. Township steward in between Emperorsboro and Westboro, Shio Derecha was standing in a dark, secluded alley. Even without looking up, she could see the countless magnificent palaces and the tall Gothic towers in the distance. It was the highest district in the whole of Backland, and it was also where the Lowen royal family resided. It shared the same or even slightly higher status as the White Maple Palace inside the Intis and Aurora Palace of the Faceless Empire in the southern and northern continent and the entire world, but its name was neither romantic nor ancient. It was called the Sodia Palace, and in ancient Faceless it meant balance. She looked away at the famous Bell of Order and directed her sights to the other side of the alley. In the shadows where the street lamps didn't shine, a figure slowly walked out. The figure wore a golden mask revealed to be the lower half of his face. He was none other than the mysterious person who had previously sold the sheriff formula to Shio and had occasionally entrusted her with some tasks. When Shio and Force discussed in private, they both suspected that the person was from MI9. Any progress this week? The man wearing the gold mask asked as per usual. Shio shook her head. No, I don't think anyone was keeping tabs on Captain before the incident. She paused for a moment, then she reluctantly asked, do you still want to continue investigating this matter? The masked man was silent for a moment. There's no need, but if you hear anything related in the future, then contact me right away. Today, I'll give you a new mission. What mission? Shio was completely in her bounty hunter state, ready to assess the risks. The masked man guys laughed. It's a very simple mission, and if it's one that you've been dreaming of doing, seek to purchase the sheriff and interrogator main ingredients in all your circles, especially a circle ingredient that can be directly concocted into a potion. If someone responds to it, we will pay for it. The purchased ingredients will belong to me. She'll blurt out a response. This was her greatest concern. No, do you believe that such a simple mission would have such a high reward? Of course, if you're able to fish out the person we're looking for, it's not impossible to negotiate and let you obtain the main ingredients. The man asked with a chuckle. But I don't know the main ingredients of the interrogator potion, Shio hesitantly said. I'll tell you later. This is also our advance payment. Even if we don't find the target, you'll have the main potion of a sequence 7 potion formula worth more than 600 pounds. I think you're fully aware of our generosity, the masked man said in a bewitching tone. Generous indeed. Who's their target, and why are they willing to pay such a high price to find them? If he were from MI9, taking advantage of the mission to retrieve the beyond ingredients of the arbiter pathway of the market should also be one of his goals. There's no problem about wasting money. As quite an experienced bounty hunter, Shio instinctively thought of a few things. After some deliberation, she now said, I'll take the commission. Very good. The masked man turned relaxed as he surveyed his surroundings and said, the interrogated potion main ingredients are the horn of a flesh-patterned black snake and dust of a lake spirit. After saying that, he slowly retreated and melded into the shadows, disappearing into the corners of the alley. He really told me the main ingredients of the interrogated potion. Shio was momentarily stunned. Only at the point did she clearly realize how much importance the masked man's fracture placed on the mission. I wonder who their target is. It seemed to be focused on some special ingredient that can be used to directly concoct a sheriff or interrogated potion. With this in mind, Shio suddenly froze up. She remembered one thing. When she advanced to sheriff, she had used a special ingredient she bought through Force, one that could be used to concoct a corresponding potion. Is that their target? Shio instinctively decided to keep silent. Wait, what? She remembered one thing. When she advanced to sheriff, she had used a special ingredient she had bought through Force, one that could be used to concoct the corresponding potion. Is that their target? Shio instinctively decided to keep silent on this matter, to never tell the masked man anything. She rubbed her fat baby cheeks and walked towards the street outside, ready to take a public carriage back to Sherwood Borough. At this moment, she saw a brown carriage drive past. Her eyes were instantly attracted by the coat of arms on the carriage. The coat of arms consisted of a single flower and 2 rings. There was nothing special about it, but Shio stared at it in daze as though her gaze had frozen. It was only when the carriage was far away that she withdrew her gaze. Her mood immediately reached rock bottom. It didn't turn for the better. Even when she returned to the shared rental house, seeing that her friend was in a bad mood, Force poured 2 glasses of red wine and brought them here. What happened? She sat across her and pushed one of the glasses towards Shio. Shio looked down at the red wine. After a full 2 minutes of silence, she said in a slightly hoarse voice, on the way back, I met someone I used to know. Who? Force asked cooperatively. Viscount Starford, Shio replied to a question she received without celebrating. Force thought for a moment and then said, this Viscount seems to be the captain of the Royal Guards. As a best-selling novel author, she would receive invitations from noblemen who liked literature and participated in afternoon tea parties and backwinds from time to time. With her professional habits of collecting material as a writer, she would certainly volunteer to understand more famous noblemen. It was such a party that she got to know Viscount Glant, yet he used to be my father's deputy, Shio said with some difficulty. Your father? Force knew that Shio came from a fallen aristocrat family and had some secrets. However, she didn't know the specifics. Shio picked up the glass red wine and gulped it down, coughing a few times after she choked. After calming herself down, she said, my family was once part of the aristocracy. In the heyday, it even served as the Earl Palatine. Earl Palatine, what position is that? Force asked, half curious, half trying to soothe her friend's mood. It's equivalent to being the spokesperson of the royal family. Nobles are the closest. They're looking for selling. They're looking for who is selling an arbor to sequence characteristic, as they suspect the Black Bandit's emperor would sell it, and they want to identify him. Oh, like if they find the one selling it, they're like, oh, it's probably him. Okay, however. Let me find my place. It's equivalent to being the spokesperson for the royal family nobles that are closest to the throne. Shio said in recollection, her face jubilant. From the moment forth, our family had the fief a true earl would have, but it wasn't an illustrious during the time of my father. However, we still held the trust of the former king, might wielder William VI. He was the leader of the household guards division, the captain of the royal guards. Her tone gradually turned melancholic as she found it difficult for her to hide her pain. But 7 years ago, he accused of participating in a revolt, and he was eventually executed and deprived of his aristocrat titles and fiefdom. Because of this, my family fell from grace, and many of my family members even died for no reason. In order to live, we changed our surnames and left East Tucker County. I don't believe that my father would engage in mutiny. He was so loyal to the royal family. Even more so that his belief in the goddess. In order to anyway, I left my mother and my younger brother and came to Backland, looking for a chance to prove myself, hoping to restore my family's glory and my father's reputation. She was vague about some of the things midway through her recent but forced state of mind. She sighed and said, "It'll be very, very difficult," but she merely smiled. "But I will support you," and behind me is a mysterious tar club, she added in her mind. Nighttime in Tingan City 2, Daffodil Street. Melissa, who was doing math problems, turned her head to the door and looked at Benz, who had just taken off his half-top hat. "Where did you go? Aren't the results announced tomorrow? They're already available tonight, and I happen to know 2 of the city's employees who are in charge of the uniform exam," Benson said with a smirk. In early December, he had enrolled in the Civil Servant Unified Examinations, selected a relatively uncompetitive position, and in the process established friendships with several civil servants and a number of examination candidates through his eloquence and communication skills. What was the result? Melissa unconsciously put down the fountain pen in her hand. Benson's expression immediately darkened, but before Melissa could open her mouth, he revealed a bright smile. "I passed, and I'm ranked quite high." "That's great." Melissa stood up and took 2 steps forward. "You have started preparing for the second round of exams at the end of January. It's held in Backland." "No, don't go to Backland right now. I can see why you guys are telling me shit's gonna hit the fan." "No, man. Bro, I should sleep." "No." It's like, if he runs into the one chick that killed, No, I'm not even gonna say it. "I need to prepare your luggage for you ahead of time. When are you planning on leaving?" Seeing his sister's concern, Benson walked in the living room, smiled, and said, "I plan to do so after the new year. We'll go to Backland together and rent a house there." "Nah, regardless of the success of the exam, I'm prepared to stay in Backland and try my luck. And you can take advantage of the New Year's holidays to transfer to the technical school in Backland to prepare for the entrance exam at the Backland University of Technology and Industry in June." Just a month ago, the Backland University of Technology and Industry had been recognized and officially upgraded to University for Industrial and Technology. Melissa's lips unconsciously pursed as she quietly listened. She looked around wistfully and replied softly, "Okay." Friday afternoon at the Quelling Club, Clang walked out of the hired carriage to head to the Prince Edis Red House Manor. It was at the place where Talum had gone to a few days before his death. As a qualitative... Wait. It was a place where Talum had gone to a few days before his death as a result of a qualified detective. He would be completely unworthy of 100 pounds, and he was paid. If he didn't hold any investigations there, no matter what, I still have to put on a convincing act. Klein muttered as he sat in the carriage and enjoyed the scenery outside the window. After his morning practice, he had roughly grasped the range of improvements in every aspect. Flame controlling, flaming jump, and other beyond powers had become about 30% stronger. The might of air bullets and the length of the underwater breathing pipe had even increased several fold. His divination and combat skills has also received a substantial improvement. Paper figurine substitutes and damage transfer didn't experience much change, but because of the growth of his spirituality, the number of times that they could be used had increased. Klein finally arrived at Red Rose Manor amidst their rumbling journey and informed the 2 soldiers guarding the entrance of his purpose. After passing the news, he met the old butler from before. "You can ask everyone here." The white-haired elderly butler paused, then added, "Except that lady." "That's what I want. I don't want to get in trouble." Klein laughed casually. "All right." "You can ask everyone here." The white-haired elderly butler paused, then added, "Except that lady." Just a little bit. Just a little bit of PTSD. Yeah, not a lot. Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, not a lot, but just a smidge. Let's keep reading. Stairs is a good chapter. My voice is like slightly gone. I can feel it. Just a little bit. Not a lot, but I'm like, it's like that tingling sensation like before you lose your voice is starting to set in. So I'm going to drink some nice warm tea after. Damn, we did that in 12 minutes. All right. Zero stalling, because we can only stream for like an hour. We got 45 minutes. Breathing pipe, easy. Have a little bit. We only got 45 minutes to stream, and I might not stream tomorrow. So we got to make up for last time. So we're most likely going to finish Volume 2 on Sunday. So I hope you guys are ready. Chapter 453, as I'm updating this, is called Stairs. Stairs? Red Rose Manor, outside the luxurious room filled with all kinds of antiques, Klein stood at the door and asked the 6th maid he had met today. The young maid was wearing a black and white servant dress that had the characteristics of time. She was pretty she was pretty in her prime and had natural curls to her brown hair. She had a hint of playfulness on her face. Who does Mr. Talon meet when he visits? Klein repeated the question numbly. The maid replied almost without a pause. Mr. Talon usually requests to meet His Highness or to accompany him to the riding horse or to discuss matters. If His Highness happens to be absent, he will meet with the lady. They are very good friends. He receives permission from the butler. Talon is a good friend with the commoner lady who Prince Ed likes. Meeting in private from time to time, it was likely that he was persuading her to leave this place so as to not affect the reputation of Prince. Klein nodded thoughtfully. They, I mean Mr. Talon and the young lady, what would they talk about? When he asked this question, Klein suddenly recalled how Talon had fallen in love just recently. With his rich experience from the information age, he somehow came up with an extremely contrived romance story. The maid wasn't afraid of the detective. She smiled and shook her head and said, at times like these, we're all asked to leave the room. This, even more than ever, Klein couldn't resist making associations, even to the point of changing the colors of Prince Ed's hat and helmet. Without waiting for him to ask any further questions, the maid chuckled and said, Detective Moriarty, if you want to find out exactly what the lady and Mr. Talon were talking about, you can ask her directly. The old butler doesn't permit that. Klein confidently pushed out his scapegoat. He changed the topic and said with a smile, you seem to know more than the other servants. You even know to call me Detective Moriarty. The maid looked around, maintained a smile, then said, it's because I've been serving the lady during my routines. It's because I've been serving the lady during my rotations. She's always wanted to meet you, Detective Moriarty. No, hold up. After all, she's close friends with Mr. Talon and cares a great deal about his death. Unfortunately, she always ends up missing you. Always. Klein was sensitive to the word always, just happened and missed. The maid nodded seriously and said, the first time His Highness invited you to be his guest, she intentionally threw a tantrum and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to talk downstairs to meet you. Who knew that you would leave in a hurry? So they coincidentally haven't talked. Afterwards, she took the initiative to represent His Highness to place flowers on Mr. Talon's grave, but she didn't know what you looked like. She wasn't able to find you, and today she happened to go to the golf course out back to relax on the horseback. Otherwise, even if the butler didn't allow it, she would have tried to find a way to meet you. What a coincidence, Clyde sighed as he silently grasped a crucial point. On the day of Talon's funerals, it was the commoner lady he loved who had offered flowers in the prince's place. On that day, Klein was most concerned about the lady with the black veil and the sapphire ring on her finger. She might have a grade 0 sealed artifact or some powerful existence of equal level. Are they not the same person? I thought it's the same person. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Klein's mind. The woman with the sapphire ring on her finger was wearing a long, heavy black dress. Accompanied by two maids, she slowly dispersed into the distance. One of the ladies had brown, natural curls. The image of the... one of the maids? The image of the maid quickly overlapped with one in front of Klein, and it was abnormally identical. Klein's body tensed up. And sweat rolled down his back, but his expression didn't change at all. Using the abilities of a clown, he pretended like he was recalling the events and asked with a smile, were you with the lady on the day of Talon's funeral? The maid replied without much thought, yes. It's the maid! Damn, it's really her. Klein maintained a smile. Very well, next question. Wait, as if nothing had happened, he began to inquire about other things. He had switched to another servant and continued. However, Klein secretly shortened the process and sped up the progress. He wanted to leave Red Rose Manor before the young lady returned to her writing. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, before the sky had turned dark, Klein left the manor much earlier than expected and took the carriage sent by the other butler back to the story. Bruh? No, I thought it was her for a sec. I thought it was like a twist, like it was the maid and not her. Wait. Sitting in the window with his back against the wall, wrapped in silk and muslin, he was relieved to have the energy to reflect on the whole situation. It was Prince Ed's beloved commoner lady who had cursed Talon. Why did she have to deal with the descendant of a fallen noble family to take revenge against Talon for trying to break up the relationship between her and the prince? But there's no need for her to do it herself. She can find a chance to mention it while in bed. Prince Ed had plenty of ways to make Talon disappear without a sound. Talim, as I scroll down too much, Talim was in a state of deep love before he died. Yes, the first time was after he successfully persuaded the commoner lady to leave Prince Ed's. They had an affair, so the commoner lady who was brought back to the manor killed Talim in order to silence him and remove any latent dangers. Logically speaking, it makes sense, but the problem is how could a person with grade 0 sealed artifact or a powerhouse of an equivalent level be restricted by Prince Ed's? Even if the Augustus family is an angel family, with the accumulation of enough knowledge, they would still need to use the tremendous strengths and special methods to be able to restrain someone like that. This isn't something a prince can do. Besides, how could such a figure have taken a fancy to Talim? Why does she want to see me all the time? Does she sense that I'm using the gray fog to spy on her? No, if that were the case, I would have been buried with Talim on the day of his funeral. Besides, when she first wanted to see me, I didn't have any blood hair or belongings. I hadn't made any divinations yet. Klein was puzzled as he thought about it. In the end, he decided to bury the problem deep within his heart. He wasn't to probe or investigate. I hope the machinery hive mind with my earlier reminder will pay importance to this matter of noticing the royal family's abnormalities. Yes, they might regard it with great importance, not because of Prince Edisic's reputation, but for another reason. I hope the royal family continues to prevent the lady from visiting me. After a few days, when the time is right, I'll relinquish this mission, express how powerless I am on this matter, and then use the excuse of going to the south for a holiday to change my identity and hide for a while. Klein's heart gradually calmed down. Every time in Backland, evenings in Backland were always replaced by dark clouds and drizzling rain, and Klein, who felt physically and mentally exhausted, held down his half-top hat and walked quietly across the wet street to number 15 Mink Street under the illumination of the street lamps. After resting for a bit and taking advantage of the dark surroundings, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. After advancing to Sequence 6 Faceless, he had always wanted to check the mysterious space to see if there were any changes. However, as he was too tired last night, he couldn't wake up in the middle of the night. He had to wait until he was being busy outside. In addition, Klein had to eliminate any interference in order to divine the particular matter. That was after... Oh, stop. Hold up. Oh, no, we're good. After advancing to Sequence 6 Faceless, he had always wanted to check the mysterious space to see if there were any changes. However, as he was too tired last night and couldn't wake up in the middle of the night, he had to wait until he was done being busy outside. Oh, golly, sorry. In addition, Klein had to eliminate any interference in order to divine the particular matter. That was after the advancement when his spirituality wasn't stable yet. He didn't hear the illusionary ravings of Hornicus Flagera. Wait, you're right. He didn't hear anything. What? That was after this advancement when his spirituality wasn't stable yet. He didn't hear the illusionary ravings of Hornicus Flagera anymore. He wanted to know if this was a natural change after ascending to Sequence 6 or if it was some other reason. Within the majestic palace, the monolized bronze table and the 22 high-backed chairs with different symbols on their backs stood quietly as if it had remained unchanged since time immemorial. The same was true for the gray fog below them as well as the endless emptiness around them. But as soon as Klein entered, his spiritual intuition was keenly aware the mysterious space was somewhat different from before. He was in no hurry to explore or make any attempts. Calming himself down, he sat at the end of the table, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote a divination statement. The reason why I haven't heard any ravings after my advancement. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, he didn't hear anything, right? Holding the piece of paper and muttering the sentence, Klein leaned back in his chair and quickly entered the dreamland with the help of cognition. In the dusky sky and land, images flashed, and in the end, they all came to a stop on a particular scene. It was Klein, whose face and body was still covered in pale granules. He was surrounded by an illusionary thin layer of gray fog that was undetectable. The dream shattered. Klein opened his eyes and roughly understood the reason. The gray fog has interwoven with reality? What? The dream shattered. Klein opened his eyes and roughly understood the reason. The gray fog has interwoven with reality, helping me block out the ravings that come from who knows where. So now it's like the gray fog is like seemingly around him like an aura in the real world. Is that what? So he has like a gray fog aura. What the fuck? After advancing to sequence 6, my connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog has become even stronger, thus bringing about a certain change and allowing me to naturally borrow a portion of its powers. From the looks of it, that should be the case. Yes, I should try to explore the areas and see if there are any changes. Klein slowly stood up and followed his spiritual perception, walking in a certain direction outside the ancient palace. Beneath his feet was a gray fog that spread out like the sea. He finally decided to stop after walking for an unknown period of time. However, when he gave up on exploring, a light suddenly flickered at the end of the path. In his joy, Klein quickened his pace and approached. 7 or 8 seconds later, he saw a flight of stairs that seemed to lead to heaven. Yes, premium VPN. In his joy, Klein quickened his pace and approached. 7 or 8 seconds later, he saw a flight of stairs that seemed to lead to heaven. The staircase was formed from pure light. It was wholly transparent and untainted, capable of shocking anyone's heart. Now, angel family, Amon, staircase to heaven. I'm thinking the Amon's family pathway is here. I think Amon is on that seer pathway. There were only 4 levels as the staircase reached up into the void, and each level was rather high, as though it was meant for creatures even larger than giants. Klein looked up, followed its path, and saw a layer of grayish-white fog condensed and suspended in midair, as though it was supporting something. It was a significant distance from the staircase of light. The 4-step staircase represents my consumption of The 4-step staircase represent my consumption of sequence 9, sequence 8, sequence 7, and sequence 6 potions. What exactly is above that layer fog? Klein cautiously advanced until it reached the staircase. I started yawning. I stepped onto it. There was nothing odd about the steps, and they were as solid as stone. Klein went up the stairs, climbed up the 4th level, and then tried to look up at the area above the gray fog. Unfortunately, his vision couldn't penetrate anything. He thought for a moment, and then he took 2 steps forward and jumped up with all his might. However, the moment he left the staircase of light, he lost his momentum and his spirit body's flight instinct. He plummeted straight down and landed on the bottom layer of the gray fog. Looks like I need to advance another 2 to 3 sequences. If sequence 4 really does result in a qualitative change, then I should be able to see after becoming a demigod. Klein looked up and made a judgment. Okay. Alright, let's keep reading, dude. Hold up. Who am I? That is a really good chapter title. Hold up, I need a yawn. Actually I'm actually getting a little sleepy just because we've been reading a lot. I don't know if I tired my voice. So I might be yawning a little bit. Woo! Holy fucking shit, man. Fuck. Come on. Come on, bro. Get it together. Get it together. Ah, a big reveal. Let's keep reading. A new hand touches the beacon. Hold up, man. Give me a sec. Reading, not looking at art. I know. I haven't been looking at art right now. Hold up. One sec. Let me just open up Discord before I forget. What did I miss? Oh, you sent a lot of artwork. Username. Oh my god. That's a lot. Holy shit. Oh shit, you sent... Dude. Edit a pic to make it bold for you. Dude, thank you. Easy needs the art appraisal potion, so he looks at art. Wait, dude, that's so cool. Hold up. Oh my god, that's so fucking cool. Wait, look at this one. Literally any conventionally attractive woman ever. Demoness. That one's funny. Demon. Look at this one. That one's cool, dude. Oh wait, hold up. Let me share screen 1. Why isn't screen 1 showing? Oh. Right here? Look at that. That's so cool, dude. Thank you. That one's really cool. I like this one. This one's funny. This one's really fucking cool. I like it. It's gonna pile up. You gonna go crazy from sleepless potion? He already drinks the staller one. I know. Easy needs the art appraisal. I know we need them. Look at this one. This one's cool, dude. I'm gonna add them. That one's fucking cool. That one's sick, dude. Dude, look at all this artwork, man. There's some really good artwork here. Wait, look at this one. This is a meme. They don't know that my adorer is me. Oh, he's talking about the world? What the fuck is Derek doing to fours right here? That one's fucking funny. Not really spoiler, but maybe a bit much, IDK. We can look at it. I don't think that's a bit much. He's just sitting on the throne. No, that's chill. I think that's cool. He's just chilling. We're seeing the tentacles. We've seen that before. I don't know necessarily what card. I assume it's the Dark Emperor card, right? But no, I think we're good. That's not a spoiler. Oh, these are cute. I like this one. Wait, hold up. I just realized my aspect ratio is a little off. Oh my god, there's more up here. Oh, this one's cool. Is that Shio? That's Shio, right? That one's pretty cool. What the fuck is that? Amon, maybe? Oh, it says it right here, Amon. That's cool. Derek is cooking? Oh, shit, dude. No, I'm not trusting him with my McDonald's. You're right. Oh, look at fours. That one's cute. What is this? Klein? Drip? Drip? The city... Drip. Oh, he's flipping the gold coin? Definitely drip. What the fuck is this? There's a few tiny character stuff you haven't seen in the background, but all foreground you have seen it, and all someone stuff I sent anime was to. Cuttlefish announcing an art creation fan. Oh, he's doing a contest. So there's some characters I haven't seen that I shouldn't pay too much. Okay, so I'll just look at this. So I shouldn't look at all the stuff in the back. Curse you. You're always getting hit with the autocorrect, huh, dude? So they're announcing one. Oh, this Cuttlefish? I've never looked at what... This is the motherfucker that made me cry like a little bitch after Dunn Smith's death. I hate him for that. But I love him. I love him. That's Throne of Magical Arcana, the sage who transcended samsara. I am Cuttlefish. That's so cool. So he's doing... To all be honest, the second Lord of Mysteries created contest is now launched in Grandeur. Okay, so it's like an art competition. There's a lot of cool art. That's cool, dude. I would eat anything Olger cooks for us, man. Hell yeah. Is this Leonard? Yeah, not Leonard. My bad. Leonard. That's cool. This one's sick. I actually don't know what this is. I'm over here thinking that's Klein. And then with Ian Wright, maybe? Shit, I just realized that's also cropped there, right there a little bit. Oh, that one's cute. Oh. That one's sad, man. That one's sad. Benson, Melissa, and Klein. Leonard. I know, my bad. I know. Oh, this one is really cool. I like the artwork of Audrey. What the heck? This looks like... Oh, I can't even show you guys. I have artwork by this one dude that I bought at Anime Expo, and his art style kind of reminds me of it. That one's cool. Sent these for me, but in case you didn't see it. Oh, okay. Damn. Best brother, best colleague. That one's sad. What the fuck, man? This is sad. This is sad. Some of this artwork is actually sad, dude. Well, wait. Should we save the rest? Let's save the rest. Let's save the rest. There's more artwork. There's definitely so much more artwork. I feel like we can spend like an hour going through all this. Hey, man. Hey, he has better hairline than me. Come on, guys. You know what? If you want, we can save it. We'll save this and we'll go through all of it together. I feel like there's more that we can go through. This one's funny. Literally any conveniently attractive woman. Definitely demoness. Like, it has to be a demon. Yeah, we'll go through all of them together right now. All right. Let me hide this. Let's keep reading. Wow, I'm so low energy. I want to make a Tim art, but I always procrastinate. Oh, man. I think we're just going to read one more chapter. Ah, why am I so out of it? I got a food coma. It's been like 6 hours and I need to eat. Oh, man. Woo. Give me a sec. I need to yawn it out. Food coma time? Fuck, man. We'll save the other half. Yeah, we'll save the other half. I feel like we should save the other half when I'm like fully awake and I have more energy. You don't deserve this for me right now. I'm so low energy. But we're gonna do one more chapter. Fuck. And then we don't stream tomorrow. I'll probably schedule this part for you guys that are here right now. And we'll have everybody else watch it on Friday. And then we'll make an announcement at the end. Like, we're gonna finish it. We are definitely finishing volume 2. At the very end. I think we can do that. That's the... Alright. Let's knock out one more chapter. Let's finish strong. I'll leave now. I have to read 3 days. I'm going to change that. I haven't read 3 days. Bet. Alright, not for sure. Username. Alright, we'll talk to you soon, dude. Thank you for sending all that fan art. I'll make sure to add it too right now. Hold on a sec. Oh, wait. I'm moving the wrong thing. I think that's good. Yeah, okay, we're good. Okay, perfect. Let's do one more. Alright. I think we're gonna do one more to save our voice. And then we're gonna come back stronger and better and finish the finale together over the weekend. So I hope you guys are ready. Chapter 454 is called Who Am I? After looking around, Klein, who had found nothing else, returned to the stone pillar-propped ancient palace. He sat at the head of the long bronze table with his half eyes closed. He examined his spirituality growth with his number of members he could draw in, including the empty positions that I can handle from before. I still... Oh, wait. Before I forget. I didn't update this part. He sat at the headstone of a long bronze table with his eyes half closed. He could examine his spirituality growth with his number of members. He can... Oh, we're going to draw another member? Shut up. We're going to get a new member at the end of this volume. He sat at the head of the long bronze table with his eyes half closed. He examined his spirituality growth with the number of members he could draw in, including the empty positions that I can handle from before. I can still recruit 4 new members. However, there are no suitable targets at the moment. Klein shook his head and muttered before returning to the real world to busy himself for a good dinner. After slicing potatoes, boiling beef, adding onions, and stir-frying them for a while, as well as sparkling seasons like sugar and pepper, Klein poured the prepared hot water into the saucepan, covered it with a lid, and turned the fire down. I have to admit that a magician's flame controlling is a good helper in the kitchen. He's using his powers for that, dude. That's so funny. I have to admit that a magician's flame controlling is a good helper in the kitchen. Ever since I got it, my culinary skills have clearly improved. If it wasn't for the lost control of the monsters, the searchers, and the evil gods, the world would be at peace and perfectly if everyone was dedicated to using their abilities without causing public damage. Klein sighed and left the kitchen and entered the living room. That would be a perfect world right there. As the light from the wall lamps spilled out, Klein, who had been planning to flip through magazines and wait for the appropriate time to throw in the potatoes, carrots, and the proper amount of salt, he couldn't help but think about how to act as a faceless. Just after waking up this morning, my spirituality had completely stabilized. I discovered that although there aren't any signs of digesting the faceless potion in me, I do have a certain level of harmony. This is a phenomenon that never happened after consuming the seer, clown, and the magician potions. With this in mind, Klein looked up at the oriel window, and it was already dark outside. It has become like a mirror, faithfully reflecting Sherlock Moriarty with his black hair, brown eyes, beard, and gold-rimmed glasses. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps it is because I've always been acting as Klein Moriarty. Yes, in a way, Sherlock Moriarty is just Klein in disguise. not someone else. Although I've received many memory fragments and gained some original feelings that previously existed in essence, I'm still a guest from an alternate world. I am Earth's keyboard warrior, Zomiguri. It's been a while since he's acknowledged and said his own name. Did we do a message? Shameless? I didn't read it. No. What was it? Wait, no, I don't want to know what it was. I've been through so much in the last 5 months that sometimes you even think I'm climbed already. Amidst the silence, many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, gave him a lot of insight. However, I'm still Zomiguri, who donated the skin of Klein Moretti, someone who has never given up the idea of returning. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his figure reflected in the oriel window he had already changed. It was a young man with dark brown eyes and his short black hair. His facial features were unmarkable and he appeared refined, but he had obvious eye bags with an inkling of a double chin. This was wait. Hold up, Cammy. I think I know what you're saying. Hold up. He's seeing his original self. Amidst the silence, many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, giving him a lot of insight. However, I'm still Meguri, who's donning the skin of Klein Moretti, someone who has never given up the idea of returning. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the figure reflected on the oriel window had already changed. It was a young man with dark brown eyes and short black hair. His facial features were unremarkable and he appeared refined, but he had obvious eye bags with an inkling of a double chin. This was Zomiguri from Earth. Long time no see, Klein sighed, raised his head and rubbed his face. By the time he lowered his arms, he was back at Sherlock Moriarty. After this period of contemplation and adjustment, he inexplicably felt the gap between his spirituality and the potion had reduced significantly, and there were signs of them slowly blending together. No wonder... I know it's a mistranslation error, but no wonder Nimble, right, Master Razongo's teacher? Yes. Perhaps his teacher would say that you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. This is likely a core rule of faceless acting method. Once one forgets this point, it would be easy to forget yourself amidst the constant changes, eventually turning into a monster. Klein felt enlightened when he recalled what he had previously obtained via spirit channeling. He crossed his right leg and leaned back, quickly coming up with a plan for the future. Searching for and conclude with the actual acting rules of a faceless. In the Beyonder circles of Backland, through the Carrot Club, gather information about mermaids in preparation to complete the ritual at the sea. Directly or indirectly, get the Solar High Priest's potion formula to help Little Sun advance to Sequence 7, so that he has clearance to obtain the method for removing a rampager's mental corruption on a Beyonder characteristic. But I can't fully place my hopes on Little Sun. I should still attempt to look. Klein, whose mood was slowly turning, stayed, snapped his fingers, reducing the stove's fire in the kitchen as a fragrance of beef emanated. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring. The visitor was none other than Lawyer Jurgen. Even though it was drizzling and the ground was wet, Jurgen was still dressed meticulously. He even wore a vertical collar. What's the matter? Klein was very familiar with Jurgen. Didn't make any small talk and directly asked. Jurgen put away his umbrella, patted a few drops of water off the double-breasted frock coat, and said, Sherlock, I'm leaving Backland on Monday next week to go south on a holiday with my grandmother. The warm environment and the clear air suits her very well. That's excellent news. Everybody's leaving Backland right now. Whew. That's excellent news. Klein took the initiative to reduce, smiling as he asked, You want me to temporarily adopt Brody? Jurgen shook his head gravely. My grandmother can't bear to part with Brody and insisted on taking him with her. I've already asked as long as we put him in a cage and buy a full-price ticket, he can board the steam locomotive. But we have to keep the cage clean at all times to not pollute the air above. Honestly, the smell of the third-class carriage is enough to overwhelm the stench of cat poop, Klein chuckled. Brody should have been too happy to leave, right? But he's even more reluctant to part with my grandmother. Jurgen replied. He pressed his hat and changed the subject. I'm here to inform you that if you need to be released on bail or settle any legal disputes during this period of time, you can go to my colleague. Here's his business card. I've already informed him that he wouldn't be leaving Backland this year. What a professional. To think that he even considered this problem. However, I don't need to do that for now. I'm now in the foreman for the machinery hive mind, and I won't be remanded at the police station under normal circumstances. Klein thanked him for a smile and took the name card and slipped it into his pocket. Ooh, Jurgen didn't have any intention of chatting on entering the room. He immediately raised his hand and said, I still have to visit the rest of my clients. Sherlock, I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll see you next year. Thus, I must wish your family Happy New Year's in advance. Klein smiled and waved. After watching Jurgen leave with his umbrella, Klein closed the door and sat back down in the living room. At this moment, apart from the flames, which was licking the bottom of the pot in the kitchen, there were no other sounds coming from the house. It was quiet than Klein could hear, and the carriages outside moving in the distance. He looked around slowly and saw the coffee table, contracts, cupboards, pens, porcelain cups, dining tables, chairs, and walls. Retracting his gaze, Klein leaned back against the sofa and looked out the window in the dark night at the street lamps emitting a misty glow in the dark and the deep, cold silence. He sighed. The new year, ... The lighting gradually calmed down and the darkness became the ruler of the earth. The exploratory team from the... Alright, we're back with Derek. Adam, maybe? The exploratory team from the City of Silver finally reached their destination after short, but at the end of time, not short trek and numerous battles. On both sides of the street, most of the houses had collapsed. Only a few could barely hold on, but their surfaces were mottled with the dust of time. With the help of an animal hide lantern whose light didn't reach far, Derek Berg saw the completely collapsed walls in the street that were in such a ruin, even weeds didn't grow. On both sides of the streets were half-collapsed houses with a tiny minority barely standing. However, their surfaces were mottled and filled with signs of aging. The white and blue colors that formed the foundation of the coating, the pointed structures which were difficult for the City of Silver had already turned gray, making it hard for anyone to imagine their original place. What Cammy said? Music change? Which one? Which one? World is white? It feels like world is white, right? Sorry, I'm like so tired right now. I completely zoned out. Woo! Sorry, I wasn't really trying to check. Woo! Okay, but Isaac says, show me has finally appeared in this world. It's a good point to share. Okay. Let's finish this chapter strong, brothers and sisters. Because we're gonna end stream. And we potentially might not stream tomorrow. So, we're gonna have some really early weekend streams and hopefully finish LOTM Volume 2. I'm excited. It's all, and if we don't finish, it's also nice. It's also placed tonight in the stream. Next chapter, you will have to start to lock in. Shit, that's not good. That's definitely not good. Easy Kiki, did you update? Yeah, we have 454. Woo! So don't forget, we're uploading 2 videos. We're uploading a 3.5 hour long video, and then we're gonna upload a video that's like 30-45 minutes. Bro, still live? Damn. I know. No, we're gonna end stream once we finish this chapter. We're at the very tail end of this stream. We're almost done. The white and blue colors that formed the foundation of the coating, the pointed structures which were different from the City of Silver. The music is really low. Let me turn it up. Had already turned gray, making it hard for anyone to imagine their original appearance. However, Derek could figure out the city's past through such observations. It had definitely experienced a long history with considerable numbers of inhabitants developing its own civilization in Dark Ages. The humans here took potions, built and repaid buildings, and defended the city wall. About 6 teams or more had explored the outside and hunted monsters in search of the necessary resources to survive. The plot does chickens. Oh my, I'm excited, dude. It's gonna be such a bad point to stop at. They would celebrate for any brief periods of calm, offering sacrifice to the gods and yearning for response. They gave birth to the next generation, allowing hope to continue. However, in the end, they disappeared into the darkness, losing all their voices and leaving behind only ruins. The ruins were like a huge grave, burying a civilization that had struggled to survive but eventually vanished dismally. Dismally? Demon Hunter Cullen looked around, his expression somewhat solemn, as though he saw the future of the City of Silver. He pointed ahead and said, the other places have already been cleared. The temple is in the center of the city. The exploratory team dispersed a bit, but they still maintained sufficient order and didn't let down their guard. After passing clear of the ruins, they had been destroyed for an unknown period of time and went past streets so quiet that they drove people mad. Derek finally saw a high, wide, artificially made platform. On top of the high platform, there was a half-collapsed building. It looked extremely similar to the temples in the City of Silver. It had a dome propped up by pillars, creating an arch entrance. The style of the buildings here was completely different from that of the other buildings. It really is true that the latter converted to the fallen creator. The thought had barely crossed Derek's mind when the 4 lanterns and the team went out at the same time. This is literally what they said earlier. They're gonna, like, half of them are gonna disappear when they come back on. All of a sudden, the exploratory team was plunged into pure darkness. There was no light in the sky, the candles on the ground had extinguished, and all human breathing seemed to disappear at once. Derek's body immediately tensed up, and he felt as if some monster had struck its tongue out in the darkness and was trying to lick his scalp. But his spirituality perception told him that nothing real had happened. At that moment, an immature, helpless, terrified, and dry voice sounded out by his ear. It was a child whispering, "Save me, save me." Oh, is this Adam? No, maybe not. For a moment, Derek froze, not knowing how to react, but in an instant, a coruscating glimmer of dust appeared before him. The dust exploded one after another, igniting a silvery white light that illuminated the surrounding areas. Colin stared at Derek and said in a deep voice, "What's on your mind?" Derek instantly snapped his senses and clasped his hands in his shame and pressed them to his mouth and nose as if in prayer. His body immediately emitted rays of clear, pure light, causing the surrounding darkness to silently disperse. Dude, he's literally like a giant beacon. Darkness to silently disperse. The other team members seized the moment to reignite the candles. Because of the demon hunter's timely reaction, no members disappeared this time, nor were there any new members appearing. Colin retracted his gaze and looked at the half-collapsed temple on the high platform. He solemnly said, "From now on, we can't afford to be careless. We have to be on full alert." Oh man, it's gonna be a good stream next time. Oh, it's gonna be a good stream, huh, guys? Oh, it's gonna be good. All right, we're gonna end it there. Let me just do overall thoughts. We gotta talk, because I'm looking at what that chapter was called, and it's making me think something. Oh wait, we're not copying that. Let me update this. Alright, before we end stream, maybe 5 chapters tomorrow, 9 chapters Saturday, and the rest Sunday. Yeah, I'm hoping we can do 5 tomorrow. After, when I get back from the theaters, I think I'll be fine. I've been at work this entire stream, kind of crazy. Damn, that's wild. Look, dude. From this point onwards, everything happens quickly, so prepare to lock in for the next stream. Okay, if we do come back Friday, it's gonna be like 5 chapters, right? We're gonna stop like at 460, because apparently you guys said that's where like starts to pick up. And we read 460 onwards Saturday and potentially Sunday. But I'm looking at this chapter was called "Who Am I?" The only person I'm thinking about is Derek, because Derek heard whispering called "Save me, save me." I'm thinking Derek is Adam. I'm thinking he's Adam, and we've learned in this whole stream, aka the last video, that there's a portrait that can separate the body and the spirit, and I'm thinking Adam and Derek were split, where you have his physical body that has no spirituality, and his spirit is like stuck in the city of silver. And that's why when all the lights went off, you heard Adam say, "Save me." Because like, why else will this chapter be called "Who Am I?" Right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Cuttlefish is like planting a seed for like some form of like reveal where like the body and spirit can live independently from one another, but then they eventually have to like converge. And we know Adam is a blonde. Derek is the only blonde I know in this series so far that I can think of. Bro, read what I said. What you read? It's Klein, bro. He just had an identical crisis due to his faceless powers. Get out of here. It's not him. City of Silver episodes with jump scares. It's Klein, bro. He just had identity crisis. Bro, read what I said. No. Wait, what? No way. You're fucking lying to me. Shio, Audrey. Yeah, wait, hold up. Too many blondes. Hold up. Walk it back. No, that's not what that was. Miss Bodyguard, I can't with this guy. No. What do you mean? The lightning gradually calmed down the direction. No, this is Derek's point of view. Where does it reveal that this was Klein? Klein retracted his gaze from Derek and looked at the... Whoa. What? I can't with this guy. What do you mean? Yeah, Zomiguri? What? Because Klein forgets who he is and starts killing people? No, that's not what happened. I don't get it. No, wait, no. Is this what Klein was seeing? He lost control? Shut up. No, he didn't. Get out of here. Stop it. It was a child whispering, "Save me." It hinted. No. There's no reading. There's no reading comprehension potion right here. Cuttlefish has been using this same exact format when we change point of views. Where with Klein, he finished the sentence and then ... point of view change, and then it cuts to Derek. Ints Zangul is blonde? No. They're playing with you? You guys are fucking trolling me, right? There's no way. Stop. Nah, I ain't gonna fall for that. You guys had me thinking back then with Leonard being the MC. I'm not falling for your schemes, man. All right, bro, you're tired. Tomorrow, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Yes, I am definitely tired. We've been live for like 6.5 hours. They're trolling you hard? Nah, stop. I ain't gonna fall for that. You almost got me. All right, we're gonna end stream. We're gonna come back tomorrow. I can hear Ellie barking. Have a beautiful day. And big news. We're gonna come back hopefully Friday for a little bit. The plan is to come back Friday for like 5 chapters. If we don't come back for 5 chapters Friday, then Saturday it's gonna be a big stream. And if we don't finish Saturday, Sunday is gonna be a bigger stream. So I hope you guys are ready. I don't know if I'm ready, but I'm gonna try and get ready by resting my voice. We're gonna rest. We're gonna, you know, we're just gonna rest, assuming it's night for you. Miss Summer is also blonde. There are a lot of blondes. I know. Okay, hold up. Okay, there's more than one blonde than just Derek, but I still think it's Derek, and you can't tell me otherwise, because this whole point of view part right here, it was literally like, "Save me," and it's like, I feel like it's like Adam like whispering, like I feel like it's Adam's spirit trying to like bring back his physical body. Can't believe nobody mentioned the best blonde Sissy. We love Sissy. We love her. We love that beautiful dog. We love Ellie more. Well, I do. All right, okay, hold up. Sorry. Well, I'm not trying to argue about who's the better dog. You guys know the answer. But peace. Have a beautiful day. I'm sorry, that was a joke. I don't know if that was a mean joke or not. But I'm gonna leave you guys there. Have a beautiful day. And I'll see you guys hopefully really soon. All right, guys. Later. Bye. Later, guys. Ellie is not blonde. She's not blonde. She was a little blonde when she was born. She was her color was really mixed. Her color was like brown, white, and tan. Eventually, her hair just turned white as she grew up. All right, guys. Peace. Man, I'm gonna get some rest. I'm so sleepy, guys. All right, later. Have a beautiful day or night, guys.